in my hair. Embrace this life, it's now or never. Just one step, let go of the fears that I carry. Start living my life, don't get trapped. 'Cause all my dreams are closer than what they appear. My vision is gonna be real. I'm on fire. Nothing's gonna stop me, not just me, myself, and I. I'm on fire. Ride and make it through the mud. Take me to the light. Ride and make it through the mud. Take me to the light. Seems the clouds just with my fingertips. Draw the picture of a bright eclipse. Never been so clear to see the word with open eyes. Gonna stop me, nothing's 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 gonna stop me, not just me, myself, and I. I'm on fire. Nothing's gonna stop me, not just me, myself, and I. I'm on fire. Ride and make it through the mud. Take me to the light.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Kick back and chill.
Wow, wow, standing all out in the crowd. I bring the queen of the crown. So many pennies, I'm proud. When I walk out, lights out. Met me already and he said his vow. He walking on shells, BS not allowed. I heard his feelings, his heart is like ouch. What's all the chatter about? Why whisper your distance, just say it out loud. Why do it for fake, why do it for clout? Wow, 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 wow. My body is laced from the back to the front. He called me and told me that he wanna cuddle. I only move solo, I don't wanna cup. My vision is clear, my vision is tunnel. Came in the world ready to rumble. Why do they tell me that I should be humble? If I'm with my girls, it's double the trouble. I got the cake, she got the crumbles. Ball in my court, now how would I fumble? I keep them tripping, but I do not stumble. Keeping them tricky like I'm a musician. I'm busting, I'm minding my business. I'm minding my paper and I'm focused on millions. A standing ovation when I'm in the building. I'm making a living off killing these leeches. A couple of bands I keep in these breeches. Wow, wow, standing all out in the crowd. I bring the queen of the crown. So many pennies, I'm proud. When I walk out, lights out. Met me already and he said his vow. He walking on shells, BS not allowed. I heard his feelings, his heart is like ouch. What's all the chatter about? Why whisper your distance, just say it out loud. Why do it for fake, why do it for clout? Wow, 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 wow. I walk in the trance, on top of the moon, doing my dance. Becoming the person that I think I am. I help myself so I don't need a hand. Don't need a man who ain't got a plan. Walk past the mirror and I be like, damn. He said I'm fine, baby I am. Winning the game, I'm a champ. I play the odds with my energy even. He do not listen, so I had to leave. I'm pretty, admire myself. Yeah, I'm the bond, I'm denying myself. Running the game, don't put no hamstrings. We lift their voice and we let the band sing. Glory to God, keeping my hands clean. Yeah, I'm a champion, I need a damn ring. Wow, wow, standing all out in the crowd. I bring the queen of the crown. So many pennies, I'm proud. When I walk out, lights out. Met me already and he said his vow. He walking on shells, BS not allowed. I heard his feelings, his heart is like ouch. What's all the chatter about? Why whisper your distance, just say it out loud. Why do it for fake? Why do it for clout? Wow, 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 wow.
This is the sound of VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. You're watching VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Tonight, the city lies for me and can't be waiting too long. Waiting, summer pools and bikini tops, trips to the bowling pond. This is the right temperature, sweat running your face. No bright weather for sand in all those places. Sunshine, light me, sparks fly, baby, starlit hot nights on ice. Push your baby like champagne pops it down. It could break something. Take it, let it go. All this pressure built in needs to rock it. Watch me launch it like a rocket. I'm on a rocket. Big bouquets over the waves, bloom and birds.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Knock one, push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Main will continue.
Curious if they wait. I think they waited out the haunt here.
Zuna,
So
a lot of timing on the Forsaken. Looking for a little bit more there. Jing able to tuck around the corner, but now they know. Spotting out that transit. Barrel. Everybody rotated over, and it's 30 seconds remaining, so they're going to have to go for this push. So he's going to be connecting, but Zuna! Oh, connecting in a bigger way. 4 kills for him. Something.
깡부 좋은데?
Let's go, let's go.
팝이랑 쌈사무라이. 나 막아줄게.
yeah, they want to. Prowler gets some info. Genji looking for it. Ash has gone forward. No one's cleared Chip, boys! Why would you not clear Chip, boys? He gets the 3K ad. You gotta just throw bodies at this. Chance here. Oh no, Karen, he actually. When Paper X needed it the most. 3-player crossfire. Oh, that was hit. The paranoia.
They're paranoid. He's still able to find the one. Divide just gets healed in from behind, but now he is very much entrenched. Spot still taking names. Spot still taking names with him.
Bro, you kill me. One up.
Slow orb sent. XCL pushed away, but Sugar Zero. I mean, he's able to get a second glimpse. Crystal dead. Swings out. He's looking for a little bit more, but has been an overstep. And Eco is Absol playing here behind the map. He could absolutely ruin their day. And there's the first. Last pack sent his way, but low HP on the other. And Yurata now down to 47. As they are making sure they do not give him anything for free. Shota is not watching for this. It's not now. Swinging. Finds the first. And I mean, this would be an ace clutch if Yuratan could do it. He's got him isolated! And Yuratan!
They're looking for a fight around this orb. If it does get tapped by Full Sense, I expect we're going to see some kind of response from Genji. Ash is waiting on the line. Oh, that's a really brilliant shot from Sephiroth, and he might get a chance at another one. Karen goes one better. How has he managed?
Sephiroth, and he might get a chance at another one. Karen goes one better. How is he managing to do that? What?
뭐예요? 오 마이 갓.
무슨 일이야 이건?
야 윤태희.
싫어.
그래 교육 잘 받았네. 그거야.
뭘 해야 되는데 그러면?
윤태희 말해봐.
싫어.
You guys can buy whatever you want, but the only person that usually buys armor on their team is a smoker.
So what? You want me to buy no wall sheriff? Wait, no guys, look, our dive duelist, what he's buying?
Bro, Pistera no need dash, bro. The sheriff.
Yeah, sheriff. They can miss.
No armor, though. Sorry, bang.
She's so bad.
Toot. Toot.
He's so bad.
Oh my god. Na.
listen. Okay, now I know I need to lower everyone's volume.
도전! 화이팅!
좋아.
화이팅! 그냥 좀 더 잘해보자 우리 개개인 피지컬이랑 판단이랑.
손 풀었다. 나 털어줄게. 깨지 마죠. 나 이건 까말 때. 네, 까말 때로. 여, 3, 2, 1, go. 자, 깜보 아래 무기 기어.
기도해.
뺏었습니다. 리온, 요 밑로 방판. 이거. 밖에 내려. 아, 밑에 끼야, 그래 이마. 빨리 로로, 밑으로. 좋아해. 나이스.
ใจเย็นได้พัดเลยไปชุบได้
ชิว
아, 근데 리바이브를 썼다. 아빠랑 하미 리바이브 내서 그거.
GT가 그거 뭐나?
ไปเวทีรีบเดินเลยเดี๋ยวมันตัวหลัง
ให้กูวิ่งเลยเวลา
ไม่ต้องเดินไป
30 seconds left.
น่ารักจ้ะ PP เรื่อยๆเลยพี่
ค่อยรอวางแล้วค่อยชุบถ้ามันเงียบก็ชุบเลย
เสียง
やばナイスショータ絶対勝てるよこれショータナイスいいよ
자 리콘 내가 깰게
오면은 그냥 월 먹같이 칠게
에이 조용히 하지. 아직 조용해. 조용하긴 해 일단. 발판은 다운이고 이러면 B월 못 쓰거든. 얘네 스모크 하나 빠졌어 오면.
스모크 하나 걸게
Can we fight right side yes Yellow Phoenix
나이스 사바.
나 리콘 있어 안에 리콘 꺼줄게 지금
컨택 좀 가야 될 것 같아
So I think we pick on time now. So you ready? To swing. 베인에서 깼고 스톤 하나.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. 아군이 한명 남았습니다.
베인.
적군이 한명 남았습니다.
제 리콘 두는 거지. 앞에 붙었다. 발.
나이스 같아요. 手前ここスモーク咲くからドッキリ行くか。いや俺の話行くわじゃあ。いやもう体で行こう。体で行く？いいよ。
쪽 간 거 조심 오른쪽에서 파는 거 조심해라
스모크 여기 갔다. 入るね。せーの。ジャンプします。行きます。やった。2から。 불렸다. 3명. 에이 총으로 봐. 링크 총으로 봐.
근데 아까면 오브토리를
맞아 무리
팔아 이래를.
잡으러 감 저거. 둘 다.
맞아 또
서바가 이름. 서바 링크.
스리막스 진
됐다. 요로 70에 오면 35. 야 할게. 야싸. ここに来て村毛がここに来て奥抜きでできる。セーブ。
자가리
요요요. 이 나인데 나俺も. 네.
이게 약간 우리가 난 지금 그런 느낌 들어 내가 지금 플레이에서 느끼는 게 우리가 지금 원하는 게 다 달라
村毛返し. 야. 나이스. 휴즈 라운드. でかすぎ村毛返しが来た.
Second cover me, I take her.
ada pipit B sak can you smoke no have to pick back side Timon dead Timon
กูเล่นข้างหน้านี่เอง
ไปไฟแล้วทวงไว้
oh there papa ulti city
ไม่เคยได้ส่งตัวนึง
Go slowly. Can you guys make noise? Zen, make some noise.
พับไปเอาดีนะ
Just like.
เฮ้ยตุ๋ย
Wait.
หลังลบ5I'm just thinking If I see me you need pick me
head up kanan
One last
Give it
player
to-
enemy remaining.
แป๊บได้ก็
Nice Good job Just stick it
쇼풀만.
없어
뺑 갔다. 형 온다 빰.
뺏겼다
다시 리클 나오는 것이 연막 쳐놨다 상대.
빼. 걸어서 빼. 맹구야.
네오나 빼
또 싸워야 돼.
잡았어.
얘들아 에롱 가서 못 써줄게. 에롱 살아.
나 안 돼.
절대 살아 절대 살아.
연필.
아 죽었다.
4대
자 이제 나갔어. 얘들아 시티 본다 얘. 확인하게 시티 본다 확인.
소각게 이거.
핑스 공 쓰고 오겠다.
싸우고 나서 둘이 같이 할 생각 안 돼 이거?
해서 공 쓸 때 이제.
없어 앞에 없어. 하나 사이퍼. 벌릴게. 뺑 깎게. 렛츠고! 끝났까? 스킬 줘다.
스킬 맞대 이누스카와 피크のために있는데.
見えないガルキュー上レイズ
手前ない3人
まだ上見。
釣り入ってるわ釣り入ってる
그래 우차いいよ
もし釣り入ってんのとそれバイパスサイト今
A1네
スパイスメイン。
3-2か
바퀴로 와
ラスト上見。
가주체
いや、通してよ。赤目耐えて。
Hello guys Hello
赤目強すぎだろ。
I want when you TP you got that
Yeah.
No sound B
They not I mid.
Come on
Neon one mid. Scaling.
Guys fight me man guys Elling City he going city guys the neon going city
I will clear city. CT.
가나
Can you guys speed up a bit? He was there.
go on the two side guys chamber was A go closer then go and block what
Wait. Come. 1, 2.
Apara
I'm gonna walk the left main, okay? Let's go.
nice B-man should be B-man B-man hold oh cha ace
bro.
nice
it worked bro first time try it work
미츠비. 미드 싸움 보자. 얘들아.
마이너스 40 레이즈 이제 들어왔다
힌트 한 명 가져. 마켓 먼저 클리어하자. 마켓하고 나 궁 쓰면서 할게. F하려 하고.
틀에 없다 아직
마켓에 궁 쓴다 이러면.
박아봐 슬러 박음 사이트에 쏘바 있고 얘들아 천천히 시트로 얘들아 시트로 가
들어가 막인.
레오나 이번 라 궁쓸 생각에
히트에서 먼저 궁 써줘 그냥. 액션 줘. 지금 가져.
홀정 하나.
벤스버프 쳐놓은 기다려
사이트 메인.
둘 다 났어 야 맹스로 갈까? 맹구야 이거 뭔데 이거 이거요
You're watching VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
It's time we break this shit. We the people are outcast. Brutal power in contrast. Violence storms in the forecast. I think it's time we break this shit. Locked in a prison of comfort. Just a note or a number. As we endlessly suffer. I think it's time we break this shit. Ain't no room here for civil. Judicial. This is no time to be brittle. I think it's time we break this shit. Broadcast gonna be fun. So watch out now. We're gonna tear it all down. Everybody worldwide. Time to make it get loud. So watch out now. We're gonna tear it all down. Everybody worldwide. Time to make it get loud, get loud, get loud, get loud, get loud, get loud. Not the sound. I think it's time we break this shit. We give a fuck about your system. Give a fuck about your system. Give a fuck about your system. I think it's time we break this shit. We give a fuck about your system. Give a fuck about your system. Give a fuck about your system. I think it's time we break this shit. We give a fuck about your system. Give a fuck about your system. Give a fuck about your system. I think it's time we break this shit. We give a fuck about your system. Give a fuck about your system. Give a fuck about your system. I think it's time we break this shit. Shit.
This is the sound of VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Wake up, got the city on my back. We locked in and the wind just stacked. No shortcuts, had to learn what I know. Now all I see is blessings, straight flow. New day, new level, I'm up. This is calculated, never needed luck. Never fold under pressure, I just level back. I got the vibe that they want, yeah, I've been that. I'm getting down with it. Yo, I'm getting down with this. Spitting live, getting fresh, I'm all over it. Yo, I'm getting down with this. Spitting live, getting fresh, you can't handle it. Yo, I'm getting down with this. Spitting live, getting fresh, I'm all over it. Yo, I'm getting down with this. Spitting live, getting fresh, you can't handle it. Pull up, got the whole room watching. Energy hype and the speaker straight knocking. Everybody vibing, heads start bobbing. Game stay on lock, cause there ain't no stopping. New style when the aura too clean. Banners all around like a championship team. Thinking back then, now I'm living a dream. Now I'm feeling like I could do anything. I stay ready, never gotta get ready. Steer my own ship, cause the vision been steady. Haters throw shade, but the glow too heavy. You can try and keep up, but the pace ain't friendly. Came from the grind where the nights were long, but I knew from the work wouldn't be there long. Put it all on the line, that's the reason I'm strong. No, I'm not next, I've been on. Yeah, you know I've been on. I'm getting down with it. Yo, I'm getting down with this. Spitting live, getting fresh, I'm all over it. Yo, I'm getting down with this. Spitting live, getting fresh, you can't handle it. Yo, I'm getting down with this. Spitting live, getting fresh, I'm all over it. Yo, I'm getting down with this. Spitting live, getting fresh, you can't handle it.
Hello, VCT Pacific. How have I missed you? I came straight off the plane from Berlin, Ime Yuck, and came straight back here to Seoul, South Korea, because I love you guys. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Morgan and Pilsky, and we have another special guest, the debut of QTD here in Pacific. We got Coach Relife. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. I know it's your first interview on an English desk, so we're honored to be here, desking you on your very first interview with us. And, I want to introduce you to the audience. You have a long history with QTD in Japan, VALORANT as well. I want to ask what this moment means for you to be here in Tier 1.
This is like the pretty special moment for us because for my personal goal is to win the Masters of Champions. So this is like my I think this is like my first step.
Yeah, the first step to greatness, to the big trophy. And you have a lot of history. A lot of us know that you were formerly the coach of something who's now with Paper Rex, and he was the last team he was on before he joined Paper Rex. So Alex basically stole him from you. Was there a moment where you were like, oh no, I've lost this amazing player?
Yeah, like it was end of the split one. I knew that. So this is like big surprise for me, and it was sad.
It was sad?
Yeah.
You're like, and you just watched him go and win a trophy. Well, you may get to face him again today. I want to ask you also, now this is a big question, of course. You guys ended up winning Japan Challengers, but a lot of us expected Rejects to win because they had an undefeated run.
Yeah.
So can you make a case of why QTD deserves to be here, why you guys should be on the Pacific stage?
In the practice, we beat like a lot of the Tier 1 team, and sometimes we played better than them. So I think we deserve to play here.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the Pacific teams have been saying you guys have been strong or they're looking forward to playing with you, and I assume that's because you guys did well in practice. So it's nice to hear that you kind of confirm that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to ask though, now that you are on the big stage as well, we saw Onside play yesterday, and I don't think they were playing in their best form. A lot of it could be nervousness. We see that happen with teams coming to Pacific for the first time. Are you guys doing anything to make sure that your players aren't nervous?
I'm not doing like something special, but I'm telling to the players we cannot fully control to win or lose. So just have fun and enjoy the moments.
Yeah. That's really important.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, you have worked with Messiah for a long time. Do you think that gives you an advantage over some of the other teams that might not have worked with the IGL and the coach together for as long as you guys have?
Yeah, like I have like my own like philosophies, and he deeply understanding what like I try to make as a team. So there's like a little bit advantages.
Yeah, I think that makes a really big difference. One thing I want to ask, I think with the coaches, there's always a lot of stress around the preparation for these games. So you've had quite a bit of time, and I think Full Sense are quite a difficult team to prepare for.
Yeah.
Right, they change a lot. So how did you approach preparing your team for this game, and how different was it to preparing for a team in challenges in Japan?
It's also we didn't like change like how can I say, like I don't change a lot.
Yeah.
Because the most important thing is like how we play.
Yes.
And everyone's focusing like that way, so that's not like very difficult to like preparation. We don't doing like something special.
So you were prepping well enough already.
Yeah.
You know, with all that prep, I assume during challengers, like you said, you've been practicing some of the other teams, probably in Pacific too, right? Were any teams that you're a little bit wary of, a little bit think will give you a big challenge here in play-ins?
I think T1, I cannot say just one. It's like maybe T1, DFM, and Onside.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting bunch.
Were you guys inspired at all by how well Zeta and DFM were doing in the groups, and how many Japanese teams do you think make it out of the play-ins?
I think one or two, but
One or two.
DFM have like big chance, I guess.
Interesting. You know, Buzz has famously said, "Who's the best team in Korea now?" If I ask you, who's the best team in Japan now?
I would say
Including QTD, yeah?
Yeah, I think the QTD or DFM.
Oh,
Interesting.
wow. Putting your, yeah, that's awesome. That's like really good to hear this kind of confidence.
Yeah, I feel like there's always been a lot of talent in Challengers Japan. Do you think sometimes the Japanese talent gets stuck in Challengers or in certain teams or organizations, and you don't always have like the best 5 Japanese players playing in Pacific League?
I wanted to see, but maybe it's hard to make.
Yeah.
You know, your teams actually, you often have non-Japanese players.
Yeah.
You know, including now. Is language barrier ever an issue? How do you overcome that?
There's like a issue still. Like we have like pretty difficult to communicate to use the Japanese. But I'm telling you that the most important thing is like what we do, not like exactly how we do. So. Everyone's know that how to make the communication, and communication barrier is not much the problem for us.
That's really interesting. I think one thing I'm curious about is you said, you know, you want the guys to have fun on stage. That's really important. But we know the Challengers Japan, the finals, it's a fantastic production. You guys have a lot of fans, play on a big stage. Do you think that kind of environment helps prepare you guys for playing on stage at Pacific?
Yes, of course. Like it maybe like helps a lot because like but every players have offline environment experience before, so I think that helps us.
And do you think you're a team that gets better when you play offline?
Yes, because like on the online tournament, as usual we play like 25 things, but for here it's like 1-2 things, right? Or 0. And yesterday we doing the tech check, and the players, every players are like saying, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, it feels so different, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It always feels better. How do you feel Margaret and Yuran feel playing in Pacific again? Are they looking forward to maybe playing Nongshim or Zeta upcoming now?
I can say they just ready to play.
Is revenge strong?
Yeah.
Is the feeling of revenge like very strong
Yes,
for them?
yes.
Oh, that's it's a powerful thing. You know, I know Star Wars is always like it's a bad thing, but when you see it in Pacific, it
it's
usually comes out to be a really good thing here. I think we're really excited to see you guys play today. One thing we've noticed in the pattern for you guys though is that you have like a lot of good momentum, so you have a lot of like streaky round wins or losses. So what are you working on to keep your team consistent?
The biggest problem for us is about sometimes like player do not understand what opponent's doing, and we doing like we cannot like adjust them. So I'm speaking about that in daily practice and trying to fix it.
And you. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Is there a team that you think you play similar to for English broadcast fans who haven't watched Challengers Japan? Like, is there another team you think you can compare yourself to in terms of style?
Maybe PLX?
PRX?
Yeah.
Okay, so aggressive. Maybe
yeah,
like
I love to see like players like running around and playing around. I love to see that. So I wanted to make my team like that way. I wanted to make the players playing like proactive ways.
I think we could see why something ended up the way that he did then.
Yeah. I can see why exactly, and you know, the pain to lose a player like that. You know, I want to ask your predictions for the Challengers teams. How many Challengers teams do you think will make it into playoffs?
I think 1 or 2.
1 or 2?
Yeah, but yesterday like onside losing against KLX is a big surprise for me because I know that they are how talented and how they are good, so I don't think they lose against KLX.
Okay, and how about the next game? We got Zipto and 555 and Team Secret.
I think the tier 2 team will manage to win, I guess, because I feel like tier 2 top team and tier 1 like that middle level team is not like big difference. So yeah, we have every tier 2 team have chance to win.
That's interesting. Do you think it used to be like that in the past with tier 2 teams versus the tier 1 teams, or has the tier 2 teams gotten better, or was it always a pool of talents that were always just as good?
I think recent 1-2 years tier 2 team evolved a lot, and right now maybe a lot of team can like beat tier 1 team.
That's really exciting for next year, actually, with the format change.
Thank you.
To wrap things up, I want to ask you also your prediction against Full Sense. I assume you think you're going to win.
Yeah.
But what do you think the score will be?
I think 2-0.
2-0.
Yeah.
You hear that, Japan? 2-0. I really like to hear that. In fact, before we start into your very first match here in Pacific, do you have a message for your fans?
Can I speak Japanese?
Yes, of course.
いつも応援ありがとうございます。このステージに来ることは簡単なことじゃないと思ってて、でただ選手たちも自分たちがアンダードッグだっていうのは分かってて、で本当にプレッシャーかけてたくさん戦おうっていうのは準備できてるんで、応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time here, and good luck on your very first match today. We're very excited to see you guys perform.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, that was Real Life from QTD, everyone, and that was pretty cool. 2-0 is a really confident vote for yourself, which is great because, we have a lot of, especially the Japanese and Korean teams are pretty humble when they come up here.
I love about QTD is none of them have been humble. Every time we speak to these guys, they're like, oh no, we're going to win. Oh no, we're actually better than you guys think we are. And I just love the confidence. I feel like that was a great interview. He spoke very well and very concisely and clean about his team. I feel like I'm very excited to see them play. And also, we got to mention the merch. That merch was unreal.
Oh yeah, the merch was really cool. I want to talk about him more. But guys, scan the QR code because we got VALORANT Sound Busan. If you like to party, and I heard Seth mention that you're a big party boy.
I don't know why we're doing
Morgan.
this.
I've seen Morgan hit some nasty moves in the club, so he
floss.
will be there. He will be head spinning. He will be breakdancing.
So
I
get your
can't wait to
tickets.
see it. Make sure, if you want to see that, make sure that you scan that QR code.
Yeah, scan the QR code, get your tickets. Come to VALORANT Sound, hear some good sounds. And so good to be back with you guys here. And it looks like Real Life and QTD want to head to Busan for the finals. They're absolutely feeling confident about it. Apparently one of the days are sold out already, so you guys might want to book real soon. This is the very last event we're going to have here officially for VCT Pacific
it's going to
in
be a
its
crazy
current format.
send-off. Like, I'm really, really looking forward to it. All of the road shows have been so hyped, but it's going to be interesting to head to a different city, a little bit of a different vibe in Korea after we've been in Seoul for a couple of years.
Yes, if you've been to Korea before and you've only been to Seoul, I mean, look, I've heard from a lot of people from Busan that Busan is much better than Seoul. I might be being lied to, but it's something
Busan
going on.
is good.
According to their tourism government, Busan good.
Busan is good.
There you go.
That's the official slogan.
It's good.
It is, really exciting to go to. And here are our brackets so far. Even Coach just now is a little surprised that Onside Gaming lost yesterday. And I do think, it looked like jitters. Do you guys think it was that?
100%. I don't think it's easy to necessarily point it out sometimes. I've been in a situation where I've coached a Challengers team when they step onto a bigger stage. It doesn't look from an objective perspective like it's an obvious choke, but I felt like it was a bit more of a subtle choke. You could tell that Onside, the decisions they were making were maybe not as clean as usual. They were maybe not as confident. You had a couple of up and down performances from individual players. So Onside definitely not playing their best yesterday, and KRX took full advantage of it.
Yeah, in the other game we saw Sharper get the better of RRQ. I think they fought away a lot of those problems, a lot of the teething issues, and they got a very important win there. They'll be moving ahead to play against DFM, and then we also have T1 and Nongshim seated ahead there. I also think they're very dangerous teams looking to make it to those playoffs.
Yeah, QTD did say, Relife said that T1 is one of the teams he's most wary of, and he's going to face them next if he's successful today.
He has a nightmare bracket here, by the way.
Tough. It is tough, man.
Into T1, into maybe Nongshim or someone like that to make it to the play-ins. God, I wish I was in that upper bracket, quite honestly, if I was QTD.
Oh, yeah.
But if they make it, by the time they make it to the playoffs, if they make it through that bracket, there's no arguments. Like, they will be legit as hell.
Yes. And him, along with every other coach, it doesn't matter, if they're from Challengers or from Pacific, they're all rating the Challengers teams. And the talents as well, the casters, those who've been looking at all their games have been amazing. Now, you guys did build Diff yesterday. Of course, the game we have here on the desk where you can win a laptop. Morgan has 2. I have 1. I want another. And yesterday, you guys copied each other's homework? Like, what was happening?
You literally asked me to build the team
Not you.
for you.
I mean, like,
everyone else.
And everyone else.
Right.
Like, we had an agreement.
Yeah.
But
No, I went a different way. I had Siesta on my team, and he didn't do me any favors at all. So
No.
I think I played it more safe today. That's what I'm trying to stabilize.
Okay.
That's my goal.
let's
here.
see how safe you can be with Challengers teams. What did you pick?
Right, let me tell you about my team for today. I'm feeling very good about it because it's straight to the point. It's no nonsense. Yesterday,
You said that last time.
No, but
Did you say that yesterday?
I cooked too much yesterday. I cooked too much. For today, I'm feeling much more confident because I think this is the correct team. Duelist, I have Endoist. Endoist is the guy from Challengers SEA. If you don't have him, you're stupid. On Initiator, I've got Kahlua. I think he's been, much more solid performances, very consistent now, and I think he can continue that. Sylvan smokes for Team Secret. I think he's a little bit up and down, but I expect a bigger day from him. Margaret on that flex. He absolutely bombed the Japan League there, and I think he's hungry for revenge back on the Pacific stage, and Primi there in the flex. Who knows what role Primi's going to play at this moment, but he's too good not to pick.
Interesting roster. I have a little bit of a similar build there, and I do agree Margaret just has to be on the Sentinel role. He was good on Nongshim. He's good on his new team as well.
Yeah.
How about you, Pilski? What did you put today?
Look, there's no difference here. I'm going to make it quick. You have to pick Primi, and you have to pick
you
Mini
guys have the
Primi.
same roster.
Endoist has been fantastic in Tier 2. I picked Margaret as well because I feel like he's been playing well for QTD when they've been winning. If they get bodied today by Full Sense, he'll also be playing well because the boys will be going in on the entry. They're quite an aggressive team. He's going to bait and get me a lot of kills. So that's what I'm hoping for. And then Kahlua, I think, has been fantastic in Enir. He had his off game. I think it's time for him to absolutely fry now.
I agree with that. Actually, my roster, I have 2 of the same Full Sense players. I didn't think other people would pick 2 Full Sense players, especially these 2. But you guys did, because you're smart.
Oh, you went Doffy.
I've gone for a different duel.
I almost went Doffy.
Look at you, Endoist believers. I'm glad I have something a little bit different.
So why did you pick Doffy? Because I'm interested. I thought about picking Doffy, but I came to a conclusion as to why you shouldn't pick Doffy.
Why shouldn't you pick Doffy?
Because he's more the role-playing duelist. He's incredibly sharp. I think if he was set up for success as much on Zipto, I would have picked him. The thing about Doffy is that numbers-wise, he doesn't get as many kills and he doesn't clean up as much. He's going to be entering on the Waylay and playing the Neon. But the thing is, You watch clips of Doffy and you're like, oh my god, this guy's incredible. Like, this guy's going to get me a lot of kills. But when you actually, like, look at the stats after the game, you're like, yeah, maybe. I mean, that Challengers SCA final, I think he had as many kills as Enduous. They were both at 100 over 5 maps, so you might be on for one here.
Part of the rationale was expecting a lot of people to pick Enduous. I didn't think that many people would pick Enduous, so we ended up going with it. Sylvan was someone I was really debating as well, but I think Nats probably wants to do... You know, I believe in the mental of a lot of these players, and I think Nats is there to try to, you know, prove himself a little bit more here because he hasn't had many reps on the stage yet. But today's matches are going to be fun. We got Full Sense, of course, trying to redeem themselves as well. I think they're a little bit on not a great streak right now, and I know they want to prove themselves here in Plains.
I think this is a team that's been very lucky with the change of format this year. If they played a regular group stage like that, they would be going home already. They've been given a second chance here in Plains to recover, to find that momentum. This is a team that can be so great at their peak, but they need a near flawless run now if they're going to make it to champions.
Yeah, something's not quite clicking in Full Sense. There's some weird stuff with the roles, there's some weird stuff with the identity and overall style that hasn't really been working for them. I'm a bit confused as to why they've taken so many risks and done so many different comps in the group stage, because they're one of the teams that was in the debate for just making it on champs points alone. But with a 1-4 record, you've only claimed yourself 1 champs point in the group stage, and now in the play-ins, you're really going to have to lock in, and a lot of people are really rating QTD at the moment, so I think there's some concern for Full Sense, not to mention the fact they don't want to be eclipsed by Sharper and 555 now Zipto, who seem like they're in good form coming into this play-ins. You don't want to be known as the Thai team that just made the grand finals and now fell off.
Yeah, there's a chance they could come out of the play-ins as the, you know, the third best Thai team, which feels insane when we look at this roster. So they're sort of fighting to avoid humiliation here as well.
I mean, Cruz did say it. He didn't want to be in Plains mostly because he knew the Thai teams are really good to play against. I mean, Frost and Cruz have both talked about the investment that they're having into trying out these role swaps and all of that for the long-term gain. Do you think it's been worth it? Do you think, like, today's the day?
We'll have to wait and see, because that's the thing, is I feel like it's all been leading up to this. When we take a look at that group stage results, this was a team that was hot and cold, right? It was that traffic light, it was red light, green light, but now it's just a sea of red, and I think that's because of the experimentation. So I think it can be worthwhile if they put together something much stronger now and can build momentum from it.
I mean, they won't be a long-term game if they don't make it out of the play-in, so they have to lock in now. But one thing you have to keep in mind for Full Sense is, despite a rough group stage, as we've said, they're on a little bit of a loss streak with all of this experimentation. If they do lock in, they are always contenders for making the top 3 at a lot of these roadshow events. They will be expecting to make it over to Busan, and they are always one of the contenders when it comes to representing Pacific champions.
Yeah, Tokyo was a crazy time for them as well. They were on for that champions qualification. Then they have that best of 5 against RRQ, and the lead slips away from them. They don't get it done. I think they're sort of haunted by that specter of their past a little bit, where they're looking to right those wrongs, because internationally we haven't ever seen the best of this team, but now it's looking like they might not even make it there to get another chance.
It's just such an interesting strategy, the way they are thinking ahead instead of right now and getting to that, you know, that crossing that line first before they go to champs. Now, I believe Jen got to have a little chat with QTD. Oh, no, it's you. It's you. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not always Jen,
There's
I guess.
a trailer.
Oh, yes, there's a whole trailer. I saw it from abroad yesterday.
Yeah.
This is you. This is your case for QTD.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I just really liked a lot of the storylines for QTD coming into this event, so I guess we can throw to the video and see what I came up with when it comes to QTD and their run over in Challengers Japan.
Emerging from a region of parity, QTD defied the odds. After being dismantled by a stacked reject and a loss to previous split winners Crest in the main stage of Challengers Japan, things were looking destined for yet another podium placement without a trophy. For 6 years, Messiah toiled away, plying his trade in the Japanese scene, always placing well but never quite claiming the top spot. But this time, when QTD reached the top 4, something different happened. In the grand final, QTD bested favourites Reject, sporting 3 previous Pacific players, Persia, Depp and Jeremy. Map 5 was dominated start to finish by PKM, who after failing to qualify for Ascension in 2024 against Persia, took matters into his own hands to deliver QTD their first trophy. After breaking new ground on home soil for the first time, it's time for QT to get in the excavator and dig deeper.
Oh, you did not.
Yeah. Hopefully not
Oh
digging
my-
into the lower bracket, guys. That's not where you want to go. But like me at the beach when I was a little kid, you know, maybe they want to dig a hole all the way to China.
What?
You guys didn't do that?
Dig a hole to China?
Yeah, that's what you used to go to the beach. You would get your little plastic spade out, and you did. Look, we should probably talk about the dig.
I feel like that's some like weird millennial talk. I don't know what you're
Sorry,
talking about,
guys.
Tian, for
Yeah,
that.
the Zoomers don't get it. They'll never understand me. I'm 30.
Well, this team, I liked your voiceover otherwise. It was very informative there. I also want to point out Misai and Kipe, they've been playing together on this team for a really long time.
Yeah, this is a pretty historic roster over in Challengers Japan. We see very tenured players like Masaya and Kipe. This is a team that knows each other very well, and they've been waiting for their time. They've always kind of been in the shadows of the bigger names, the bigger organizations, you might say. But they got it done in the finals of Split 2 in Challengers Japan there. So now is finally their chance to go Tier 1 for a lot of these guys. Yoran and Margaret have been here before, and they're looking to bring that experience with them to launch this team forward.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Yuran was also one of the players that was inside of the core of QTD previously, Sengoku Gaming, as we can see here. That is a number of years that Messiah has been competing for this organization. A lot of third, fourths, and this is what I was talking about. Actually, in the semi-finals of Challengers Japan, they beat Fennel, a team that always gatekept them. A bunch of these third places, 4th, 5th, 6th, were because Fennel would be knocking them out in the semi-finals and things like that, or before they were able to make it further on in the competition. So they were able to overcome a team that gatekept them previously and then beat Reject in the final. That's a pretty legit run in Challengers Japan. Something clicked for QTD on land there.
And I gotta say, I respect the grind from Messiah so much. He joined this he joined this team that then was Sengoku, moved across to QTD in 2021. He's been waiting for this opportunity for so long. So this is someone we're all rooting for. Now they finally get a crack at that Tier 1 stage.
That looks like a Liquipedia page. That was crazy. Margaret has returned, of course, and this guy, if you guys don't know, in recent history, Nongshim qualified with him on their squad. He was the Cypher.
Yeah, the Sentinel player there for SPG. When they lifted that trophy over in Ascension, this team was unbelievable in 2024, and Margaret was a key part of that. You see it there, won Ascension and also won Challengers JP 2026 season finals. This is a guy who knows his way around the server, and I think he's been an excellent pickup for QTD.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players go into Tier 1, and he earned it with that Ascension Jakarta run. That was not necessarily an easy qualification by any stretch of the imagination. And then when they get removed from the Tier 1 team they're representing, they fade into obscurity. But credit to Margaret joining this team. He's been able to forge himself another path. He's earned another qualification for the second time into VCT Pacific. That's legit as hell.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm kind of curious what he's thinking. Coach even insinuated, yeah, he definitely wants his revenge map to come at some point. So let's see what Margaret had to say.
You know what, Margaret? Sometimes life do be like that. You're watching Nongshim winning?
No.
Oh, you're watching yourself winning. That's good. Congratulations. Well, now that you're back, how do you feel? 다시 돌아오셨네요. 기분이 어떠신가요?
좀 더 새롭고 신기한 것 같아요.
Feels very new and kind of weird as well. Okay, tell us about your team. 일단 팀 자랑 좀 부탁드릴게요.
팀 자랑 일단 저희 5명 다 분위기 좋고 좀 재밌게 하는 게 장점인 것 같아요.
마가렛 선수도 분위기 띄워줘요.
퍼시픽에 왔으니까 더 재밌게 할 것 같아요.
Well, we have a really good vibe going on. Everybody on the team is a vibe merchant. Even I am willing to put that energy forward on the Pacific stage today as well. Okay, well, you're facing Full Sense. Do you want to say anything to them? Full Sense에게 한마디?
Full sense, no sense.
Full sense, no sense. Well, thank you so much, Margaret, and hope you do really well. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Damn. That was
Yo.
such a casual, like,
No
you're going
sense.
down.
No sense. I love it.
No sense on the dollar.
Yeah, look, one thing I really want to talk about when it comes to Margaret is the fact he's been here before, right? And this Nongshim core always struggled against Full Sense. He said it himself, I lost to the Full Sense members 3 times, but this time I'm definitely gonna win. And not only that, they knocked him out of 2 of these stages. This is a personal matchup here for Margaret.
Which kind of indirectly led to his removal. Nongshim didn't
Yeah.
place well enough. They were knocked out multiple times by Talon, now Full Sense out of the Pacific League, and Margaret then left the team or was removed from the team or whatever happened there and had to grind his way back up into the Pacific League. So this is kind of a little bit of a revenge arc for him, perhaps.
I like that QTD has a lot of sass and it's influenced Margaret as well to open up a little bit on his opinion here. Do you think PKM's the same?
Yeah, I think, look, I kind of fell in love with this PKM storyline because he was playing against Persia and Margaret in this Challengers Korea final, and actually his team was ahead. Nongshim then against SBG, who became Nongshim later on. I know that's a little confusing, guys, but he lost, and look, he's devastated on the stage there in the Challengers Korea. They failed to make it to Ascension Jakarta at the time, and Nongshim eclipsed them and then went on a run into the Pacific League and became kind of that famous team from Pacific. In this final in particular, it was a lead at the start for QTD in the finals of Challenger Japan, and in the last 2 rounds, you see actually QTD's on an eco here. PKM has jet knives, and he gets a 4K and a 3K in the last 2 rounds to win this grand final 13-11, and it was magical, honestly. His reaction was just absolute cinema.
Yeah, it's amazing. What a turnaround. He has such a horrible map in what is probably the biggest game of his life, and now when he gets another chance to make it, prove himself, he drops 30 when it matters most, and look how much it means to him. I feel like the grind has been so real for these players. That's why these play-ins are such a fantastic opportunity to see these teams compete with the best of the best.
And then you get domed by Sushi Boys in the skirmish.
It's 5-4.
Get him out.
It's not that bad. I was gonna say PKM would be the player I would put in skirmish then, but come on.
Sushi Boys is a
5-4
specialist.
is close.
He's a specialist.
Okay. Sushi Boys, yeah, definitely specializing in this. And Full Sense banning Lotus off the rip here. We were talking to Coach about it as well. He was surprised by this ban, but maybe it's not so surprising given their performance on Lotus over 3 challengers.
Yeah, I mean, I think this whole veto is definitely a little bit interesting. When I look at this from Full Sense's point of view, you know, they've played all 3 of these maps. Split and Haven, they've been rocking with that deadlock a little bit. So, you know, that was the group stage. Maybe that was experimentation. Maybe they pivot away from that now. Maybe they double down on that now. But I do think it asks a big question of the QTD coaching staff on how well they have prepared for this style.
I mean, quickly before we get into the predictions, I'm a little bit nervous about that veto for QTD. It's Haven and Split, 2 maps they got dominated by Reject on in the Challengers Japan Grand Final. And then Summer, a map that wasn't even in the pool when they played in Challengers. So this is a little concerning for me, but I'm sure they're confident for a reason, and we'll see what they come up with.
Yeah, and I think that kind of lends into our predictions a little bit here. I'm feeling even more confident now about my Full Sense predictions. Just going to shout out to myself yesterday, getting both of my preds right.
I thought you loved Japan. What's going on there?
I do, but I love good Valorant, and I'm going to pick the team that I think is going to win. So I think Full Sense finally gets a win today. So
I mean, they bloody better. If they go group stage into losing to QTD, that's going to be rough.
It is. But we'll have to wait and see. QTD is looking very confident today, but they are going against Full Sense, who want to redeem themselves as well.
ทีมที่จะไปเทียร์วันได้ก็น่าจะต้องพยายามครับแบบสเต็ปอัพของตัวเองขึ้นมาเรื่อยๆ
QT リーグは本当に団結力で負けてないんで、他のチームには絶対負けないですね。
ตอนแรกบอกไปว่าฝ่ายต่างทีม Crypto Esport VALORANT แล้วก็จะพยายามสร้างปาฏิหาริย์ให้เกิดขึ้นให้ได้
주의로 할게요. 라고 말하면 안 되나요? 잡으러 갈게요? 날아갈게요? 좀 그런가요?
はい、どうも皆さん、QT リーグの三田です。
MPTC from Sharper Esports. My role is Agile.
สวัสดีครับผมเซิร์ฟมาจากทีม Crypto Esport ครับได้กลับมาที่เวที VCT Pacific ครับผม
팀적으로 바라던 목표가 이제 일부에서 다 같이 게임하는 게 목표였는데 꾸준한 노력을 통해서 이제 성공을 했다고 생각하니까 뭔가 자랑스러운 느낌을 좀 받은 것 같아요.
After we won Challenger and we secure a spot in play-in, I was really happy because we waiting for this moment for like a really long time.
優勝するまでに5年間かかって本当に長かったし、頑張った上の優勝だったからすごく嬉しかったですね。
ก็ไม่มีใครติดต่อมาครับถ้าจะมีก็มีแค่ฟอร์ดครับที่แบบติดต่อมาครับว่าเป็นไงบ้างอะไรอย่างงี้
ก็คิดนะครับว่าโซนบ้านเรา VCT Pacific นะครับเก่งที่สุดแล้วก็แต่ว่ามันก็เป็นซีซั่นที่มีอะไรแปลกตาแปลกใจขึ้นเยอะเลยครับเช่นแบบว่า T1 กับหนองชิมตกลงมาในรอบเพลย์อินครับผม
다른 퍼시픽 팀들이 수준도 많이 오르고 잘해진 것 같긴 한데 저도 그만큼 잘해진 것 같아가지고 자신 있는 것 같습니다.
이제 KRX 선수들이 경험치가 되게 풍부하다고 생각해가지고 어려운 싸움이 될 것 같습니다.
좀 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하는데 요즘 성적 보면은 저희가 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
In short, we just like here, but we just better.
ผมคิดว่าทีมที่สู้ได้ยากอาจจะเป็นหนองชิมครับแต่ทีมที่เหลือก็อาจจะสู้ได้ไม่ยากสักเท่าไหร่
เสียดายที่ไม่ได้เจอฟูเซนเกมแรกครับก็คิดว่าแมตช์ที่เราจะเจอฟูเซนน่าจะเป็นวินที่ง่ายครับ
QT リーグのいいところはもうアイコンタクトだけでできるんでそこは本当にいいところだなって思います
그건 아닌 것 같긴 한데 분위기는 좋은 것 같아요.
เป้าหมายก็เข้าไปออฟให้ได้แล้วก็เป้าหมายต่อไปก็น่าจะค่อยไปในอินเตอร์วิวหน้าครับ
ก็ซิปโตนะผมจะเป็นทีมแรกที่มาจากเทียร์2แล้วสร้างประวัติศาสตร์ชนะทุกทีมแล้วก็ไปแชมเปี้ยนครับ
시에스타 선수도 되게 잘하는데 좀 되게 잘하거든요. 다른 팀들은 다 긴장해야 될 것 같습니다. 이번에 새로운 팀원들이랑 챔피언스 꼭 갈 수 있게 열심히 하고 싶습니다.
할 수 있고 QTD가 기다려.
내 화면에 보이지 마소. 마지막 경고요.
Today's matchup.
It's day 2 of play-ins, and we got new walkout music for play-ins, I've noticed. Now, we've seen 2 challengers teams already, and we got 2 more debuting here in Pacific. They will be playing against Full Sense, of course. And I'm just looking to see how Cruz is doing. All right, he's walking out. Heard he had a little bit of a foot injury, but he seems to be okay. Hobbling out, not in a wheelchair, with a little bit of damage, maybe from all the losses recently.
Yeah, I mean, I think hobbling is an unfortunate personification of Full Sense's group stage. They have looked rocky so far. Whoa, he's sleeping on
Look, I gotta say, something about these challengers teams here in Pacific, they got sass. All like onside as well yesterday. They come in with like really good energy here, really confident, and they're not playing it too humble.
I mean, it's easy to be in a good mood when you finally get to play on the Pacific stage. That's what it means to be a challengers team. You grind for the entire year, and there are so few opportunities for you to really test your mettle on a stage like this. So, of course, QTD, they're going to be feeling the vibes. They're going to be trying to bring that same level of energy into the server today because they're on a little bit of a good run of form on land. Back-to-back wins over there in the Challengers Japan Finals. We talked about how that's a similar atmosphere. Lots of fans around. You know, it's a big stage, a lot of eyes on you, and a lot of, pressure in that regard. So hopefully they can try to bring that same energy here to the Pacific stage. Because I gotta be honest, This is not an easy first opponent by any stretch of the imagination. The upsets in the group stage have led to multiple international event attending teams being the teams that are in the play-ins here.
I do want to ask you guys, despite Full Sense's track record in Stage 2, most of us did predict for Full Sense today.
They just have to bounce back.
Yeah, exactly.
It has to happen.
But for me, it's like we know how high their ceiling is. This is a team very capable of good Valorant. I think that last week against, I think it was Gen G right there last game, and I don't think they showed their best stuff. I kind of feel like they were sitting on some things. Exactly. And so I don't think this team is as bad as the record shows, and I think they always have a bounce back towards the end of the year, so they've been given a second chance. I think that's why we're believing in them. But I will say, I think there's a bit of a pressure imbalance where there is no option for Full Sense to not show up at this point. Otherwise, their year will be done. They won't be going to Champions. The pressure, however, isn't really on QTD. I would say they're having a shot at Tier 1, and they're not the favorites here. So if they can embrace that underdog mentality, then I can definitely see them getting something done here.
Yeah, potentially so. Be interesting to see how the first map goes. We talk about preparation. We talk about the ability for these Challengers teams to reinvent themselves with the extra prep time that they have over a Full Sense who has struggled in the group stage. Up first here, we have the split pick from Full Sense, and we've seen them running that double Senti slower comp. And once again, they will be running that. Now, Relive said before we went into the interview, he was expecting to play against something like this or maybe a slower comp, but he has given Full Sense the defense first, interestingly.
Yes. That was their better half in that Gen G game, and that was 13-11 with no timeouts from Frost there.
Yeah, interesting to see QTD has reinvented their comp quite a bit here. They did not have a good game against Reject in the Challengers Japan Grand Final on this map in particular. The same for the second map, so you see a pretty big change here. The double duelist pairing is the same players, but stylistically it's very different from the Phoenix that they were running previously. They're going to be running with a Raze Sky instead of a Phoenix Fade, so that's going to give them some more like explosivity, I would say, a little bit more punching power, a little bit more kind of bursty of a comp, I would say.
All right, to take us through this map, I wonder what kind of shenanigans Quack and Jordan are going to be up to today.
Hey, you know us, unfortunately, and so you know there's probably going to be a few shenanigans, maybe a few misspoken words potentially on my part. We'll see how many times we can break Quack. It doesn't really take that much, unfortunately, but
come on.
Yeah, it should be a good day.
Give me some credit. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I feel pretty. I feel witty. I feel pretty crazy.
I'm glad you feel pretty and witty. That's good. At least one of us does. Look, I'll tell you what. First game that you get to play on the stage is against Full Sense. That feels like a pretty tough draw here.
Full Sense or no sense, though. I mean, that's, I guess, kind of the main thing because of the group stage and how the recent games have gone. Like, only 1 win, 4 losses in a row. Like, that's a big streak that we haven't seen for quite a while. For Full Sense now, ever since, Frost stepped into the roster, but now, that's kind of the story. But you really do hope, I mean, you see the, slight uptick, the slight upswing, especially in that last game that they had against Gen G.
Yeah, well, we'll see what QTD can do today, if they can maybe surprise us all, or if it will be a resurgent Full Sense that gets underway here in the play-ins as we jump into day number 2. We really do have a lot of questions, I think, still about Full Sense. I thought that their last maybe week or maybe couple of weeks did start to look a little bit better with this double Senti lineup. I know we have, very much been banging on about that throughout this season, but Premier's back on the Deadlock again. I think she had a very good map of the Deadlock in that last series that they played against Gen G. So we'll see if he can replicate that again here today. What QTD can do to potentially unsettle Full Sense. On this stage.
13 the last time, Primi. But also for QTD, I mean, if they're anticipating this, they changed their composition specifically. You ran previously on the Phoenix, now on Raze, and Messiah as well onto the Sky, which you can make some arguments here and there, but information is key for now, and they are looking to set up B split.
Well, that's not the start you want. Jip Boys get that opener onto Margaret, and Sephiroth also chiming in as well. It's a tough day at the office for QTD, but they do manage to run Kahlua down, and that's going to start to provide a bit of an avenue back in towards this A site. Now, it is going to be Cruz that's under a bit of pressure. He knows they're coming, and he's well prepared for that. Just decides to take the kill onto Kipe, not even bothering to try and deal with PKM and all of those shenanigans. So we find ourselves in a 2-on-2. Primi and Jip Boys to try and recover this round against PKM and Messiah.
Spike planted out in the open, possibly for Heaven as well. But Full Sense, doubling up together.
Kinda
this is going to
from
be tough.
Messiah.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
really smart.
It's a very, very deep position. I don't know that you're necessarily going to clear that as full sense. Oh, it looks like they will try to. Jip Boys does end up losing his life to Messiah, and now Primi knows he has to go on the chase. The time is of the essence for him. He's obviously, at this point, already lost the round by virtue of having to chase Messiah down there, but also gets put down. And QTD will draw first blood in this series.
Yeah, it's impressive. I mean, no signs of nerves so far. I mean, having like a bit of resistance, but still having the willingness to push downstairs like that and get that pivot from spawn over onto A site. Having Messiah hiding inside of vents as well. I mean, definitely already pretty different from what they last showed in that game against Reject in the Japanese Grand Final, but I'll continue to keep our eye on things because you still see full sense, you know, shooting. Which is the name of the game right now. Still, I mean, having the utility, but this is quite clear. You're going to get broken apart by PKM. The flash in as well, and he's just going to clear the corners.
Yeah, good clearance coverage there from PKM and Yuran. This is looking pretty good. QTD happily able to get themselves into that B site without too much difficulty. They lose one. Okay. Yuran maybe going hunting a little bit too hard there for that final kill.
Still probably wouldn't be two more though, as long as I believe QTD doesn't lose a second weapon. I think they still be pretty decent for potential bonus. And there they will go.
PKM looking pretty comfortable on the stage so far. Very good start. 6-0 for him. Obviously, job's going to get a little bit more difficult as we get into these gun rounds, but nice to see him hitting some solid entries, feeling comfortable, confident to push his way forward. That's what you need to be doing on that Neon, and I think in particular the pistol round was a really nice recovery from him.
Yeah, sure enough, and he's one of those guys that you want to watch out for as the primary duelist for the team as well. Another one of those players, similar to PTC, who have had extensive, long careers, been waiting for this opportunity. So a little bit emotional as well back in the win, but right now, different hold coming out from Full Sense. GravNet readied up by Primi. Will catch.
That's all good. Plenty of time to recover from that one. Margaret, just given a bit of an opportunity there by Sephiroth, who was kind of thinking about taking that duel. Perhaps should have thought better of it. Now that leaves Killua a little high and dry over towards this A site, hoping to try and hold on. Does manage for the double. That is exactly what you need out of your anchor, and allows the time for Full Sense to come across. The spike's been dropped now. Primi's out in no man's land. Will still win a couple of duels in typical Primi fashion. And Full Sense are going to be on the board here immediately. First gun round, a resounding victory by the looks of things here. QTD obviously trying to get through with the bonus, but you drop around like that one, Full Sense they're going to feel some confidence off the back of that.
Yeah, I don't really blame QTD though. I mean, like the decisions that they're making, Jordan, it's very fluid, very fast. They were tested a little bit. Especially with the GravNet being tossed down towards mailroom, but instantly, like, it's just clicking for them. The calls, it's so quick, like contact plays straight up through, off towards A Heaven into sight. Of course, the one difference will be then Killua, and also how fast, you know, Full Sense are able to react to that as well. Just getting those rotations over with Primi as well to support. So not too bad, and the buy's still flowing through and through, but we'll have a listen into QTD.
홀더 시스템 없어. Maybe Cypher, yo guys, let's go A to A. Yeah. 진짜 홀더 시나요, 그래? Careful, 멘트 to A, but careful mid counter. We should fight.
Eyes in dog, fast. 3, 2, 1.
메일을 먹고 내려와.
네, 스모크 맨. 서브 밑에 있어. 바로 그래, 그래.
멘터, no one here.
I flash ban. 3, 2, 1. 멘트 없어.
I go A main, guys. I go A main. Convent.
Okay. It's pretty cool. It's pretty. 3-2.
Let's go. B7 contact I action and then
They're trying to set up the same thing again. I mean, it's so quick with the 3-2-1 swings, instantly taking bits of space on towards an A crunch, but Killua alongside Sephiroth are here to hold off.
Yeah, and this position from Sephiroth just so unexpected. Easy kill for him. Perfect setup.
Okay,
once again for Full
though.
Sense.
He's managed to take a bit of space in towards B Heaven, trying to call the team back over, but Full Sense are pushing out as well.
1-for-1's not going to be good enough here for QTD. Certainly not when Jit Boys is able to double down there. Messiah's going to just try to salvage the situation somewhat. Jit Boys low, so if he chases him down, he might be able to at least claim another kill, but in the end, going to turn back on his head and see if he can find anything that unfortunately will not go his way. 4v1 was always going to be a tough ask, so 2 apiece here, and Full Sense, I think, really starting to kind of ease their way into this game. They're looking very comfortable, I have to say.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't know about you, Jordan, but I'm really feeling this game right now. It's just super entertaining to watch Full Sense start to go off like this as well. I mean, you can see how quick QTD intend to play this map, how much space they're taking, how quickly they're just going off from position to position, the mid-round calls. But Full Sense, if they're being this proactive, taking space off timings and recognizing what they need to do, it's going to work out quite nicely. Right now, GrabNet and everything as well. It's a bit of an exchange of utility, but there's cover from Primi.
Very good cover from Primi. In fact, it's more than just that, a 3K, and Primi is looking like he is just having way too easy of a time right now. A 4K, and there is really nothing to be said on the behalf of QTD. You're starting to, I think at this point, get a little bit concerned. Full Sense, it feels like the individuals online. Ace for Primi as well. Makes it look so easy, and that's not the first time, right, that we've seen a couple of multi-frags. I mean, there's that Killua round as well, where we got a 2K over towards A-Heaven. Jit Boys had a 2K. You know, you're kind of starting to see these moments where it feels like Full Sense are getting more than just the standard one, and they're doing it pretty consistently, and they're doing it pretty easily. So QTD need to be finding a way to match that firepower, otherwise this is going to be a map that is going to fall by the wayside pretty quick.
They definitely need to, I feel like, slow things down a bit. I mean, they're going fast, which I do kind of like, and watching how Full Sense used to play, it was a bit more slow, methodical, especially in that game against RRQ. And I guess it kind of hampered them a little bit as well. QTD switching up the pace, you know, I thought that was a bit more of a test to Full Sense, but Full Sense are passing that test with flying colors right now. They're taking forward space, they are rotating very quickly, they know to, you know, anti-flash a little bit, dodge positions, and like you got Primi just to support and obviously still shooting as well. You've got all the alts, and there's so much map control with the number of trips that they've set up all throughout, like Garage and A main. It's difficult for QTD to just try and bulldoze their way into positions, even though they are playing that double duelist. So I would like to see them, you know, maybe spend the boom bot a little bit, try to break down some of the trips, work around map presence a bit more before they actually go in for the full commit. Because otherwise, Full Sense, unless, you know, somehow one person's isolated and like they leak the side open, maybe QTD gets the plant from that point, but we haven't seen that yet.
Yep. Listening. Got ulti starting to come online as well for Full Sense, so job gets a little tougher here for QTD.
Yeah. Possible showstopper for Jit Boys, especially. Keeping their eyes on that. Look at this as well. I mean, like, they're just relegating the B site, leaving it a bit more open. They've got trips, they've got sonic sensors, and a lot of vision out from B Heaven as well. So trying to clear it out, but not seeing too much yet from QTD. Just a bit of garage presence, and Full Sense does not seem to, it doesn't bother them. It's just the same. Okay, Primi, maybe Annihilation. Jit Boys in position as well, able to get out with Satchel. There he goes.
Oh, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. He really needs to be traded down a little bit cleaner there. The fact that he gets a 2-for-1 just makes life so difficult for QTD, and it's going to get worse as we start to see the investment coming through from Full Sense. Primi and Sephiroth just both deciding to invest the ulti there to more or less ensure this round goes smoothly. Messiah and Margaret are both isolated as well.
Yeah, this round's kind of more like, I don't know, what's something rough? Left. Sandpaper, shark skin.
There.
Gonna be difficult for QTD either way. Even though they do have Margaret on alert sometimes, it just like hasn't really had the time to be able to find impact off of it.
They're going to get a plan.
10 seconons left.
I don't know how much that's necessarily going to help them. Margaret pretty dead to rights there, going through that smoke. Messiah can't conjure anything either.
Dude. Wow. I thought Cruz was a little bit physically disabled today. It's just his foot. He's playing pretty darn well. I mean, it's not just the kills, you know, of course, with the Primi and Jit Boys as well, but look at that star, the smoke. Like, there was a grab wall outside of it just to block off Margaret's pathing, and Margaret obviously wasn't going to try to push back off towards the top of heaven. You just spotted like an entire firing squad there. So, non-stop for Full Sense, and we need to see QTD provide some resistance now, but the setups from Full Sense have been proving to be quite streperous. You got 4 rifles, light shields. We'll see what PKM can try to conjure up.
Oh, I've also got an op out in the hands of Jipboy, so that changes things up as well. Kalua, he can't quite double down this time, but Primi is there to exchange that frag, and once again, 1 by 1, QT Dig, they tried to challenge Primi and they just continue to fall. Eventually, Margaret will bring one down, but numbers deficit again here for QT Dig. They are not finding favorable duels.
It just shows the experience of the Full Sense guys as well. Similar career lengths at some points as well. Not impossible for QT Dig though just yet. I mean, they can get the spike down. Obviously going to take a bit of time before the smoke comes back up for Kippe. Chooses to block off screens instead, so maybe trying to anchor down from the site while Margaret plays a separate angle off towards ramp. Gonna have to take the fights though, and this showstopper, yeah, scares me a bit.
Oh, bit of a commitment there from Jipboys. See if it actually pays off. He spots a target. Somehow it doesn't connect. Hold on for a minute here. Margaret maybe starting to come online. Doesn't quite manage to calibrate onto Sephiroth. So we're down to just Kippe, who is quite low on HP. Cruz has got the op in hand though. Doesn't matter when... Well, did he have the op in hand? Am I just going crazy? Don't know. Either way. He swapped it?
Yeah,
I was thinking I've been gaslit. 5-2. That's what matters at the end of the day.
Exactly. Still though, I mean, sometimes I swear this game, maybe it's the UI a little bit as well, you never know.
Is it delayed that it didn't show that he'd picked up a gun?
Could be. But I mean, it's like the showstopper, like that looked like bang on. Come on.
Where did that go? I wonder if we'll see it on the replay. No, we
must have blown past Kippe a little bit, but nonetheless, decent shots from Margaret still. But yeah, the round is the round, and that's, again, like, they're trying to go a little bit faster. The From the Shadows, like, a neat little attempt at a distraction, but that doesn't phase players like Killua or Primi. These guys are just so good right now. And they're playing a little bit further back, trying to get some spams in. QT Dig just same rinse and repeat strategy all the way through. Yuran with his own showstopper, and that's already being read by Full Sense.
Yeah, they're just happy to give this side, actually. So it is a wasted ulti in a sense. It's going to be invested as well. QT Dig really looking to try and put this round together. It's about the best looking round they've had, at least in the gun rounds. Spike down, pit up, side control, 5-on-5. This is one that is very winnable for QT Dig.
Seekers could help against the pit.
Good investment from Kalua. Let's see if it ends up paying off. You get the paint shells through as well, but Yuran happy to just wait and chill. A flash in his face. Now a boombot to try to push those players back out as well. Jipboy's even claiming a kill with it. Messiah's found the double. It might not be enough though, as Full Sense are still finding what they need on the way in. Good damage onto Killua, but now it's all PKM and he can't get it done. At least in terms of the kills, but hey, he wins the round. No time for Full Sense, so QT Dig get themselves a third.
Yeah, about enough time, and that's great delay by Margaret. Had the snake bite just in the nick of time as soon as the Seekers were ripped. So no entry allowed for Full Sense. A little brief moment for QT Dig to think up the next rounds. I mean, both teams played admirably well here. Just having the Cosmic Divide, the flashes, the boom bot that actually takes Margaret out of commission as well. It certainly has been explosive and fun, but you still want to see QT Dig square up with some more rounds. They're trying a different avenue of approach this time. B split.
Oh, Yuran just gets run over by Cruz. Still the attempt into this B side. It's gone well. Primi's missed a couple of shots, and PKM is missing nothing. QT Dig starting to come back into their own.
Well, Full Sense tries to put together their own 3v4 retake.
Oh. I don't want to be losing a pick to this op. Nobody making that mistake right now for QT Dig. Messiah, that's a nice shot onto Jipboys.
He was the only one with Util too.
Does bring Margaret's position into question as he was spotted out as well. But when you're finding these kills as easily as you are, QTD are going to have no problem getting through that round. 5-4 the lead still for Full Sense, but QTD are on the comeback.
Wow, these guys are just, unlike some of the other Challengers teams that we've witnessed, on-shine a little bit. Sharper, that's a different thing as well. We forget Sunset, but these guys are just playing carefree. They're just running and sprinting into sites, but the one difference this time around was Margaret marching his way up into middle, which brought enough of the attention away, so there was no one from B Heaven trying to hold down the site, which permitted QTD entry. Now they're changing things up once again, 2 players up middle. Of course, one of them being Margaret again. Full Sense have the right stack on the right site.
Maybe just run it back here for QTD. They can break their way into the B site, seeing as it was so successful last time around. Again, it is Cruz and Primmy's that going to have to try and defend this site. Primmy dropping down to back Cruz up, but losing the life to Kipe. It's Messiah again as well into that kill feed. Unfortunately, not enough done this time by QTD. XIP boys will finish it off. Duran, not long for this world. 6-4. QTD not able to break it open this time.
Definitely not. Full Sense just add that extra layer now. Aware of Margaret's attempts, but they have 4, if not 3 players on towards the B site. And everything just, it looks like it's going according to Frost's plan. You know, you can see the vision, right? Like, you see the fast lane coming out, you know PKM's just trying to get entry, create space for his team on the B site. He tosses, Permy tosses the grab net in, and instantly tries to play around that position, the position of the pillar instead. So, being able to play 4 kills around those covers certainly changes things up. Full Sense tries to stay ahead of the game by stacking up on the A site this time. And we'll see if QTD does any form of commitment. Sephiroth playing a bit more passive to allow himself to escape if needed.
Oh, that's a sharp shot from Margaret, but not able to double down. So 1 for 1. Messiah's looking to clear out middle. Doing a pretty good job of it. Nice and quickly through the map right here. QTD, Uran and Messiah starting to put a little bit of pressure actually onto that B site. They were down by Garage a little earlier on. Oh, awkward spray from Messiah. Can't quite land that final shot that he needed.
And the heal's coming through. So numbers advantage once more for Full Sense. They're a little bit worried about Heaven or Stairs.
Plan still going down. But in that meanwhile, losing players. Killua trading out Primmy. And Kipe's position well noted. So Full Sense will claim themselves another. And yeah, there's been a couple of moments here for QTD where they've looked pretty good. But by and large, it does feel like this one is pretty comfortable at the moment for Full Sense.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, this is what I meant, because they do get tested at times. And you do see, little moments with kills, Margaret trying to lurk somewhere else on the map. But judging by how Full Sense had their players positioned, like round to round, Sephiroth was very far back. So you could already tell Full Sense weren't afraid if the hit did eventually come towards the B side. If it was A, then they had so many players to support. If it was B, Sephiroth is playing for his life. He just gets out of sight and backs up, regroups with the rest of the team, does at least find 1 in the process, which just helps with numbers advantage. And in every single one of these rounds, Full Sense will work off with some form of numbers advantage. So QTD needing to do, or at least, again, creating a bit more pressure now. BKM,
looking for it, but very awkward. Runs into a whole lot of nothing, unfortunately. And so in the end, QTD going to have to go for plan B, which is actually the B site. A little bit of a creep out, little contact play here. It's not a bad shout at all. It's got them some space. Kipe's in a good position as well.
Spike planted.
Margaret set up below as well. So QTD with a pretty decent post plan here. Snakebite's going to go forward. That's going to try and disrupt this retake attempt from Full Sense. And a smoke down now as well.
Chip Boys will vault if he gets 1 kill.
Cosmic Divide though for Full Sense. Cutting the site in half, and Kipe with a bit of work to do here, just going to be swung by multiple. Messiah, again, continuing to have a bit of an impact, even if it is only with that stinger. QTD are making Full Sense really work for this round. Messiah's found himself another. I don't know how he keeps managing to do it. Eventually does get brought down, but time is becoming a real factor. Primi! You thought he was out of bullets, he might not get it done anyway. Oh, he's got to reload. There's no time for the defuse here. It's a messy round, a very messy round. But QTD bring Full Sense back down to their level, and they managed to grab that final round of the half. So 7-5. It's not terrible.
A little bit whimsical.
Yeah.
Could have been an 8-4. But in this one, do I want to say it? Yeah, it honestly does look a little bit like Cruz's own Cosmic Divide worked against the team because of Messiah's position right underneath Heaven. Just jiggling back and forth. No one could get a clear shot, and even around the spike, like Primi had to try to clear the corner with a shorty, but his opponents did well to evade. So it's back and forth. It's really fast. QTD do pretty darn well to just try to, toss some distractions at Full Sense, buy their attention, bait their attention away, and then go in with hits onto sites. And in that round, it worked because it was all over the place. Initially, it felt like A with PKM, and then it hit onto B, and no one was close by enough for a fast flood. So not too bad from both sides, but now that we're then swapping over onto Full Sense with their double Sentinel on the attack, like this really comes down to, again, like Jit Boys, Killua, they need to be able to get the sites open for the team and then come in and set up post-plan.
Yeah, halftime break. I don't know that either team is necessarily super stoked about that first half. I think Full Sense will feel like they probably could have got a little more out of it. QTD maybe feel as though it took a little too long for them to really come online after grabbing that pistol. So improvements can be made, but certainly a stable position for both going into this second half. I think you can very much play from a 7-5 scoreline, whichever side you're on for.
Yeah. I just like that QTD are fired up. You see these rounds, they're not shaken by the little 5-round win streak that Full Sense had. And here they go, a bit of information with the Boombot. Full Sense undeterred though, will continue to press forward with the full team. Whoa.
Yeah, Jit Boy's out nice and quickly. Paranoia is going to connect onto him. The round's going to be good for 2 on the initial hold, and that will send Full Sense packing. Not interested in trying to continue the hit into the B side.
Can't any longer. Duelist gone as well. At least a weapon retrieved. So all the ghosts. What's QTD going to consider, though? They're not moving. Still a little bit more passive, trying to work with the numbers that they do have. As long as PKM doesn't fall too early, still could be a decent shout of a round. And he's playing towards vents. All right, so this is just going to be a 4v3 retake.
Right there.
That said, Full Sense have been given a lot of space over towards A.
Yeah.
Got Primi and Killua alive. They've both been fragging pretty well on this map.
That's what you would want to think about, Jordan. You have the space, you get the spike in. Primi sets up with, barrier mash, GrevNet position.
I think it's interesting what they've done here. They're almost kind of baiting
it, yeah.
That they haven't made this push by putting the barrier mesh in that position. And now Cruz able to strike onto Margaret. So
that's neat.
Full Sense bring it back to a 3-on-3. Job's going to get a little bit more difficult here for QTD on the retake. Flash out there from Messiah to try to get them into the side, but they really haven't got a whole lot of space at all. Primi up close and personal. Again, looking for this duel against Yoran. Killua and Cruz have connected, and so too Primi. Everybody getting a piece of the pie there. Headshots all across the board for Full Sense. They will take the second half pistol.
And that's 1-1 pistols to each team. What a lovely little idea. I mean, you've seen teams like Varel pull off walls like these before. It doesn't seem like it really affected QTD too much. Ultimately, it was just this position where Primi and Gang played forward off towards the back of spawn. Landing their shots as well definitely helps out. And there was always a situation where, maybe Killua goes down, but then Primi and the rest of them would have been able to route back towards the top of A Heaven. Anyway.
Yeah, Margaret just going to have to back it up. Full Sense put a little bit of early pressure on B, but they're not committing to it.
Just a bit of information. Oh!
Well, there's your lurk down. So Full Sense now have a question to answer as to, so try to move themselves back off to A or continue to fight. over here towards B. That fight is coming to them, whether they want it or not. Primi, in the meanwhile, has scaled. He's got the spike in hand, or Kalua's got the spike next to him, I should say. Either way, they're committed to the B site now, that's for sure. That will be a good choice in the end, as they do manage to dislodge most of QT Dig, and it is just PKM now on that rotate through.
It is PKM though. Decently sharp. Needs to isolate duels. Sheriff to do it as well.
And nothing's impossible with the Sheriff in hand, but 1v3 against Full Sense right now feels a bit of a tough ask. There's the first. See if this starts to get any more interesting. He's found himself a rifle as well, trying to draw out the peaks, but gets his timing wrong, and Cruz will put him down 9-5. Full Sense to convert.
Yeah. Minimal, well, not minimal. Handful of casualties. So bonus still going to be affected, but not too bad from both sides just to be able to play around it. Thinking about the next rounds though, I mean, still seeing Full Sense. It's like worrisome or tough, Jordan, because like you're wondering how QT Dig's going to play. You see them having the tendencies to push out and take forward control sometimes, and that's going to be a bit tricky to work around, which is why Jit Boys will look to shut down early boom bots and things like that. Holding Garage for now. Previously was Sephiroth the solo lurk.
Flash out. Messiah's going to be tested here. Good for the first, not quite the second, but 1 for 1 could be worse. He's done a bit of extra damage over there onto Primi as well. I think that might get healed up by Kalua at some point in this round. Has been looks of things.
Much more defensive positions being held. So this is a bit of macro work by Cruz, as I was alluding to. I mean, Sephiroth, previously the solo lurk on A side. Perhaps QT Dig wouldn't expect that. Suddenly it's a 4-stack, but with the more defensive positions, they've managed to hold certain spots with off angles, and now just trying to work off of information or delay.
Over here.
Full Sense, though, just barreling forward still, bit by bit, into B site.
Yeah, this is what you're going to see from Full Sense. Pretty slow play. That's a nice shot, though, from Uran. Full Sense now maybe in a bit of trouble with the time available to them. They're going to still try and make their way into this B site. Imperative that Killua hits that opener. They still got to find themselves another one. Kippe at the back of site. Easy kill, you'd think it won't be. Primi has to get the trade, now has to scramble for that spike. Meanwhile, Sephiroth covering off at the flank. Just Margaret left alive. They're going to try and bait him into the fight initially. The plant going down here from Primi. Not quite denied, but Margaret gets 2. And you have to question, why have they decided to plant open?
I think they had no choice. Worried about the time, the snake bite. What a toss by Margaret. That was truly one of those rounds down to a hair, and it just comes off really neatly. He landed the flick first and then got the next one with a little bit of a snakebite DK too. So not too bad on the whole from QT Dig. They work off delay, they bait back position bit by bit. I mean, I thought this round was done once Sephiroth had that kill, but look at that. The snakebite. You would thought maybe Primi, if he got like right underneath rafters, maybe he gets a safer plant, but you can also kind of understand why he doesn't go for that, because the timer was down like 7, maybe 5 seconds. It takes about 4 to plant.
Round really falls apart when Kippe actually gets that kill at the backside, but anyway, that's by the by. We've got Full Sense to listen into, so let's hear how they're going.
It is.
หน้าบอมเลยไปทำไปบีทันบอลตีได้เลยคิวมันอยู่เฮเว่นเยอะเดี๋ยวเข้าไปวางให้หน่อยเดี๋ยวกูรอรอมันฝันนะคุมไม่หน่อยรอมันฝันไปฝันเพื่อนบางเปิดเฮเว่นด้วยตันไปสกายออกมาแล้วปะเอ้ยเหี้ยช่วยตัด ตกใจเลยว่าแล้วดิแล้วกูแบก
Oh man, nice try. But that's QT Dig. Like, they're just unafraid, still doing the same things and just trying to go in fast. But Full Sense were a little bit quicker this time, had the full B commit. And with information that Full Sense gained, you know, they tried to work off the annihilation, but on the top of rafters, unable to find the shot. Primi just still able, well, with assistance from Jit Boys, able to get it down at the end. So It's these little round-to-round things. They might have started off this second half 7-5, but Full Sense definitely have built up a lead now. And if this doesn't get stemmed soon, it's going to be tough for QT Dig to stage a comeback.
100%. This is the round to do it in. PKM up in hand. That's the change up from QT Dig. Rifles across the board. They've got enough to work with. Giving up a little bit of mid-space, and Margaret just deleted. Fearless entry from Primi. Now puts PKM under pressure. He knows that he's being pushed from multiple directions, and a showstopper also invested here from Jip Boys is going to send him all the way back. No connection, but it does buy the space for Full Sense that they need to get the plant down.
Loving it. Sonic sensors now placed as well. Sephiroth lurking, finds value.
I know. Yeah, no success there from Messiah. Job gets even tougher here for QT Dig as they try to filter their way into the site, but it feels a little discombobulated. You know, they're going one by one. Full Sense making pretty easy work happen here on Split.
And they're on the hunt as well. Primi skulking right behind.
Last player standing. Flawless.
And he finds them both. Oh boy. Discombobulated is right, Jordan. Oh my goodness. Shell-shocked. Everything as well. I mean, just not entirely sure how to get themselves back in. But this is what happens, you know, Full Sense round to round. Suddenly you're seeing them just, I don't want to just say aggression, but it's like so much conditioning with how they're going from different positions, and then suddenly it's kill off, pop flash, Primi swing out towards middle. Margaret just has no idea how to contend with that. And Euron was like praying for a showstopper in that little retake moment. Does come up with it for this round, but the economy's definitely broken now. And kills being collected upon by Jit Boys. This map could be done.
Oh, Messiah can't get anything done either up close and personal there on A, and I think you're right, Quack. I think at this point, Full Sense are just looking way too comfortable, way too clean. QT Dig have not done enough to account for themselves here on Split. Margaret, last man standing. 1v5 with the Sheriff is just not happening today. They might give him a bit of a chance at an extra kill in here or there, and okay, does come across for one, but again, how much can you really draw from that? Probably not a whole lot for QT Dig.
Maybe. You know, 1 kill and a death, 2 ult points. He just got, like, just nice. Had his Viper's Pit for this next round. So we'll see if they can maybe try and set their best to, like, build something up with all the ults that they have. QT Dig, they have a showstopper as well to Yuran. It's definitely going to be tough, though. I mean, it's going to take a Herculean effort. I learned a new word. 6 more rounds just to push things into OT.
You have 4, almost 5 ultis online here for QT Dig. You've got the buy that you want as well. If it's going to happen anywhere, it should be here, but maybe not if you're going to lose Kipe like that. Yoran has to invest the showstopper to trade that down. It's probably not an even trade as far as QT Dig are concerned, even though it's a 1-for-1. Sephiroth might have been spotted there. PKM ready. Just goes out a little ahead of the rest of the team, and this could still get a little bit awkward. Full Sense pushing their way in Margaret's direction. He's going to be pushed away by that barrier mesh. Has at least been able to cross to defend towards the site. Full Sense, though, thinking about a call to go back towards B.
Will they check Euron?
I don't know if they will. Lua certainly won't. Euron gets 2. And QT Dig actually looking good to maybe hold on for at least another round. 12-7. Keeping it alive for the moment.
Yeah, and still holding on to that Viper's Pit as well. That is lovely work by PKM on that op, as well as Yuran. Instant reaction against Shitboy, spots out no info, comms to the team that there could be a B hit coming, and then he just continues to push in towards market and bottom mid, like what? Former Zeta Division player comes back in here. I mean, he certainly has a statement to make. Still needs 5 more rounds though with the rest of the team, and this op could start to be a bit of a problem. We'll spar on it.
An exchange of boombots.
Hello.
Neither finding anything.
Now the one-way smoke though, that's the main thing, so that's some extra info for QT Dig. A bit more of a responsibility for Sephiroth once again. He does dodge a Trailblazer for now though, but Full Sense now, scaling up middle, tries to crack things open. Force QT Dig to think
Could be another good pivot over to the B side here. Just the 2 players to defend there, and it's going to take a very long time for these QTD players to rotate across. Primi, oh, did he actually catch him? He did. I didn't think that was going to connect, but apparently it has.
You are divided.
Now Cosmic Divide goes down, and that is a very tough side to retake here for QTD, particularly with that position from Primi. It's just so cheeky sitting around the corner of that wall, plant down.
He sets up the trap outside the Cosmic Divide too.
Oh, Jip Boys for another one onto Messiah. It's PKM down as well. Slowly but surely, this is falling apart for QTD. Primi wants to finish it off right here and now. Sephiroth also thinking about it, tries to take the fight against Margaret. It won't quite work out for him, but Margaret was not long for this world, and nor were QTD. On the first map of this series, Full Sense finding themselves feeling pretty comfortable.
Couldn't agree more. Oh man, 13-7. And there was not much that QTD could do in this second half. I mean, of all of the halves where Full Sense really started to come alive, it was on the attack, and you really start to see more of their ideas shine through. Like, this is what they were kind of keeping in their pockets all throughout the group stage. Like Cosmic Divide trip on the outside, everyone playing a little bit more fluidly with the whole team. Pop flash from Kilowatt Primi to peak. This is incredible. Primi, of course, topping the charts once again.
Yeah, feeling good as far as Full Sense are concerned. At this point, though, we'll have to kind of consider what they have to say, because we've got an interview down on the stage.
Hello, Frost. Congratulations on Split.
Hello, Jen-Lee.
Okay.
Thank you for congratulating me on Split.
Okay, Deadlock Cypher, you decided to keep that, right? Percentage-wise, how much of double Sentinels and how much of double Duelist are you planning to implement in play-ins?
Even single Duelist, actually. It depends on who we're playing against and what they're weak at, what they're good at, and we're just going to try to do our best to win.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
That is one of the questions we have been having about Full Sense in terms of the roles. Primi looks like he's staying on the Deadlock, and you can see why he is. You know, they've been working on it many matches in a row to get this right, and things are finally coming together for this team.
Yeah, I don't really know if the agent had much to do with it, to be honest. I think, honestly, Primi is just pretty good at this game, it turns out, and that was a bit of a harsh reality check for QTD at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely struggled with it. I mean, I think in the first half, they felt like they couldn't really end on B. They didn't have a good answer there. And in the second half, they're just welcoming them into the site. They're giving so much space. They're playing for retake, which is the wrong answer. And Full Sense are going to take that every day of the week. You combine that sort of macro win with the individual brilliance of this Thai team, and it's an open and shut book here.
I do have to say, Real Life said that their playstyle is most similar to Paper Rex. And when we see this on Split, I would say there's nothing further from that truth.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think this happens to a lot of teams that come up from the Challengers League. This is similar to what we saw from Onside, but a bit more of an in an obvious fashion, I would say. QTD have been self-described as an aggressive team. I think a lot of people have praised them for how strong they are in scrims. That doesn't always translate when you step on the stage, and I think there was a little bit of nerves that comes in the tentativeness in terms of how much you're going to take fights, how much you're going to fight for space. And I think when those specific things lead to a different outcome in terms of the macro, that's where it becomes a problem, because you have to fight Cypher Deadlock. You cannot let them set up.
I think that's exactly it, where everybody knows the answer of how you play against Cypher Deadlock, right? It's not revolutionary for me to say playing retake against that is bad. The players will know that, the coaching staff will know that, but when you're nervous on stage, you don't take the same aggressive risks that you're used to, that you can in scrims when the pressure is off. It felt like that now they're in this more intense environment under the bright lights of Pacific. They slowed down, they were nervous, and they couldn't make anything happen. I mean, you look at that compared to the fantastic performance of Primi as well, 31 kills
When you're not grab netted, you can do so much.
I mean, I think they just couldn't get themselves into this game at all. They got 7 rounds, but even then, I think they were kind of lucky with some of them. So I want to see a bounce back. I don't feel like they even were really on this server, and we know they can do so much better than this.
It's just a tale as old as time. It predates Valorant, it predates any esport game or anything like that. At the end of the day, you grind your way through a lower tier league and then you play one of the best people in the world at whatever that discipline is, and you sometimes get a reality check. If you cannot punish that player and you let them style on you, you're going to lose the game.
Definitely, and I do like that Full Sense is coming back into full swing. So there's no sense, as Margaret was saying
full
there.
Send.
Full send.
There we go.
Especially with Primi here. He was absolutely Optimus Primey today.
Yeah, I mean, he was just fantastic. This is peak form from Primi. This is what we sort of come to expect. And it's so casual that we can expect 30 out of him, but he is so good for it. I feel like there's no one better in this world at putting up multi-kills like this man.
100%. He was just, you see it, these A fights, he's just taking aim duels with people. He's quite happy to sometimes play off his utility, but you see positionally, it's just gunplay. This is all positioning and gunplay, and this is all Primi just taking fights with people who are not able to punish him and not able to win that kind of raw aim duel test. It's a firepower test that if you can't pass, then he's going to style on you.
With a player like Primi, you have to show that you can fight him toe-to-toe. If not, he will just swing you. I mean, we have to talk a little bit about PKM. I think he started this game incredibly strong, and I felt like he had everything he needed to sort of take over here. I was very optimistic about him, but you see how the whole team slows down as this game drags out. So hopefully he can sort of replicate the beginning portion of this game as we move throughout this
and quite honestly, he just needed a little bit of help. PKM as the Neon versus Cypher Deadlock, this guy has the hardest job out of everyone, and he had the best performance, to be honest. I think he did his job. I think he delivered what was needed to be able to win QTD this game, but I think nobody else was really able to step up to Full Sense's level, unfortunately, on QTD, so that's something they're going to have to rectify in between maps.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate timing, actually, for QTD to come into Pacific during planes when Full Sense is finally, like, ramping up.
This is what I'm saying. It's not even just Full Sense. It's like when you get some of these upsets in the group stage, when you get Gen G going on a run, Varel on a run, you're going to get some pretty bloody good teams in the play-ins. It's going to be scary for a Challengers team because you're thinking, oh, I'm just playing against the dregs of Pacific, right? No, previous grand finalists, first matchup. Good luck.
Exactly. I mean, to the credit of the players, though, they have said that Pacific is the best region in their opinion, so it is going to be challenging even in play-ins. And with Haven up next, do you think this will lend better into QTD's style of how they're holding back a lot?
I think potentially yes. I think this was a map they lost over in the Challengers Japan final.
They won in the semis, and then they lost in the grand final, and it was another pretty one-sided loss to Rejects. So we'll see.
I want to see them put some work in there, but if you're picking it, that's probably a good sign. The only thing that scares me a little bit is we've seen this twice from Full Sense. Both times they were running variations on this Cypher Deadlock, and QTD gave me no reason to believe they know how to counter it from that first game, which does worry me. So it's all about, for me, are Full Sense going to change this as a style that they stick with, that they carry on with? And if so, can QTD have a better answer here?
Yeah, you can see outside of the finals, they picked it a lot. They've been winning a lot over in Challengers Japan. So at least this is a map that they have a fair amount of reps on. We'll see if they're going to run with that same style. This is one of the maps I want to point out, by the way. Margaret, he was just okay in that last map playing that Viper. He's a player on QTD that does something he never did in Nongshim. He plays Chamber, and he kind of frags when he's feeling himself on the Chamber, and this is one of the maps on Haven here where he has been playing the Chamber, at least over in Challengers Japan. So I want to see if they keep the comps the same, and if so, I want Margaret to step up a little bit because he's definitely one of QTD's better players, at least regionally.
Definitely. And I want you guys to put on your little coach's hat and theory for a little bit here. Given what Frost was saying with Jen earlier on the stage, changing comps depending on who they're playing, especially as double duelist, solo duelist, double senti. What do you think he would pull out for a Haven against QTD?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what they have prepared, but even if I'm in the back room now, knowing Frost he's not against this, I would probably just go, guys, let's run our Cypher Deadlock stuff. They couldn't deal with it there, so I think it doesn't matter what they have prepared. They've shown a propensity to play Cypher and Deadlock, and after watching map 1, I'd double down with it for sure.
I think it's much less about comps and, Valorant theory as it is about, being able to coach the players to be able to find that winning mentality, the confidence to actually be able to perform on the stage the same way that they did in the domestic scene. That's one of the toughest jobs for any of the coaches or the leadership kind of figures in any of these challengers teams, especially when you run into Primi with a map like that. You're going to be feeling very demoralized as those players, so I think that they are going to have to step up and find a way to be able to deal with Full Sense in the server, because I feel like Full Sense can play anything. I don't think they need to do anything special to beat QTD, honestly, unless QTD finds a better level of form, honestly, in this matchup.
That's a really fair point, and especially when you simply don't have the same kind of firepower. When it gets as simple as that, when you have a team like Full Sense. I mean, Real Life once upon a time had something, and that would have been the answer to play a team like Full Sense. But let's see what Real Life has to say going into map 2.
Here at QTD's Real Life, Coach, how many times did Primi's name come up in the ready room after split?
We talked about the main problem is we giving up the space, so yeah.
All right, so what should we expect for Haven?
I think we can manage to win because we have pretty good in the practice, so.
Oh, okay. So stopping Primi is no problem?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, I love the confidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's so chill. He's like, he's no problem. Nobody in Pacific says Primi is no problem.
I mean, that's crazy. He just dropped 30 on. What do you mean it's no problem?
At least he identified the issue of space, but like, dude, you cannot underestimate Primi.
Let's see it in the server for QTD. This is the same comp that they were playing over in Challengers Japan on Haven. This is a map they picked a lot. As I mentioned before, Margaret is on the chamber, especially on the defense here. I want to see him have some impact. PKM back-to-back games on the Neon should be good for him. He seemed comfortable on that, but you need to see some more numbers here from Uran. He was not great on the Raze last map. Now he's playing the Phoenix. Even though it's got a little bit of a nerf, this is still a very strong agent.
I'd love to see that step up for Full Sense. They've changed. They're playing the foot comp from EMEA. This Waylay can be so powerful on this map, and over in EMEA they have a fantastic record on it, consistently able to beat these Phoenix teams as well as Phoenix Chamber teams. So I think this is a really nice swap for Full Sense, and I think it gives them a good stylistic edge here.
The foot comp, huh?
Yep.
It's officially the foot comp.
It is.
Let's see if they can put their best foot forward here.
All right, we're going to send it back to our casters, Jordan and Quack.
Yeah, let's see if anything changes up coming into this second map. I mean, I want to see a little bit more from QTD. I think Full Sense, they gave us what we wanted to, or what they wanted to, what we wanted from them. But QTD, you're going to need to find another level, and, well, it's kind of your last chance to do that, at least in the upper bracket in this map. So let's hope they can put it together.
Yeah. I mean, lower bracket is always going to be kind of scary, thinking about all the other teams that could be in there. I've already seen a few. Oh man, Morgan's just so excited though. Oh, this is the foot comp, I suppose. Yeah. I wonder if Frost agrees with that. I mean, you know, he kind of heard it from the guy. He's like keeping everything close to his chest now. He's learned a lot from recent incidents, but also just he's the way that he works with his team and comes up with these comps is really just, you know, around the opponents. So considering that nothing changed from QT Dig has me a bit worried, but we'll see how the players perform as well. Dodging recon for now, but Full Sense have no intention of pushing back down A. Bit of a prowler flying past. It just maybe comes down to when the smokes drop, if they actually go back to the angle against Margaret. Otherwise, it's going to be up to Kipe, maybe Yuran inside of Garage.
Kipe just jump spotting on the line right now. Hasn't seen anything, but that is an attacker smoke, so you're going to start to wonder, are they walking their way up C long here?
Not yet. Yuran, though, could flash out.
Cruz is very advanced right now, and caught with util in hand. Not ideal timing there at all for Full Sense. Messiah on this corner. Oh, needs to be careful. It's Primi that actually does fall in the end. Messiah just trying to duck for cover. Can't do more than just the one. PKM, however, is holding strong. He's found his second. Margaret in behind. He's found the double with the headhunter. No headshots. But that's fine.
Still damage.
Still a pistol round for QT Dig.
And this is, yeah, like, I don't know about that call from Full Sense. You didn't see much towards C site or A. You know, you saw the smoke, so you're kind of just funneled into the what you thought could have been an open B site, but suddenly you get surprised. It just feels like you're playing into your opponent's game. Yeah, too easy, clearly. But that's also the other thing, is that Full Sense have had pretty good performances, or at least in their past track record on this map before, so you hope to see a bit more, but clearly with the economy flowing now for QT, I mean, Margaret's taking more confident peaks. You got PKM as well in position.
I mean, you're also going to start to, maybe see Margaret come into his own a little bit more on this map in a role on that chamber where he can activate early on in the rounds. You're already seeing it. Confidence there for QTD maybe starting to build, which will be a good sign.
Margaret's just not going to take the loss lying down. He's lost a Full Sense several times already. And he was always that sharp Sentinel player back then on SPG, maybe a bit of Nongshim as well. So certainly wanting to put his name up in lights again, but now just walking out into the open.
Oh, Messiah's found a double. So it's a nice cleanup from him with the stinger. QTD up to 2-0. Happy days. Exactly what you want to be seeing. Full Sense now getting the chance, though. The guns in hand. And remember how quickly it kind of felt like it did start to turn around when they did get the guns over on that first map.
Yeah, the little 5-round win streak. I don't know, though. I'm still just not seeing too much yet, Jordan. I am, to be honest, it's very early on, but I'm still a little bit disappointed. I'd be a pretty good disappointed dad.
Yeah, early days here for map 2 though, so don't draw too many conclusions just yet. Let's see how things look here for QTD. And then Full Sense is going to start to make some inroads.
Slowing things down again. This time Uran's pushing down C Long. Finally, okay, drone to clear on Margaret. This gets out of dodge. But then that means a lot more space on the A site. You spot the Prowler out towards middle, and that should give you a pretty good idea, but Full Sense still feeling quite tentative about a lot of these different positions around the map. So holding very far back. We're down to 1 minute now.
Oh, Primi deleted early on in the piece. Margaret's going to go wandering, and it would seem he should be getting himself a freebie here. Killua was making a lot of noise. Sephiroth does shut your arm down, though.
Okay, so not all doom and gloom yet. Advanced positioning for Jip Boys as well, but he's watching the trademark. There's a chance maybe Cruz comes back in if he's close enough, clears out mid-window, maybe short too. He can smoke the trademark.
30 seconds left.
Walk into sight, and then clear it out from that point forward. No, they're thinking a different approach instead, just to clear out short. Push in, clear and steady.
Watch out.
Oh, the time though.
I'm going to make the right choice, get in and get that plant.
Left.
Not a whole lot of util to try and slow QTD down on this retake at all. There's a cam for Sephiroth. That might help them get some information, but you're really relying on the shots, and Margaret deleted there by Cruz is a good start to it. Kipe up in heaven. Doesn't quite catch Ship Boys on that reload. PKM. Whoa, how has that not gone his way? Cruz with a sharp flick, and all of a sudden this round starting to turn back on its head. Messiah, he doesn't really have the weaponry to work with here for a 1v3, and even had he hit a headshot there with the Sheriff, he was a dead man walking. 2-1. Full Sense recovered the round.
Okay, Cruz. Let's watch that again, because he landed kind of a, what was that, like 90-degree flick off to the side. He wasn't watching short. He was actually watching the back of, well, CT instead. But suddenly gets it anyway. Bit of a whiff. Unfortunate for him. Or uncharacteristic for PA. Didn't expect it either. We got the Spider-Man genes now.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Well, it was only a bonus round there for QTD, so maybe not the end of the world to drop that one. This will be a little bit more important. Let's hear how they look to put it together.
Yeah, you can jiggle, you can jiggle. There you go. Aeron smoke. Spawn.
I'm out of here.
Aeron 2. Long go. Nice.
No
Just
more
action. You can go back. Probably no. Can. Start. Fake start. Nice. Nice cover. Okay, shot. Long video. On nice. Bomb drop. Shiron bomb drop. Kanji.
And just walking into positions again. Just early smokes, and it's down to very individual fights now. Yuran will reveal his location, so maybe a chance for Sephiroth still. But at the end of the day, the spike, Jordan.
Yeah, has to go and head over towards that C side of the map. Bit of an awkward round, really, for Full Sense. A lot of uncleared corners.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, the recon. It's that position towards A. They tried to go for the trade, but then Margaret shows up with the op.
Sephiroth just looking to save this rifle into the next round. It's a good start for QTD. Full Sense.
10 seconds left.
Not looking too comfortable in that last one. I mean, I think that's just a, an early kind of probing round. You don't really want to draw too many conclusions from that. It was a couple of individual peaks here and there. Sometimes that goes wrong. You check the wrong angle. It is what it is, but QTD can really look to build upon this lead now. 3-1. Reinvestment coming through for Full Sense, but money's a little bit of a problem.
A bit more of that, like, slow build. But QTD definitely showing all the different setups that they can have. That early smokes, positions being pushed down, the op in position, and suddenly it's like Full Sense not knowing exactly how to approach the map. So lovely little timeout from Frost. Been a while. But we'll see if that can really aid the team in their time of need. Oh boy, do they need it. Not going to have the best purchase up for the next round either, but nonetheless, I mean, if PKM's popping off alongside Margaret, come on, they're swapping between the ops, between the two of them. And then you've got Yuran as well, who's, as a Phoenix, still pretty darn, like Pilly said, still pretty darn good, especially on this map as well. There are all these little tight corners he can flash out of and take confident duels with. It always keeps Full Sense on their toes. Full Sense needs a bit more of a concrete plan, maybe source out where the op player is, push him off with the Sova utility. You got the double duelist, and we just haven't really seen them come in with any, any kind of a set play just yet. I wonder if this round's going to be one of those. I do imagine they will be slowed or stalled down by the smokes a bit, though. Okay, op's been revealed.
Kipe again on that jump spot line. You have to be careful here. Don't get your head knocked off. There's Primi looking for that entry. Jipboys was the one that gets cleaned up. Margaret in to filter on through. Just ensure that QTD maintain the advantage. Once again, Full Sense try to test the site. And this time again, QTD pushing them away. Haven, perhaps their Haven, as they are starting to really look quite good here on the defensive half.
Really looks like that. This was not what happened in the grand final against Reject. Wow. I mean, it's relatively close still. It was 13-6 last time they played against Reject, dropping that map. But, I mean, look at how Margaret plays around this. Kipe plays for his life around the back of side, buys enough time for the team to get over. Just enough time for Margaret to play in front of Garage. Gets out of jail with that rendezvous. Full Sense trying to send it in now.
Well, it's a bold line to be playing for Messiah, but up against the eco. Not the worst thing in the world to just try your hand. We have the pivot coming across from Yuran now that there's a bit of info having been given towards this A side of the map. PKM will look for a bit of a swing. He's got the backup of Messiah, who's going to found the double as well. Eventually did fall. Primi has put himself 2 on this entry, but there's still the cavalry arriving for QTD. And so in the end, just Kahlua now alive. Unable to get past Yuran, so nothing too interesting occurring in this one. 5-1 now for QTD, and they are really starting to put that question to Full Sense.
Yeah. Might even need to see another timeout. I just, like, they're trying to, like, full send it into sides now. I know this one was a bit more of an eco, but look at how well QTD choose to position their players around the map. Messiah for info, and he can always get out of a position because it's a pixel angle. And then like the perfect player, PKM as the Neon. The relay bolt in A short is just too darn good. Like there's no way that Full Sense escapes it. Up for QT Dig.
Oh, okay. Deleted Uran though. Able to find himself the double, and Kipe's here to fight as well. QT Dig looking to get aggressive. Messiah in the 1v1. His position now going to be noted by that neural theft. So he'll pop a Prowler out and see if he can figure out where Sephiroth is as well. Both players pretty well aware of what's going on here. Sephiroth making no secret of where he's going to end up. That Nightfall doesn't quite connect onto Sephiroth, but it does deny the plant for a second. Messiah's being very patient. Wants to wait for that tap. Sephiroth does get it down, but that's given Messiah a chance to just creep out onto the next angle. Doesn't hit the shot. Sephiroth v Messiah feels like a rivalry, you know? It feels like a fight that we've seen so many times actually in this series so far, and I'd say by and large the majority of those fights are actually going the way of Sephiroth. This is another instance of it.
Maybe accredited to the Odin as well, but you know, it's just all of these instances in this round, just trades on top of trades, both teams wanting to maintain advantage because of it. The Nightfall invested though, and Sephiroth does so well to play around it, just showing a bit more of that foresight as the next potential IGL at Full Sense.
A-Site completely being held down by Margaret right now with that tour de force. He's pushed quite far up long. So that allows the extra rotation of Messiah back across to B.
Okay.
A lot of space already here being taken though by Full Sense. They're moving a little bit quicker in this round. Chip Boys is through the B site as well. Now Convergent Paths out as well, and it's maybe not been quite as successful for Full Sense as they might have liked it to have been. Messiah turning around at the wrong time. The middle of the map just opening up here for Full Sense. It's been a bit of a goofy round, really. They got so much space so early on in the piece, but still have to deal with PKM here. Sephiroth will be the sacrificial lamb for this one. Margaret in the 1v3. Not impossible, but very tough.
Especially from Garage, too.
Yeah, kind of a bit of a fish in the barrel kind of situation. Will start to work his way forward, see if he can at least get this opener onto Kahlua. That is a nice clean kill.
Oh, Jit Boys.
Time is very much of the essence. That flank coming through from Jit Boys should be enough to win this round, particularly if Cruz can survive. Oh, maybe not. Margaret, hang on a second. It was close. Did win a nice clutch over on Split. This one would have been even better, but not to be. Full Sense will get their third.
So close. Cruz does it with a crouch spray right at the end. Oh, man. But this is what you want to see from Full Sense, though. You know, it's just that more concrete game plan. You had TPs off the back from Cruz, convergent paths to just break things open. As soon as they heard the tour de force, like, they knew A-Site is not the place to go. And, like, with it positioned more towards Garage and different positions being held off to the back of defender spawn makes things confusing, but Margaret still landing shots. He still has the op. Full Sense just contact play committing into A site.
Yeah, once again, trying to go quickly. Oh, teleport up from Cruz, walking right into the crosshair of Margaret. They're just making it a little bit too easy for him at the moment. QTD going to invest that Cosmic. See if they can retake this side a little bit easier. It's all about Margaret at the moment. A 3K from him. Primi holding, can't get anything done against Messiah, and it's just Kahlua now as they try to chase him down. Uran knows he's got him stuck in the corner, and they're all looking for that kill. Everybody wants it. It will in the end go the way of Kipe. It's 6-3. QT Dig holding on to a pretty substantial lead in this first half.
Yeah, keeping things flowing as well. They'll still be able to afford even if they lose an upcoming round, but this is just so big. I mean, contact play, that's one thing, but you know, that's way too audible with the TP op to heaven. There's not much coverage from that point. Can understand wanting to take the op away or maybe a separate angle, but QT Dig just have way too much firepower going on with you know, the double duelist, maybe also Margaret as well. It's tough, and now they're trying to continue to swap up positions, but Full Sense once again just double down into A.
Chip Boys again, very quick. This time, not running into the op, but running into PKM instead. The result is still the same. He's left alone by the rest of Full Sense, who didn't quite follow him in. Sephiroth over on the lurk towards C will be dealt with as well, and Primi falling too. Nothing of substance in this round for Full Sense at the moment. Perhaps probably nothing of substance at all as Yuran gets an easy 2K, and that is QTD. Up 7-3, so they've confirmed an advantage at the end of this half at the very least.
For sure, a lot more material on the Japanese side. I mean, it's also a little bit questionable, but I imagine maybe that's what that timeout from before was about. You know, you start to see like that little mental switch up in Full Sense. They're playing a bit more fearless now, just running in. But that round was not it. Like, you had an eco, you had an overdrive, that was all. And, you know, maybe a Bucky as well. But, like, he's the only one charging at the forefront, Jit Boys, and instantly gets taken down by PKM with that slide. There's just nothing else going on. Like, that's all of us right now. I mean, just cooking up the rituals, praying for a Full Sense to see if they can serve up a little bit more of an entertaining game, I suppose. We've got the timeout now from Frost, and we'll see what that can provide. Otherwise, though, I mean, still, it's Margaret, it's PKM. If PKM goes down, Yuran steps up. If not, sometimes it's like Messiah or Kippe to anchor as well, and it's just so darn good.
Two rounds left in the half here for Full Sense that feel pretty important. 7-5, it's a workable position. 9-3. Lose the pistol there and things are going to be really problematic, so I think Full Sense are a little bit concerned about their proceedings thus far. We'll try our hand over in the other direction. This time Jit Boys just deletes Margaret. That is a little bit against the grain. So something that QTD now have to worry about.
Little ideas, sprays and spams, but Yuran's in a deep position as well.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets cleared out. Messiah will be. And Sephiroth, he just knew PKM was coming, that neural theft. Getting all the info that's needed. Yuran's position also uncovered as a result of it. It's worked out perfectly for Full Sense. The opening kill making this round so much easier. Full Sense up to 4.
And that's Frost once again finding value as the head coach. You see it just right off the rip, but they expect Margaret to be holding the angle off a timeout. Like, that's their default. That's what they're probably going to do. We go on faster, take him down with the sprays. And then from that point forward, it's like just a bit of foresight from the rest of the Full Sense players as well. Sephiroth, Neural Theft, just spraying down into position and into the smokes just in case there's another player to refill space. It's a flawless... Certainly gives Full Sense more of a leg to stand on for the second half. But now met with a lot of resistance, the recon. Straight up into B though now.
Well, there's no defense on the B site right now, so fair enough. It's going to have to be a retake. Margaret hunting for a pick as well, and he'll be given it by Jit Boys. QTD in danger of dropping this 5th round, although Messiah spamming back on through. Does catch a little bit of a tickle there onto Cruz.
Primi. He's on site.
Time a bit of a factor right here. Primi needing to activate, but an awkward spot to do it from. Messiah has the double for himself now. Margaret spotting the fight out in middle. PKM chasing his way in. It's Messiah to find that trade and the Nightfall to go through as well. Kahlua just has to run. Defuse is on. There's no way he can do anything about it at all. And will walk straight into the crosshair of Margaret. That is 8-4. Full Sense, they got some space, but they just lost too many players on that post plant. And so, second half, that I think it's going to be a tough one for Full Sense here.
A little bit. I wonder how Big Time feels about this one now. I mean, watching his brother's composition maybe get butchered. Like, the first 2 rounds, yeah, okay, you know, we want to see what QT does. We write it off. But, like, towards most of it, especially in the middle portions, it's just not much else to say for Full Sense. Like, it's almost as though Frost had to remind the guys, like, we're playing double duelist now. It's not the Sentinel, it's not the Deadlock anymore. We need to be, like, going for plays, set plays, going a bit faster. And then as soon as they try to do that, QTD matches their pace. Like, they go on faster as well. You still have B site being taken, doesn't matter. Margaret's in position. He always had that rendezvous in his pocket to get back out towards A Link. So it's an off angle. He gets in kill. And in that last round as well, it's a very smart choice by Yuran to send in a deeper blaze wall to keep the Full Sense players confused about a potential flank or a potential, late lurk off towards the top of A long. And because more players are distracted by all these different spots, the players on site just chop down bit by bit to the only point where Primy's the last one left, and he can only get down one because the Odin, the Russian from PKM, it's just so relentless. Again, it's this meta, this composition, but it works out very nicely for QTD on this map.
Yeah, so far so good. We'll see if Margaret can continue to have that kind of impact, though, on the attack. Sometimes can be a little bit more difficult to really get rolling on that chamber when you're on the offense as opposed to the defense, but
Be right back.
he's been looking in fine form, and he's got that headhunter. It's not going to be put to good use just yet. Should be tagged down to 45, though.
Margaret as well.
Primy's still kind of keen for a fight here, despite being tagged down. Wants a bit of a forward hold over towards A, now knowing that his teammates are coming across and that there seems to be a bit of presence. He's going to try to back out in time. It's an ill-fated decision. He went a little bit too late. Full Sense are now locked out of the site. Plan's gone down. Cruz has at least managed to find himself one. Onto Messiah with a little bit of spam. Full Sense, though, with a pretty tough retake ahead, you would think. Two of them to jump out of heaven. Yuran is going to deal with one. Margaret and PKM the others. And now it's all about Cruz, who can't get it done. QTD will take the second half pistol, and they are starting to home in on a map win here against Full Sense to force Summit.
Yeah, unless we start to see more rounds from Full Sense, it really feels like exactly what you're saying, Jordan. Both pistols being claimed by QTD, and just so much conviction with how they want to hit the site. Almost looks as though Primy actually caught by a bit of indecision as well, just thinking about, does he want to play for site or back off? And with the rotations coming in a little bit later as well, it's tough. Now it's Margaret with the Marshall, and he's looking to farm up points.
Long taken for QTD for the moment. Full Sense have got numbers on this A site, though. Prowler does not spot anything. Do you have Margaret kind of working towards B?
He slipped all the way past it. At this point, oh, well, Full Sense pushing up.
Oh, Yuran. Okay, what? Where's that? Where's that come from at all? Margaret with the flank as well. Well,
okay.
I mean, I guess that's one way to win a round.
I always knew they had the guns. But that was a bandit. And Yuran's just showing up. So what if Primy had an anti-eco ace? We can do one as well. We can get multi-kills. But this was just really, the positions, Margaret pushing all the way towards the back, if they were to rotate, if Full Sense were to push out, QTD just had multiple layers on top of it, just to always watch for any potential gaps, and you weren't covering that was one of them. Full buy now, Full Sense needs this round desperately. 3-2 split though, and it's again Primy who needs to show up.
Good shot from Kahlua to start things off. You're right about Primy, though. He's here, biding his time. Oh, he sees so much, but what can he get? He can deny the plant here. Messiah actually going to be allowed to plant, but Primy summarily executes him right after that fact. Chip Boy's also spotting out Kippe. There's Margaret left alone, who's now been seen on short, and they expect that multiple player swing to come through. Full Sense will convert that one pretty easily. QTD just failing to clear the corner. It's brought them unstuck.
Yeah, neat little trick, but still needing a lot more. I mean, all the different players sneaking past, but it's a smart call nonetheless by Full Sense. A bit of a bait and switch. Killua, seemingly the only A player. And And of course, it's going to be that fast lane that, you know, Full Sense are kind of privy to, so Primi plays around the corner.
Spike planted.
Not to mention the kills that, like, Jit Boys, Cruz, Sephiroth, they all find their own as well. But then, like, you got to think about what could happen then if QTD, you know, go for that full commitment into C site. Maybe B as well. It's so quick, it's so fast, but we'll have a listen into Full Sense to see how they resist this.
กระดาษนะได้ปีแล้วเอ้ยทีนี้เหี้ยเกือบบูมได้เปล่าเฮ้ยกระดาษมา
Spike planted.
เฮ้ยโอ้ยตัวนึงกระดาษโดยพัดไม่มีตัวกลางอยู่กระดาษเลยก็กระดาษชิวกระดาษไปเลยตอนกระดาษขึ้นไปโดนนะตัดฟาดแป๊บเอาซ้ายครับตัดตัวซ้าย10ไอ้แชมเบอร์
Well, they didn't resist it very well, I have to say. As it is just Kahlua that's now trying to scramble away to save his gun, and QTD are looking so comfortable right now on Haven that it sort of feels like Summon is a sure thing now.
Yeah, I can't find any points to try and disagree with that. Just look at how quick the round breezes past as well. Just sudden full commit. You have players creating pressure on other points towards C, maybe a bit of long, and then suddenly the garage swing comes through with Margaret. And he doesn't just find one as well, like has an additional bit of coverage from Kippe. And that just foils the entire retake because it's a separate position that Full Sense can't, you know, launch off of. Numbers disadvantaged. So I don't know, man. It's a stinger for Cruz now, and they really need to put more rounds up, but this one goes down. Economy's bad. Everything's bad. Map point bad. QT Dig, very good. That's premium analysis right there.
Contact play here from QT Dig straight into that B side. It's worked out nicely. Messiah's going to get that plant down quick. Full Sense. Under some real pressure once again here. To try to retake that B site. They don't have a lot of ultis to work with, so Primi's going to be sent in to just see if he can have a little bit of a look. Chip Boys overwhelming PKM, and he's found himself the double, so this might be something at least for Full Sense. Margaret dropping now too. Messiah and Kippe try to keep this one alive. Bit of spam coming through. Messiah good for one, but no more than that. And so Full Sense will secure themselves a sixth, but it really just feels like at the moment they're kind of trying to delay the inevitable. They're not really quite mounting this comeback yet.
It's kind of like trailing behind, huh? Not too bad, though. I do love to see the effort. Even though, like, it looked for a moment like Primi might have been hit by Cruz's paranoia, but just because he's dashing towards backside anyway, it's a way to displace the positioning from QT Dig. So we've seen now, you know, comfortable A retakes or holds, comfortable B retakes. C, though, was always kind of a bit more of an issue, especially so far early on in this second half. But Full Sense now. SF4 pushing up.
Remy gets the better of PKM. Maybe this is where Full Sense can look to start to come alive. Prowler spotting out that trip. Messiah is just going to take the gamble that he can get the plant here on B. This is a very strange post plant, though, for QT Dig, and I wonder how that looks for Full Sense if they expect Margaret. For Sephiroth under a lot of pressure here, just going to try and duck away. Hopes for some assistance, doesn't get it in time, but Margaret can't double down. Messiah sitting on top of the spike with a judge in hand. Has to probably find a multi-kill right here. Primi going to be the first benefactor of a shot in his direction, but Chip Boys will put that one to short. Whoa, Kippe's in behind. They had no idea. And this could be another one for QT Dig. Cruz has to pull off a miracle. He knows where Uran is, wins that duel, but still needs more. Kippe, the time's on his side. I don't think Cruz is going to be able to get this done. Kippe with the 3K, and QT Dig are up to 12.
Big, just massive round. Little attempt by Cruz, but ultimately was all the positions. You called it, Jordan. It looks odd, looks messy, but because of it, as a result, Kippe manages to slip up behind. You had Margaret, drawing the attention away. Multiple players on other portions. Messiah was the only one just getting the plant down, and that was it. Allowed for Kippe to slip past. Tour de force now for Margaret.
XIP Boys has managed to tuck himself in. Probably have a little bit of backup here from Cruz in a second, and that's going to be the end of Uran. Not a position that QTD are going to be feeling too confident about digging out at this point. Now that Cruz has also showed his face, PKM hoping for a mistake from XIP Boys, but not going to be getting it.
Sephiroth in a position as well. We'll see what Margaret can try to pull off for the team, though.
Well, you think that's probably the only way that QTD gets back into this round. They would need Margaret to pick up a kill or two on this rotation. Sephiroth has pushed his way forward. Maybe Messiah can get a bit of work done, but again, like I said, Sephiroth v Messiah. It has typically gone towards the full set side of things, and this time again,
one enemy
Margaret with at least one, but that's nothing as far as QTD are concerned. PKM tasked with a 1v4, no spike control. It is well and truly over this round.
Yeah, just everyone to try to relay fourth maybe off of Premi. They don't want to afford
30 seconds left.
any unnecessary deaths either, because money is pretty tight for full sense, if I do say so. Okay, that's clean. Still needing a little bit more though. I mean, it's round to round, and we see little instances where full sense managed to get away with like a little one and done position trying to read the map, but it's not the easiest thing because QTD just managed to send it different rounds. They have strats that we haven't really seen too much of either, just like the previous one. So it constantly keeps full sense on their toes, especially now again that they are up against map point. They have the advantage of economy. We'll see if they can string that together.
All right, QTD again on a mission towards the A site. PKM leading that approach. Primi there with Sephiroth to hold them at bay for the moment. QTD just having a bit of trouble closing this map out at the moment. It's probably not in the position where it's too scary just yet, but another couple of rounds and full sense are going to start to feel like a real chance at making this comeback to the overtime.
I'd say maybe 3 or 4. But okay, drone out.
Decent flash there from Uran, but it's not going to help him out too much.
Spike down A.
That's the end of that. So another round for full sense.
Whew. Not too bad. But yeah, I mean, like you're saying, Jordan, as well, I mean, that's where I do hold my tongue because QTD haven't used their timeouts yet. They can always pull one off. They have a lot of ultimates that they're starting to build up on. It's up to full sense. I mean, that's why comebacks are always tough. They have to be able to anticipate potential plays. But when you're up against an opponent that you haven't had that much experience with, unless, other than like scrims or whatever, it's not the easiest thing to do. They've done pretty well now with how quickly they are rotating off of early pressure. That round was the saturate that Premi had. They still hear footsteps from PKM, so everyone just gets involved with a hold around A site, and they managed to find numbers off of that. But in some of these, in these last 4 rounds, if we are to go into an overtime, you have to consider the fact that there could be some kind of a trick play from QTD. Full sense, you're thinking about players like, again, it's not just Premi all the time. Premi and XIP Boys could be great in a retake. I don't know about an early pick. Well, maybe now that Premi has an op, it could be a part of the discussion, but I'm also thinking about Sephiroth and Killa, namely the information that they retrieve, the anchor potential that they have on sites. So it's a trip towards Garage, maybe a little bit towards B as well, the camera. But again, okay, Killa. Premi not spotting anything out towards C as well.
Doing a thing.
It's a tense round. Recon, not great.
A bit of a push down C long here from full sense, so that's a bucket load of information that's going to be useful to them.
Okay. So still enough, and
there's an orb here that if it does go to Cruz, he could port back over to A if necessary. In the end, they just decide to have that space be what they want. And QTD making some inroads over towards A. Spike, though, is not confirmed in that direction. So right now, this is just all over the place for QTD. They're trying to toy with the rotate, see if they can find an entry, and they have managed to get into the site relatively clean. Drone's going to be dealt with, and now Cosmic Divide put down as well. As soon as this plant goes through, you might expect to see that convergent paths getting ripped, though, by Primi, and that'll be the go signal for Full Sense. They've gone straight into Messiah. A 2 for 2 as far as Primi and Messiah are concerned, but then the rest of the trades coming through as well. Leave Cruz alone. Uran sent back. How can you possibly make a retake happen against a crossfire like this? It should be impossible. Cruz will need an absolute miracle to save this game. It's not going to happen. We are going to map 3. 13-6 as QTD take map 2.
Similar scoreline in the first map of Split, but this time a different Victor. Had it all throughout the first half, just running away with their attack side. QTD running circles around Full Sense at times because of players like PKM. But on this one, Margaret, especially on the defense with that op as well, put the sense of fear into Full Sense. I mean, it had them thinking, questioning things. 2 timeouts called out in the first half, and you really start to see the effects of it.
Yeah, 100%. Quite a lot of what we saw here from Margaret in particular. He was, I think, a lot more impactful in this second map in comparison to map 1. Working pretty hard. Try and get the sort of more aggressive fights. Got some definite solid moments out from Full Sense as well, it does have to be said, but end of the day, it was a complete role reversal, right? With map 1, it really did feel like it was an inevitability, actually, that Full Sense was going to get through that one comfortably, but this one, it really always felt like they were just a step behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
QTD kind of had all the ideas, had the execution as well, and the individuals online. PKM was pretty solid as well, as a little bit of a cameo again from him.
But then you think about a map like Summit, though, like Full Sense on Summit hasn't been great so far in this stage, in the group stage. It's quite worrisome to think about. I don't know about the prospect of Full Sense being in the lower bracket, Jordan.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it does open up that possibility, so we'll have to see whether or not that ends up being the case when we do get to map 3. But first, it's time to hear from the desk.
Thank you, casters. Whoa, real life. You can see why he was so swaggy, so confident, so chill during that coach's interview on the stage just now. He was confident that they would take Haven. He knew exactly what the problem was, which was space, and they definitely addressed that here in Haven, and they made it look pretty effortless here on Haven. Full Sense was really struggling to find an answer.
This was a way better performance from them. This is why they weren't in Challengers Japan, people. They're a very capable team in their own right. They just need to get that ball rolling a little bit. So very impressed by them on their map pick. For Full Sense, I think we know they're trying to adjust. They're trying to play a little bit of a different composition, but it didn't look very comfortable for them. I do have to say it felt a little bit disjointed at times, and especially in that first half. They got really limited by QTD. So I think this is a very impressive performance, pushing it to that map 3, and I think if anything they're going to be feeling like they can take this all the way now.
Yeah, I think Full Sense have had their struggles on Haven. They've been swapping around the comps a lot, and I felt like they just switched off a little bit compared to Split. That was really Primi doing a lot of the heavy lifting for them over on that map, and he struggled to find success early on in this game. I think he started out 0-4, 0-5. QTD really dominated a lot of the space on the map. They were unafraid to take those opening duels. So as we were kind of talking about after the last death segment, whatever needed to be said after that last map was definitely said in the player room, and they came back into their map pick with full confidence and played the way that they know they're capable of, and really took the fight to Full Sense, who didn't really feel like they had the answers for it, to be honest.
Yeah, and you guys also, your another wish came true. You wanted to see Margaret step it up, and he did. Of course, as Chamber, on a map like Haven, as a Chamber should.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great pick. I mean, I'm loving Chamber in this meta. I like when teams lean into it. And I also think it's a great way to play against Full Sense. It forces you to be the one to take those fights instead of just relying on that util, giving up too much space. So I think this is a great map pick from QTD overall. I mean, this is what we want to see from them. I love it when the Challengers teams come out swinging. And I think, if anything, you might even be favoring them for Summit, given what we've seen from Full Sense on it.
Yeah, there was some doubt, I think, with the map veto, especially with these next 2 maps. But you know, they've proven us wrong here. And what was really interesting was the first half of this map, especially when they were on defense.
Yeah, I mean, when we say fight for space, this is exactly what we mean. Relife addressed it in the post-map 1 coach interview, but you see them fighting for A lobby and down C long simultaneously in the same round. When you get the execute attempt out here for Full Sense on the C side, bursting with the Neon Waylay, all of QTD are flooding and fighting. They are not letting Full Sense have any space on the attacking side, and they're shutting them down before they can even get into a post plant. This round was crazy.
Yeah.
8 people died in the first 10 seconds. This is what we're talking about when we say that QTD are an aggressive team.
But it's a great adjustment. And, you know, this is what we were saying after Split, where it's not like they don't know what to do. It's that the nerves make it hard to execute.
Yes.
So I think that's very good coaching in between maps to get his team back on board, remembering the game plan, and then they could execute it in that map number 2. So very impressive there from QTD.
We did see more timeouts come for Frost as well, compared to last time.
2 timeouts in the first 10 rounds. That's more than the whole series against Gen G. Crazy.
Yeah, he was moving like Prime Pipson out here.
What the hell, man?
Well,
no
he's
one's going to get that.
They will. Noah's no.
Anyway, I'm like so thrown off right now. Let's talk about Margaret. Margaret was fantastic. He's shown up here in Korea in the way that we wanted to see. That was not happening over on Split.
Yep, very happy with him on this chamber. I think, you know, it's not something we saw from him when he was in the league here on Nongshim, but I think he's added this agent to his repertoire down there in Challengers, and just look at this map 1 to map 2 performance. It's night and day. I feel like he did a lot of the heavy lifting here on Haven, and for Summit, I'd love to see him stick with it even once more.
Yeah, Chamber is a very strong agent in this particular meta, so if Margaret's going to be able to pilot that as well as he did over in Challengers Japan, could be a very big win condition for QTD. Definitely gave Full Sense some problems, and after map 1, I think it's a bit of a metaphor for QTD as a team, really. Play things like Chamber, fight for space, make sure that on the Pacific stage you have no Margrets. Right?
God, I hate you so much.
I'm going to... Seth, just come back.
We're getting matching tattoos
Seth.
of that, right?
no Margrets
on the forearm?
Okay, if he qualifies for champs, I'm down.
Oh god, I'm not agreeing to that. If he wins champs, I'm down.
What? Maybe. Okay. You know, stranger things have happened. All right, Summit, it is the last map. And again, you guys were a little bit skeptical with Summit being the 3rd map, but we're feeling a lot more confident about QT Dig now.
Yes.
And that the win is a possibility. And then Clinton looks like a genius again.
I can be confident in either of them. QT Dig haven't played it. Full Sense suck at it. Like, I have no idea who's going to win this 3rd map. There's some Valorant experts out there who are like, yeah, well, clearly QT Dig have prepared this one. It's like, you guys have no idea. You don't know what they're going to do. Full Sense, we don't know what Full Sense are going to do because like they've played 2 different comps on this map and none of them were great.
In my mind, it's a weird map 3 choice from both teams. I kind of feel like both of them thought they were going to win 2-0, to be honest. I didn't really think they'd have to get here to Summit. So we don't know what to expect, because I'd be shocked if Full Sense play the same composition again. I think they've been changing things time and time again. So they will have something new here, I'm sure. And QT Dig, this wasn't in the map pool for them. So it's an entirely unknown. I think Prep is thrown off from both sides here. So we have no idea what to expect.
You know, rewind a little bit. You said that map 2 Haven Full Sense comp was Foots. I wonder what Foot thinks of how that went.
I mean, I don't think they really want that.
Do you know anyone on Foot that might have an opinion?
No, I don't know. It's all guesswork for me.
All right, well, Summit, no, we don't know yet what they're going to do and if they're going to continue with Foot's ideas or not. Does Foot play Summit?
Oh, probably. I think so.
Probably.
I don't know it off the dome like that.
Really? You're such a
Haven
Foot fan. I thought you would know.
They got to come up with Summit Special. I brought that one.
God.
That's what you guys say, right?
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true.
Well, are you going to change your predictions? I'll allow a prediction change. This is your one chance.
Nah.
I don't think so. I think Full Sense should still be good enough to execute, and I think they got caught off by how well QTD adapted in that map number 2, and just how aggressive they were compared to that map 1. They should be more prepared for it now, and they do have some reps on Summit, so I'm hoping that lets them pull through. But I think this should be a closer map than the first 2.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's up to Full Sense to step up to that level because QTD has the momentum now. They have the belief now that they've gotten a map win. They know that this is a beatable team for them. So now it's just down to the game plan for both teams and to adapt on the fly as we head into Summit because I think it's going to be brand new for both teams.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Real Life was saying on the stage as well. Jen kept asking him, like, aren't you worried about Prim? He's like, no. Are you sure you're not worried about Prim? He's like, no, not really.
I didn't play like it, yeah.
Wasn't a problem at all, especially with Primi on the duelist. It was a waylay, but still, it was Primi on a duelist.
Exactly. Primi on deadlock, perma. That's what we've all been saying.
That's where we've been at on this desk the whole time. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Let's see what they're going to be playing here. As we head into Summit Map 3, it's a change for Full Sense. The third different comp that they played this stage. Primi Yoru, Jip Boys on the Neon, and the rest of the bits and pieces, not too fancy, honestly. On the other side of things, it's a double duelist and Enid of a different flavor, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty straight-up comp from QTD. Neon, Raze, very much a flavor of the month. Margaret on that Cypher is an agent he's been good at for a very long time, and I think it could be a little bit tough for him here with a Neon, but also a Yoru running at him, so we'll see if they do manage to get that done here.
Yeah, Margaret back on the Cypher. Always a classic, yeah. He's really... I think he was only playing that role for a really, really long time.
Killjoy and Cypher, he was perma lurking.
Yeah.
It was a big win condition for Nongshim, so let's see if he can get it done. Margaret, revenge time, right?
Yeah, definitely. Could you help me out, Pilsky and Tosser Casters?
Let's throw it on over to the sussiest boys in town. It's going to be Elfish and Quack.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. That's what we like, Pilsky. Thank you so much.
What a great receipt.
What makes you the sussiest boy in town, Quack?
Oh my god. Lots of things. Sounds,
Lots
words
of things
that I say. Yeah.
Well, I wonder what those kinds of things could be. Could it be a third map here
spot, dear God.
between Full Sense and QTD? I think that's pretty sussy.
I just like got overloaded with all the sussy things that I wanted to say, but I probably shouldn't say on broadcast.
Live a little. Live a little. Who's going to remember?
Clearly, several people. Anyways. What they will remember is the outcome of this matchup. Full Sense needing a win for quite a while, but QTD with their own story of making it all the way up to Tier 1. Now with their own compositions too, but Full Sense on the defense pushing all the way down middle.
It's a lot of space to take, but unfortunately the space that they need is over towards the A side, and there is nobody there. Messiah will be picked up at the very least. So that is a good start for Full Sense. Kalua with a little bit of a back and forth there against Margaret, who eventually does home in on the head of Cruz. Manages to get back on out for a second. Kalua making amends for it. Jip Boys there as well. Now Full Sense starting to roll their way nicely into the A side until they do get slowed down by PKM. It is a 2-on-3. Sephiroth coming into play slowly here for Full Sense. They're just waiting for him to get into position. That is giving PKM time to arrive. Once again, it's down to just a solo Sephiroth, and this time I feel it might be a little bit too much to ask. Caught on the reload. That is a brilliant round from PKM.
Unbelievable. I mean, you're still like thinking about, you know, the macro and the compositions, but that just completely gets blown out of the water. PKM is doing things like that on the site. Sure, with the relay bolt, but it's the 2 next kills that he gets, especially against Primi as well, that does everything else. Completely flips the round on its head. Or Sephiroth is then on that 1v2. It's just riling each other up. Full Sense still insistent on going for forward space. It is just a pistol though, so quite easy and clear for a QT dig to get themselves back in on that A site.
Oh, Sephiroth not going to be feeling too good about that. Does get overwhelmed on A, and that will be a plan here for QT Dig. Just got Margaret kind of floating around in mid to see if he can catch anyone on that rotate.
Maybe not for now, but oh, all the angles being held.
Here.
Margaret's position is going to be noted. He wants to continue to push his way forward.
All right, Cruz has just TP'd across the trip, so if he is able to find an angle, might be able to do a bit more damage. Full Sense just not trying to go down to the spike yet.
Yeah, I mean, time is really of the essence here. They need to move their way quickly forward. Messiah will trade down Primi. Full Sense in with a bit of a chance here. Let's see what PKM can do. Can he deny the defuse? It might have just done enough. Oh, it was. QTD will take the round, but Full Sense make it expensive.
That is pretty neat. Oh my gosh. The TPO across the trip, like, not too bad. I can't believe they actually managed to get all the little classic kills down towards the back as well. I mean, QTD getting a little bit ahead of themselves. That's one of those things that will force you to respect Full Sense. Still getting the diffuser away at the end though, so not too shabby just yet. Does make it kind of costly for both sides, so shouldn't be thinking too much of a bonus for this round for QTD.
That's awkward for Uran. Couldn't see much. Oh, Jip Boys clean shot onto PKM as well. As seems to ever be the case. Full Sense when they get into this third round, they just turn it up a notch.
A little bit. What you want to see is for them to hold on to the rounds that they do get though as well, just to build up a bit of a lead. So far so good though. QTD with a bit of a reliance still on the duelist, if not for Margaret to lurk around and find some kind of an opening, but that might not be permitted this time around. Double trip setup, Primi nearby alongside Sephiroth.
Well, one of those trips has been found. Primi also spotted. Sephiroth though, oh, his timing is perfect. This should be 2 for him, and it is. XIP and Margaret both going down, it's just Messiah. And really, at this point, you're hoping for damage. Best case scenario, not going to happen as Primi is locked in with a headshot. And so QTD lose their first round of the map. Full Sense denying the bonus.
Starting to read it back. And then you gotta think about like what Coach Relive said again back over in the previous coach interview with Jen. I mean, space, sure. But on a map like this, where it's much more different than Haven, right? Like, you've got a lot of these tiny corners, sure, but with how there are all these little tunnels, elbow all around, it's not always easy to just relentlessly force your opponents and play out that much up close to suffocate them with space. Full Sense have their own intentions now, and we'll have a listen in to see what those are.
One way. I action MA now. I watch左. MA いないよ。ミッドファイトし今。ミッドファイト。エリックアクションでこれミッドビークよ。I go A link, I go A link. Me and. 와야. 여기 와요. You have a flash? Yes. I use smoke. You flash? Yeah. Flash in 3, 2, 1. Fade. 알아. Go mid contact. 야 와요. 스킬ある. 나이. 캠. 조절. Thank you. Yeah.
A little bit of a walk up here from QTD, about to come to a head. It's 1 for 2 so far. Sephiroth looking to hold down this side alongside Primi, and they're doing a pretty damn good job of it. Kahlua also chiming in. That's too easy for Full Sense.
It's always a little bit more difficult with QTD and their guns, but just trying to find a bit more of that space as well. I mean, the first 2 rounds, you see QTD just kind of sending it into sights because of their double duelists. If not, otherwise it's Margaret to lurk around, and that was always a bit of a headache for Full Sense. But this time around, swapping back to a bit more mid-centric control for QTD, Full Sense do well to play incredibly passive, and it doesn't matter how Margaret lurks around. Especially with Primi, Sephiroth into really strong positions, so forward space again, and now it's trying to min-max eco with Outlaw in hand. Kirby gets out easily.
That's a shot from Sephiroth, and then he's given a freebie by Kippe. Chip Boys dealing with PKM nicely as well. So a rough one for QTD as Messiah also now dropping. And it's just Margaret that at best case scenario would maybe grab himself one. Brilliant round from Sephiroth. Solid round from Full Sense. 3-2, and this is starting to get a bit out of hand for QTD, I feel.
A little bit. I mean, eco round, sure, but like, who would have thought like this little duo of Primi and Sephiroth on the sites, just being able to relay back and forth that way would be a thing. Right, mid-air satchel still does well with the cages and the position that he has around drop. Surely has the ult now. Would it be sussy of me to say if I want to see this Full Sense play Summit like this against Global?
I don't think it's that sussy. No. Oh, QTD. New idea this time towards the A site. There is no defense posted there for Full Sense, so it's going to be a retake scenario.
Very quick. But flank pressure now.
I've got your trail.
Oh, the Seekers.
Investing the Seekers actually does manage to cross. That was spotted for a second, but they may not be aware that there's two players there. Yoran also pushing his way forward in through the cage. Chip Boys goes down early on in the piece. And Primi looking for that info, just ends up eating a bullet from PKM. It's Full Sense not being able to make this retake work at the moment. And it looks like they've decided that's going to be enough for them. They'll allow this round to go the way of QTD, save their weapons through to the next.
Yeah, not so much. I think a Prowler's like breezed past PKM around the cage. Not too bad in trying to create a bit of that flank pressure, but ultimately out towards the front, even with Primi on the dimensional drift, it just wasn't enough coverage there with the flashes to support it. So although he does get into sight, like the damage was still done against a Full Senses double duelist this time around. So preserving the 3 rifles at the very least, they'll see if they are able to bounce back on the upcoming round, but QT Dig definitely still able to apply that pace and pressure quickly into A site. This time it's Primi and Sephiroth in position to try to hold this off. Operator play.
They thought cage trigger.
Slowed down a little bit this time, QT Dig. They're not going to get that free entry into A. They're going to have to work for it. And Primi is there to delete PKM. Skate crashing back out as well to change the game up a little bit here. QT Dig not too sure what they're up against at the moment. Kahlua fighting for his life will eventually fall to Margaret.
Exactly where you are.
Kills starting to come through thick and fast though, as Full Sense capitalize on that round and hold on to the lead.
Always making it much more difficult for QT Dig now. I mean, if space was always the issue, but space gets blocked off by Primi with an operator. If not, it's Sephiroth playing around the cages. They get met with a roadblock, and then they just look kind of lost. They are like still trying to brute force their way through into sight, trying to find different spaces and spots. But if Full Sense just rotate around that quickly, and Cruz is the last one staggering behind to get that backstab into Margaret, it makes things that much more difficult for QT Dig. So, different approach, back in it again, just trying to keep that conditioning back on into A site, but the op's still here.
Flash will force Primi to back off.
No push outs around B just yet. So QT Dig trying to hold for relative pressure.
Yeah, they're just slowing it down a little bit more. Last few rounds have been pretty high pace from QT Dig. Just want to change up, much slower. Doesn't seem to have unsettled Full Sense all that much. They're not really going hunting for any info.
Well, thinking about pushing through from A link though. It's just Chip Boys here, but it's a great lane for him to slow things down with a relay ball. Tosses it kind of early though, and then for QT Dig to pivot back through into B site.
Okay, Yoran's across. It'll be a bit of a concern for Sephiroth. He's still got that cam, at least a bit of extra info in there, but Cruz has fallen. So QT Dig starting to try to put this one together. Margaret gets in on the flank and somehow gets a second on a Jip Boys there as well. Messiah chiming in. And this is, in the blink of an eye, just disappeared for Full Sense.
Oh. Not done yet either. They're still trying to rob this operator away. Or at least PKM is.
Won't have any success there. Looks like Messiah might be on the receiving end of the next shot. See whether or not maybe it's him or Margaret. Oh, Margaret's now in the crosshairs, and so Messiah actually finds Primi. do manage to take that op away. 4-4, still a very contentious map at the moment.
And that's one of the factors as well. The map. QTD are so slippery with how they are able to operate on this map. It's the fact that this team has these players. You've got PKM, you've got Udon. If not, then it's Margaret, and it's just constant pressure all throughout. You had a little bit off towards A main, they go towards Link, and then like Full Sense are thinking about those positions. Suddenly it's back over at the B. 2-1-2 now. Full Sense trying to play a bit more proactive. Met with resistance though, so it's just a trade of utility, which does kind of hinder both sides. But middle being held. We'll see if Primi is able to find any targets.
Certainly is. PKM out of the picture early on in the piece. Messiah is going to spot 1 or 2 there in middle with the Trailblazer. Not sure that that really helps QTD all that much. They'll be aware that this space was lost. Cruz tucked into the corner here though. Probably a dead man you'd think, but can it be more than one? Yes, is the answer, as both Messiah and Margaret will fall, and Cruz has got more than his money's worth out of that position. He's opened up at least. QTD are going to try and scramble their way across there to get a plant early on in the piece, but very fast rotate coming through from Full Sense as well.
Yeah, it's the flank that QTD will have to worry about. QTD does try to play advanced, but only spots out 2. That's enough information for Yuran to go peeking.
Yeah. Nice clean shot. Oh, the showstopper! Actually does catch one on the way out, and that makes this doable for Kippe. Still got a couple of players to find, but time is working in his favor. He can at least clean up one. Maybe he can get back out and start to play time. He was spotted and dealt with. And in the end, it's a whole lot of nothing in the 1v2, unfortunately, for QTD. Full Sense will take the round, and that defuse given over to Primi gets him one step closer to the dimensional drift. He's going to get one more out before the end of this half.
Could be useful again for a retake. Didn't see it become too effective in one of those rounds past, but the proactive space being taken, QTD still being quite slippery. I mean, I gotta say, it still feels kind of evenly matched. I'm still not too sure. We don't see a clear victor yet.
No, it's really been back and forth, hasn't it?
Yeah, now it's PKM still looking for the challenge now, buying in with his own op. Primi in position towards A side. There has been quite a bit of conditioning towards this position for a couple of rounds before. One way. Full Sense also breaking the mid door though, which shows like just clear intention of not wanting to play around that spot at all. They're just shoring up all their defenses off towards B, A link, if not just the sites.
Sorry, you're going to send that Trailblazer forward to set PKM up on this line. Oh, it's just a case of how patient Kalua is going to end up being here.
Prowler conceals. He has an idea. But look at Margaret as well. Always keeping options available. Full Sense pushing down A link just for a second.
Oh, that's a nice swing from Kippe. Primi, though, on the other hand, picking himself up one, and Chip Boys is also here to start to clean house. Nice double onto Messiah and Kippe. And this round in a bit of a shambles for QTD.
Unless Sephiroth gets taken down.
Maybe, but it's got a bit of a bead onto Margaret. It took a few tries. Did manage to calibrate in the end. PKM's going to be spotted out, slides across. It's a 1v4 though. I'm not sure that Sephiroth is going to be too eager to really challenge him just yet. Has a little bit of a look on that plant. And in the end, PKM goes walking into that crosshair. So Full Sense up to 6.
And perhaps a bit more now. That was kind of a heavy investment for QTD in the round. Tried to play around the op, tried to still create a lot of options available for them, but Full Sense, it's very intriguing when they operate in this manner where they have a 1-4 stack on a particular site. Sephiroth is able to solo anchor. The whole team then just kind of rotates around to hold a lot of different angles, you know, A link and the site. Multiple roadblocks in front of QTD. So now they look to the last resort, B site. Chip Boys in position.
Position to frag, and that is PKM on the receiving end. The pivot's going to come through from the rest of QTD as well, straight into the crosshair of Kalua, who makes it look easy. And only Kipe left alive. There's really nothing to be too excited about in this round. Jip Boys trying to chase him down. That kill in the end will go the way of Cruz. Full Sense now starting to pull ahead at the back end of the half. It was okay from QTD to begin with, but now starting to fall off the pace a little bit.
Especially now that you have this op in the hands of Primi and everyone just really recognizing what QTD's modus operandi is. Different sites, trying to go in fast. Maybe Margaret on alert, just trying to create fake pressure and then just get the rotations in, pivots over onto sites. Full Sense are doing an incredible job at holding off all these separate lanes, the 5 lanes all across the map. Now it's Primi again towards A. Progression smoke, okay, flash out.
Oh, another smoke down, and that flash over the top, like you say, is going to allow QT to dig out onto the A site, but not for very long. Cruz and Kalua have no interest in what QT are selling. Just PKM and Messiah to try to salvage it, and they're getting nothing done. 8-4, it ends up being a very good half for Full Sense.
Yeah, might not have gotten the pistol, but stuck the landing. That's a 10 out of 10 right there. I mean, look at that. Even though it's a progression smoke and a pop flash above it, and everyone does get into sight, yeah, Primi gets taken down. They don't consider the fact that the rotations would have arrived that quick. It still is that like 1-4 split stack that Full Sense are operating off of on the defense. So instantly, even though Primi gets taken down, Cruz is in position. Killua, Chip Boys is in position. So around the choke point of their own progression smoke, QT get slowed and stopped, which ends in this eventual 8-4, where you do feel as though Full Sense will have a better run off in the second half. And again, it depends on how their attack goes as well. But there's enough cushion now. Sephiroth was quite majestic with how he was able to anchor down sites alongside Primi throughout this entire first half.
Yeah, I have to say, this looks like it's going to be a tough uphill battle for QT. I respect the hustle that they've come into this series with. They've really tested Full Sense, but they might have met their match on Summit. Not really seeing that sort of X factor, that star power coming through from Margaret. PKM has been decent still, but not enough to kind of get it done alone. A couple of the guys just going missing when it really matters most here in the third map, and can't be affording that against a team that is of the quality of Full Sense.
Sometimes that's the nature of the beast as well, Jordan. Oh, I mean, like, they are definitely trying to create space, but they get stopped by Full Sense. It's them on the defense now, and you look towards potential retakes for QT Dig. PKM again, though, on the pistol.
Yeah, PKM's really been, I think, the standout for QT Dig today. It's been top of the charts in pretty much every map. At least for his team, but just getting no assistance at all on this one, unfortunately. Let's try to get it done alone. There is a bit of a rotation starting to come through over towards that A site. Pressure in from Full Sense. Yeah, and a kill now as well. Pistol round shaping up nicely for Full Sense at the moment, and if it goes their way, the return into this map is going to be a very tough one for QTD. Again, PKM, good for one. But one's just not enough to hold on to the site. Margaret biding his time, hoping to try and deny the plant, but spotted out immediately by Primi. From downtown, Margaret's got multiple angles to really be worried about here. Messiah grabs at least one. That's still not quite enough as Cruz is able to double down, and Margaret solo. Oh, he's got a low HP Kalua on that side, but linking up now with Cruz, and Margaret has been played ring around the rosy with. Cruz will finish it off with the 3K. Full Sense take that 9-4 lead even a stretch further.
Just love that it's ending up in running, them running circles around each other again. But like you say, you're seeing PKM, you're seeing Margaret still, but the hit, a simple A split, and it's players like Messiah and Yuran who get taken down by Cruz, who's kind of on a heater of his own as well so far. I mean, several rounds where he gets a couple of multi-kills. Certainly cause for concern on the side of QTD now that the pistol's lost. Premi solo pressure, the rest of the team straight in with the intention to end up on B.
Oh, Messiah's playing a dangerous game. Up close and personal with this flash. The timing on it's going to have to be pretty damn special. Doesn't have any backup either. I suppose it's getting a bit of help from Margaret with that cam. That's the fast lane out. It is only a classic right here for Messiah, so can't be expecting anything at all.
He's got no support either. Like, what are you going to do if you get a flash?
I suppose you're just looking for one. Just get a little bit of damage in, charge up the ulti a little.
Cam doesn't see anything yet, hence no flash.
I feel like by the time PKM swings that corner and the info comes through from Margaret that that's coming, it's going to be too late for the flash.
Yeah.
So I should say, Chip Boys.
Okay.
It's going to swing the corner, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It's exactly what happened. B-side's going to be cracked open.
Is there an outlaw pickup for Kipe? Or not? Yeah, okay, he gets one at least. But look at that. I mean, got so much space to play around now for Full Sense. They're playing more defensive though, not wanting to lose any weapons unnecessarily. So just high-low, everyone's stacked up close to each other. It's really on the shoulders of PKM, maybe Kipe to set up with a flash, and then for Margaret to play off the contact to try to find some damage. Ballsy peek.
Spike's taken away. QTD don't really have anything to say about it, as is to be expected. This will be double digits for Full Sense. So, short of an insane opening gun round here for QTD, I don't think I'm going to be convinced that they can make this recovery.
On the defense too, right? Oh, it's just feels like so much work. And we're not seeing too much yet in terms of the setups, but same could have been said about Full Sense with some of the earlier rounds, especially for Haven as well. So, gonna hold my tongue. Perhaps we get a bit of intervention with Coach Relive at some point, but so far nothing yet to speak of. Maybe some proactiveness with PKM trying to take some space in towards B main, but Full Sense have other plans.
Yeah, Boombop's going to be dealt with easily. Uran's pushed back into the side. Smoke's coming through. Now the wall's up as well. Full Sense is going to try to make their way into A and see if they can take that space. Kipe gets a nice kill, or in fact two. Gets a little bit over-eager and puts a shot into the clone. That's a door open for Kahlua for the double. Now it's Margaret's chance to see if he can do the same. That Guardian
Spike planted.
still singing around the map. Cruz is actually putting together a very good attacking half here himself and waiting patiently. That's a really nice round again from Cruz.
Yeah, he's having a day. He's just crouched down again, expecting the swing because Margaret's just feeling the pressure of it. No spike planted either, but like just, yeah. So all in all, I mean, it looks kind of messy on both sides. In fact, that you would have thought that this entire round belonged to QTD because of Kipe's efforts, just being able to hold the angle, doesn't get hit by any flashes, manages to take down Premi and everyone who does kind of come out of the choke point, but still not enough. And Cruz just saying like, you know, I'm here. Up at this point, it's a really desperate buy for QTD. Now we'll have a listen in to see what if Full Sense can put this down.
กำบายอยู่ไม่ต้องห่วงกำบายอยู่บายพวกมึงยิงกล้องให้แล้วขวาแล้วขวารอก่อนนะถ้ากล้องมันยังไม่เปิดอย่าเพิ่งตามไปคิว
Here.
ใกล้ก็เดินแง้มไปเลยเดินแง้มไปเรื่อยๆเลยเดินกูล็อกซ้ายให้ไม่ต้องเดินข้ามไปนะเอ้ยใช้ไม่ได้แล้ว
Cage trigger.
พร้อมตอนที่ดีลิงออกมานะกูดูทีอยู่ตายทีตัวนึงดับให้เฟอร์อยู่นี่เฟอร์อยู่ตรงทีดักเฟอร์อยู่ดักเพื่อนดับให้
Well, easy does it for Full Sense at the moment as they just continue to bully their way into this B site. Margaret can't see a damn thing. Plan's going to go down. Uran spotted out as well. Full Sense are up to 12, and they are doing this easy.
Oh, what a little pop flash. Everyone just grouped up. QTD playing incredibly passive. You want to see a timeout, but it doesn't seem as though they have just any secondary plans left. They scrounged up a buy for that round, but it still goes up in flames because no one's holding any forward space, no information, and then the eventual pop. Goes the Weasel. Just a partial buy now with any budget rifles they can get. Bulldog, Guardian.
Oh, no. Good attempt from Iran. Margaret's managed to at least get one onto Jip Boys, but space has been taken already over towards that B site, and Full Sense are going to be heading in that direction for the plan.
Cruz.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be in. Gets a little bit of that early info. It's going to end up just backing off. Playing a little bit safer. Sephiroth able to deal with PKM. QTD down on numbers now, and Full Sense about to punish them for this final map. Summit has not gone their way at all. QTD are done. It's 13-4, and Full Sense will take the victory in their opening game of the play-ins.
One away from maybe locking in if they're able to take down their next opponents. I believe it's going to be T1, but nonetheless, what an improvement out from the group stage. A bit of a life game from Cruz, but showing just massively, incrementally, bit by bit, all the different plays that they're able to set off of now. They're looking much more like their old selves from stage one. A couple of double duelists, but even with Permi on the deadlock still today, they had their number against QTD every step.
Yeah, in saying that, I think it was far from perfect. I think there's definitely still a lot that Full Sense is going to continue to look to improve upon, but a win is a win, and if they can continue to just work their way slowly but surely through these play-ins, by the time they do at some point get to playoffs, I think there'll be a team to really be concerned about. They do need to maybe work on a bit of that synergy. Things looking a bit difficult there with the flag. Came out upside down. So like I said, a few things still to work on here. Maybe communication, potentially, for Full Sense, but end of the day, they're going to be happy. They're not going to be too concerned about this. Looking forward to a match, like you say, against T1. It's a bit of a bigger fish to fry, I think it's fair to say, than QTD. And for QTD on the other side of that coin, moving down into the lower bracket, it's not going to be an easy task going forward for them, because obviously, you're now one game away from elimination here in the play-ins, and you've been kind of building your entire year towards this point, and unfortunately, it might be over in 2.
Yeah, that's it. I'm still incredibly impressed by them, though, and they're showing that they had today incredibly aggressive. They wanted to test their summit, but it unfortunately does not pay off just yet. That said, though, Full Sense, what a performance. Let's listen in to them with Jen on the stage.
This one right here is for the bosses, winning everything and never seeing no losses. We get it done, and don't care what the cost is. Take it as a one, and if you try to double cross us, I'm so sick with the skills that I'm nauseous. We stand still while the others try to toss us. If you think you can do it on the level that we do it, I'ma tell you that you already lost us.
네, 풀센스의 프리미 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Massive congrats, 프리미. 가장 먼저 이렇게 플레이인 스테이지 첫 경기를 승리로 장식하게 됐는데요. 오늘 경기 소감부터 들어보고 싶네요. Now, congratulations, Primi, on this win. You guys are starting off play-ins with a strong win against QTD. How do you feel about today's win?
ก็ยินดีด้วยกับการชนะวันนี้ที่เจอ QTD ก็คิดยังไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกดีครับผม เพราะว่านี่ก็เป็นชนะของเราก็ไม่ได้หลังจากไม่ได้ชนะมานานก็ดีใจครับ
feels very good because he hadn't won for a while.
아무래도 그동안 연패를 했기 때문에 이렇게 승리를 할 수 있어서 기분이 너무 좋다고 얘기를 하는데요. 상대해본 QTD이라는 팀은 또 어떤 팀인 것 같은지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. I want to ask you about your thoughts on QTD. What do you think about them as a team competing on the Pacific stage?
คิดยังไงกับทีม QTD
ก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นทีมที่เก่งมากครับผมแล้วก็เล่นกันเป็นทีมเวิร์กมากครับ
very good team, has very good teamwork and plays very well together.
확실히 팀워크도 좋고 그리고 강한 팀이라고 생각한다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 풀센트 같은 경우에는 이제 프로스트 감독이 스테이지 2부터 다시 합류하게 되면서 아무래도 좀 맞춰가는 그런 과정이 필요했던 것 같은데 그 과정은 어땠는지 선수들의 인풋은 좀 어느 정도인지 그리고 좀 어떤 방향성으로 이제 확고히 하게 됐는지도 물어보고 싶네요. So with Frost rejoining the roster starting stage 2, it means a lot of catching up to do for you guys. I mean, you tried different comms, different styles compared to stage 1. What conclusions did you guys decide to reach? How was the process? How much input do you get to have?
ก็ได้บทสรุปอะไรมาบ้างหลังจากที่ฟอร์สเข้ามาตอนสเตจ2แล้วก็เปลี่ยนคอมเปลี่ยนสไตล์การเล่นหลายๆอย่างสรุปว่าแบบเราจะไปทางไหน
ครับผมตอนนี้ก็เราก็พยายามหาได้แนวทางแล้วก็เล่นให้เข้ากับเราที่สุดครับผมเพราะว่าตอนนี้ก็หาสไตล์การเล่นอยู่ครับ
Still trying to find out which style will be. We're still testing out different styles, different game plan and stuff.
아직까지도 좀 뭐가 팀에게 최선인지를 찾아가고 있는 과정 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그러면 또 프리미 선수가 개인적으로 느끼기에 다시 돌아온 프로스트 감독 좀 변한 것 같은지 아니면 탈론 시절 그대로인지도 물어보고 싶네요. What about the dynamics of you and Frost, where you know the team and the Frost? Is it different compared to the Talon era, or was it just the same?
Frost แบบยังเหมือนเดิมอยู่ไหมตอนอยู่ทารอนกลับมาตอนเนี้ย
เหมือนเดิมครับผมก็เหมือนเดิมเลย
Everything's the same.
그냥 옛날이랑 똑같다고 감독님 그대로시라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 자 이렇게 되면서 다음 경기 T1을 만나게 됐는데요. 여기에 대해서는 어떻게 느끼고 있는지도 들어보도록 할게요. Next up would be T1. You always brag against T1, I feel like, but what are your expectations?
แมตช์ต่อไปเจอ T1 คิวคิดยังไงบ้าง
ก็น่าจะเป็นแมตช์ที่ยากครับผมแต่ว่าเราน่าจะทำได้
It'll be a hard match, but he thinks he'll win.
힘든 경기가 되겠지만 그래도 프리미 선수는 풀센스가 이기지 않을까라는 자신감 있는 모습을 보여주게 됐습니다. 자 이렇게 해서 프리미 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 다음 인터뷰로 돌아오도록 할게요. Thank you so much, Primi, and good luck against T1.
Thank you.
It's a good week for Thai Valorant so far. We got one more match after this featuring another Thai team. But in the meantime, Fulsen's finally getting a win, a much needed win. This stage 2 ever since Frost has joined this roster. Primi mentioning just now, things haven't changed. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but overall things look a lot better.
Yeah, they break that 4-loss streak. If history is to be believed, now they're going to win 3 more in a row because everything has to be in balance when it comes to this team. But I will say this was a much better game from them overall. Map 3 looked really solid. I think Sephiroth really held his own there. That's something we've been waiting for him in this squad, where I feel like he hasn't always had the best games, but he showed up when it mattered most today. So I think now this Full Sense team can really start to pick up some steam, gather that momentum as they move towards qualifying for the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a really well-rounded performance from really everyone on Full Sense. I think they were pretty close to each other in terms of fragging. Cruz, I think, won like 4 clutches or 4 late-round scenarios. You know, he's always good for those kind of scenarios when he's feeling like he's in good form. You know, sometimes he had some underwhelming fragging performances or he gets a bit of the IGL brain drain, but this was another all-time classic game for Cruz where every single clutch situation he was winning, and I think at the end of the day that's going to start to get quite frustrating for a team like QTD, who unfortunately this is something that I kind of earmarked for some of the challengers teams. When you're mixing in too many of these maps that you haven't played too much, you're going to have some pretty inconsistent success. You saw it for every team so far, I think, for the most part. You've seen it in the Sunset game for Sharper, you saw it for Onside trying to pick Sunset as well, didn't quite click for them, and then there on Summer here for QTD, they just don't have the reps in officials, and unfortunately the Pacific teams are styling on them a little bit.
We saw some moments from QTD. I think their Haven was definitely impressive, and I think these players can be very good, and I hope that they can settle into this stage a little bit more when we see them in that lower bracket.
Yeah, not bad at all for a very first showing here on this stage for QT Dig. Like you guys mentioned, Summit, brand new map, a little rough for them, but I'm honestly very, what's the right word? Delighted for Full Sense. I know a lot of fans were expecting great things from this team with the combination and the reuniting of Frost on this roster, but things are coming together. And Cruz, like you said, stepping up, even as at IGL.
Yeah, I mean, look, for full sets, everyone fragged, everyone put in a shift for QTD, a couple of the boys going missing there, and I think that's going to have to be a little bit of a lesson. I think the map 3 pressure might have got to them a little bit. As mentioned, they're playing a map that they haven't played too much in Challenges Japan, so I think that's back to the drawing board. They really need to just try to channel what they did on Haven and try to take that forward through the lower bracket, and I think they have a chance if they can try to play like that a little bit more. MVP goes over to Primi. He set the tone for this whole series on Split. That was another all-time classic, game from Primi. Download that VOD and just watch what he did.
Get it watched. I think he was fantastic in that first map, and I think very, very solid in this map 3 that they did manage to close the series out. So, yet another MVP for him. He's drowning in them at this point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the best in Pacific, in the world, perhaps. Now, coming up next, we have Team Secret facing against Zipto, formerly known as 555 or Ha Ha Ha, and we'll be seeing them very shortly after this break. So, guys, don't go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. It's play-ins, it's day 2, and we're going to see the final of the 4 challengers teams debuting today. They'll be playing against Team Secret. Now, Team Secret had a fairly good start to stage 2, all things considered, but then they've had some roster swamps through and a little bit of trouble. I don't know if you guys saw Spin's post-match interview last time. It was, pretty deep. Like, dude sounded like he was having a full-on therapy session, released there. So I think there's a lot of stuff they must have been working on since that game.
Yeah, usually you're the one giving him the therapy after the post-match. Was that nostalgic for you, Morgan?
No, he's very candid in the interviews. He's not afraid to say what's going on inside the team. So it's clear they're going through some changes and they're trying to fix the problems from the inside out. I think this is a good roster on paper. I think we can definitely expect more from this roster than we've seen with VCT up at the top there. 1-4 record in the groups, win against KO Rex, losses against everybody else. So they're really looking to turn around their fortunes here in the play-ins.
I think they did decently, but something I'm concerned about coming into this matchup is this map in particular against DFM, where DFM on the attacking side of Breeze were hyper-aggressive. They were running at them. They were disrespecting them. Now, why is this relevant to this matchup? Because, May's stunning himself and they're still winning the game. That's one thing. But more importantly than that is that 555 is a very aggressive team. Their duelist pairing are not afraid to take fights, are not afraid to push smokes and be hyper-aggressive and confident like this. And if Secret can't hold DFM doing that to them, then I'm a little bit worried if 555 comes into good form here on the Pacific stage, then they're not going to be able to deal with that aggression.
Yeah, I need to see them have some answers because we know 555 will be in your face and they didn't handle that super well. So hopefully they've got something a little bit better cooked up for that aggressive style.
Now, 555 are really excited about them. They are now known as Zipto, but it's hard to let go of the name so soon. Now, we do have Quack, who's going to make a case for 555 and introduce them to those of you who are not familiar with this Thai super team.
Zipto. These are 5 players who have been hovering around challengers for a while. Young, unsigned rookies banding together at the start of the year to chase the Valorant dream. They hit walls and obstacles, ultimately taking 3rd place after falling to domestic rivals Sharper and Motive in Split 1 SEA, but came back in Split 2, exceeding expectations, embodying the double duelist meta impeccably with dives, set plays, and quick rotates. They meet Sharper again in an intense grand final, 5 full maps, pushing their opposition and themselves to the very limit, down 6-6 at the end of the half in the final map before falling again with a final scoreline 13-11. Down but not out though, their 5 dreams persevered through the LCQ with minimal resistance, clinching the final Pacific play-in spot. Armed with Endoist and Doffiest duelists of the core who have official debut matches as early as 2023, Kennedy to support, Surf of Talon fame as their sentinel, all helmed by perhaps the most experienced on the roster, Alert. These are 5 players, 5 raw talents, and 5 dreams. This is Zipto. How far can they go?
You guys all read, introduce these teams like story time. It's like a bedtime story. Yeah. And that's the tale of 555.
That is the tale of 555.
The legendary 555, now known as Zipto. But it's true. They came in through LCQ, but they are definitely a strong contender from the region. Definitely some of the best. A lot of these players have come through various academy teams.
Yeah, I'm very happy that they won that LCQ and we get to see them here on the Pacific stage. I think they're an incredible team. I love how they play. For me, they embody that Thai spirit, the aggression, and I think they do it fantastically. Quack mentioned it, but that double duelist pairing, Doffy and Endoist, is so scary.
Yeah, I think Zipto has everything that they need to craft a winning formula, really. I think Alert and Surf bring a lot of experience, bring a lot of calling presence to the team. Endoist and Doffy are just raw talents from the Thai scene. I've seen Kennedy have some very good games for himself as well on that initiator role. This is the core of what was Talent Academy before, and then now has kind of persevered into this team, picking up more and more talented players. And I think, honestly, in the past, they've had a very close rivalry in the Thai scene with Sharper and continuing into Challengers SEA. So this is not, despite the fact this is the team that had to grind through the LCQ, I don't think on the international stage here in Pacific, they're going to be any better or worse than Sharper, to be honest. I think they're just as good.
I completely agree with that. Now, Surf, even Frost sent him a message congratulating him coming back to the Pacific stage. And Endoist, you guys have been so high on Endoist. Yeah. Tell us why.
He's just a fantastic player. I feel like he has something so cerebral around him where he's so aggressive. It's in your face, but it's multi-kill after multi-kill. I feel like it doesn't matter how bad the situation it is that he finds himself in, he can dig himself out of it almost every time.
If you haven't seen Endoist play, just think Primi, honestly. Like, he is mechanically ridiculously sharp. I think that he is the one that cleans up a lot of kills for 555. you know, there's been some clips accusing him of maybe using some assistance online.
That's how good he is, man.
On Twitter.
The greatest compliment of all.
Because realistically, that's how good he is. But Joffy is not to be underestimated either. I know his stats don't pop like Enduous do, but he plays a harder role on this team than Enduous does. He's a bit more of a space maker, but you won't be surprised when you see Doffy play as well. He put up just as many kills in the grand final of Challenge SCA, I believe it was, or maybe it was the LCQ, as Enduous did. And mechanically, he's incredibly sharp as well. Like, he is literally just popping heads like it's nothing as well.
And like, that's what makes it so scary is you might be able to stop one of them, but then there's going to be a second one in your face just as quickly. So really, when they combine and come together in this pairing, they are incredibly lethal.
It is crazy. You have two super shooters here, but then you also have two players who are really experienced.
For sure. I mean, you see Surf all the way back, multiple Masters attendee before you actually got into Pacific and the Franchise League, even went over to Champs Istanbul, and then you see multiple times he's already played on the Pacific stage, and Talon always does at least decently. 5th, 6th, and 4th is a pretty deep run, so a lot of games under his belt. I think he's going to be a bit of a veteran presence here. But Alert has been playing for a long time as well, just maybe hasn't quite made it as far as he would have wanted in some of those Ascension runs.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. We know how dangerous he can be, and we saw it a little bit over in Ascension, but I don't think he showed his very top potential there. And then also in challenges, he has been very solid.
Now, I have to say, this team the Thai team looks so exciting, and they look really strong. But Spin and Styron have a really good track record against Thai teams.
I mean, Styron, even this was kind of a thrown-together team, the XLB team, and he was still able to fashion himself a win against Zipto, so he's been able to craft a game plan. That was quite a close series. You see another close best-of-5 there in the lower final, where Motive was able to overcome Zipto. I think Spin, in particular, has had these Thai teams' numbers in Challenges SCA. He has a very good record against them, so he knows how to prepare a squad for it, and I think this Secret team has just as much talent as a Motive would have had, to be honest, maybe more so, maybe even a little bit more experience than a Motive would have had. So I think that as long as the players execute the game plan in the server, I think Spin can definitely get Secret on the right page to be able to beat Zipto here, especially on the Pacific stage.
I definitely want to pick your brain more on that very shortly, but we're going to be going into the skirmish next, and we got Nats and Kennedy.
Kennedy, there you go. Kennedy's been able to win a skirmish over Nats.
Yeah.
Kennedy's kind of sharp as well. Like,
yeah, I was going to say, like,
that's the thing. These Thai teams, they're all sharp. You know, we saw Sharper literally put their manager in, and he won the skirmish.
Yeah.
Like, I'm telling you, everyone in that country can aim well.
Yeah, clearly. And that's why I think these Thai teams are so scary. And again, having a really good track record so far here in Pacific. And we got our map, Vito Summit, Sunset, and Split. We've got two new maps for Zipto coming into this.
I mean, this is the third Challengers team to pick Sunset into a Pacific team. The first two times, it hasn't gone well for Onside or for Sharper. Hoping that it will be a little bit better here for Zipto. Team Secret selecting Summer. It's a map they haven't won yet, but they showed two different styles, Neon Phoenix, as well as that kind of more NRG-esque style that I think worked quite well against PRX. They got 10 rounds despite playing with their assistant coach there, so I think Summit should be a decent map for them. And I think this is kind of Spin saying to Zipto, show me that you can play this map. You know, this is going to be some uncomfortability, at least in terms of official reps. And then Split, I think, has shown some promise for both teams as a third map decider. I think Zipto's got some very close games on that in both the LCQ and Challenges SCA.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, for Secret, I think it makes sense for me that they would pick this in a way. I am curious which version of the comp we do see, but I like the NRG style that they brought out against Paper X. I think that game was very close, and if something isn't an insane clutch monster on the Viper, they probably do win this map, so I think there is a lot of potential there.
Well, I can't help but ask a little bit about our predictions ahead of time here. Did you both go for Secret?
I went for Zipto.
You went for Zipto.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I've been going mostly for these tier 2 teams because I feel like they are the favorites in every matchup. I feel like with the prep time, with the lead up, and then also with the momentum, I think especially for Zipto, who felt that pain of losing in the final of Challengers SCA, to then have to go and win LCQ, they're on a second chance even to make it here. So I think their momentum will be at an all-time high, and we know Secret, since that opening week, haven't managed to even win a map. So I think it's a little bit more of a struggle struggle there. I'd love to see Secret bounce back, but I worry that the momentum needle swings too far the other way.
I think Secret should have a really good chance to win this series. I don't think that 555 now Zipto are a team that really will reinvent themselves a huge amount. I think they've got a winning formula with the double duelist pairing. I think they're going to stick to that general kind of style, and both Styron and Spin have showed the propensity and the ability with different rosters that are, in my opinion, not as good as Secret to already beat them in Tier 2. So that's why I favor Secret in this matchup, but I could definitely see Zipto winning.
Well, yeah, the Team Secret predictors are definitely in the minority here, which is really surprising for a Challengers team coming in here with high hopes from the talents. Let's see what actually happens as we send it to the stage. Welcome to two teams. We got Zipto, formerly 555, facing Team Secret.
Today's matchup.
We got Team Secret and Zipto, the final Challengers team to join Pacific and see what they're made of. Zipto, formerly known as 555, also the third tied team here in Pacific. We have high expectations for this team. Most of us have predicted for them to win today. However, Pilsky, you picked Team Secret, and part of your argument here is that both Spin and Styron have had a good read on all the tied teams when they were in Challengers as well. But it was a different squad. Why do you think they can still find success today?
Because they have great players. They had some rough runs in the group stage, quite honestly, but I think a lot of those maps were winnable, and I think that the shuffle of the roster that they had to deal with, as well as the ups and downs of Zeus, were problematic for them, and hopefully they've worked on some of those issues, because Zipto, if there is a Challengers team that's going to put you to the firepower test, this is that team.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, I think for Secret, I want to see that mental recovery, because I think this is a great squad on paper. They just haven't hit those highs yet. For Zipto, they're coming in with so much momentum. They've sort of mixed it up in the veto, picking Sunset. Team Secret selecting Summit means two of these maps are brand new for the squad, so we don't know what to expect there, but we know it will be in-your-face aggression.
Yeah, 100%.
Do you think it's going to be the two superstar duelists who are going to be giving Team Secret, you know, the biggest headache?
I think so, because we saw in that DFM game when May was really in their face, when they're being aggressive, they struggle to deal with it. I think I need to see them find answers for that double duelist pairing. And also, those are the guys that are consistently topping the scoreboards for this team, consistently topping their leagues by this metric. So I do think that's where they have to spend a lot of their resources to be able to slow them down.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Zipto will do well if Endois and Doffy don't frag here in Pacific. Not to say that's the only thing they have going for them. Alert and Surf are both very clutch players. I think Kennedy can overperform, given that he has to just do the kind of role-playing duties in this squad, but I have seen him have very big games on things like Raze and even Teo when that was really in the meta back at Talent Academy, so I know he's got some talent for himself. He just has to make ways for the other boys. For Secret, 100%, they know what they're in for here. They have played against this team so often, and like I said before, honestly, if Zipto come out and don't play double duelists and change their whole style, even on the first two maps of the series, I'm going to be extremely concerned. I don't want them to do anything tricky. I really do just want them to slam duelists this entire stage, and if they lose playing that, then so be it.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Team Secret, we spoke about his highs and lows, but Zeus is a player that we're really looking to find form. If they want to make it deep into the play-ins and then into the playoffs, this is a player who we know can be fantastic. I just want to see him consistently hit those highs, and then I think this whole team Team Secret roster unlocks.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be able to do that. And I think Neon as well is the perfect agent to be dealing with a team like Zipto, to be honest. That's why he's such a strong duelist, especially as a solo duelist. Yes, he had that entry power on the attacking side, but Zeus is a great op player if the other team opts to slow down the game. But the thing that Neon is so good at is the bloody relay bolt. If they run at you, you can stop them right there. You can drop the relay bolt, drop the fast lane, and say you're not coming into this side. So that's where Zeus needs to be on top of things.
Now, Zeus has shown how, what did you call him? The greatest Neon? Or one of the greats of the Philippines.
Yes.
The top three.
He's like Pacquiao.
Yes. So I hope he
Except
is able
sometimes
to
he
step
has
up
no
today.
hands. Anyway.
But he is a rookie here in Pacific as well, so sometimes it's hard to forget that, you know, rookies can get a little bit of the first stage jitters.
Yeah, but they're keeping him on the Neon. I gotta say, for Team Secret, this is the third different comp on the map, but I love it knowing what they're up against. Literally everybody has a way to fill up that choke point and stop Zipto from getting through when they're gonna be attacking. So this is a very deliberate, I think, anti-strat to help deal with that aggression.
Yeah, let's see what Secret can get going for themselves on the attacking side. For Zipto, they're just playing the meta. Neon, Phoenix, Enduous wants to kind of pick up the rest of the scraps. They're going to be starting out on that defensive side. So we'll keep an eye on Surf in particular. Quite a solid Sentinel player, and he is the most experienced player on Zipto here. He should be very comfortable on this Pacific stage.
And to take us through the first map of Summit, it's back to our casters. We got Jordan and Quack.
Well, only the first map. We're actually here for the whole thing, unfortunately, Victoria. But I tell you what, we are here for the first map as well. Team Secret and Zipto, I mean, this feels like it could be a pretty close match on paper. I think Team Secret have been, unfortunately, having a little bit of a rougher run. You know, there's been some issues with having the core roster there the whole time, obviously, throughout the group stages. And Zipto, we know from having watched Challengers SEA, are a pretty solid team. So I think this is a potentially pretty evenly matched game.
Definitely. I'm very excited. I mean, for one, at Zipto, you know, you've been just casting these boys all throughout Challengers, but at the same time, Team Secret, I do feel as though, like, with particular prep, they can be strong. Remember that one game where they actually did go up against KRX Triple Duelist? I mean, this is Double Duelist. They took down Triple Duelist. 3 beats 2. Come on.
I mean, you might be right. You might be right. I'm not sure I'm following that logic necessarily, but I think a big recovery is kind of required for Team Secret. Maybe a similar story to what we saw for Full Sense in that opening game. They both have had unfortunate runs throughout this season, let's say, but this is an opportunity to kind of get the ball rolling at the perfect time. Get a decent run in through the play-ins, make it into the playoffs, and then really unleash. So, see what Team Secret can do today, or maybe Zipto can run amok a little bit.
Maybe a bit more. I mean, that's always been the story about this guy. You know, with a lot of the Challengers teams, I do feel like a lot of them just kind of feel like this is their time. They've been playing all throughout, you know, for quite a while. Finally, they get to move up to Tier 1. For Zipto, though, like, so many of them are actual just straight up rookies. They're coach even. They don't have an assistant coach. They're backed by Zipto, the organization now, but like the entire journey for them to get up to this point and for them to show off, you know, different ways and different dimensions in their gameplay is pretty fun to watch. But right now, on the defense as well, it's going to be a bit slow with how Team Secret are running in with a double controller. A lot of it is going to come down to how they work around their Viper as well, which, as we've witnessed in games past, can do a lot to stall and hold off, does not create pressure, and allow for them to take space now.
Wendos actually claiming first blood there. Sylvan able to trade him back down. Team Secret trying to fight their way into this B site. They're doing it slowly and surely. Dombey and Surf still alive. And that is bad news for Team Secret. They are able to hold on to the site quite nicely. Kennedy there to finish off Kelly S. Zipto draw first blood in this matchup.
Very clean shots, and that's always going to be one of the other, like, you know, it's things that we say as casters, and sometimes it's very intangible, but this is truly one of the hallmarks of this team. It's just the marksmanship, the firepower, the mechanical skill of Zipto. That's what brought them to this point to begin with. The way that they managed to challenge Sharper in that SEA Split 2 finals, or even go that far in LCQ, taking down their opponents and rivals of Fancy United, things like that. So you really want to watch out for how much they're able to play and perform, especially with Endos and Doffy. Doffy now in the Marshall. 4-1 for Team Secret though. Progression smoke, very clear stock standard, and Alert's already prepared for it.
Patience
from Team Secret to start this round off. Nats has kind of pulled a little bit out of the hat there. I'm not sure what's gone wrong there for Endoist, but
very weird.
Nats on 1 HP gets the dual win with the classic of all things.
He's been on the stage a bit longer. Well, Kelly is still holding the angle, though, and the whole team's kind of regrouped around. Doffy off a timing could potentially at some point set up a flank. And again, keep your eyes on the toxic screen so that Team Secret will set forth. This one kind of reveals that they would like to play around and on towards B site now. Surf, though, has position up towards heaven. Won't do much good if he can't see, though.
I'm sure he'll be all good. Doffy actually with a really good chance of maybe picking up a few here. Ends up only getting himself one. Nats is fragging right now with the classic. This is second kill in the round. He's on 1 HP. They've got a plant down. Sylvan's managed that at least, and there's a paranoia here available, or not for long. Surf will win his duel, and Nats is going to get another. What? No! Oh. That was actually so on offer for him. I mean, it was always going to be tough with a classic there to find a multi-kill, but
yeah,
I think he might have almost honestly been better just taking the one. Either way, you know, not a bad round actually from Zipto with 3 players alive, so it could be worse.
There he goes. But yeah, So, okay, just to preface things a little bit further, one of the other things to expect about, I guess, Zipto or previously 555 is you can expect for some of these rounds to be quite scrappy at times, just because it's, you know, the double duelists a lot of times are not going into these rounds with like full perfect scripts or set plans. It's just intuition and like individual calls and what they want to do and make. So they're seeing a toxic screen now. They want to play and set up around it. But Team Secret have other ideas in mind. Progression smoke towards B site, and they've broken the trip. It's a great way for Zeus to get in.
Yeah, I think Zeus is obviously going to be someone that's going to be in the crosshair today. A little bit of a rougher end to the season for Team Secret, but started it very well, and we all had high hopes that he would really be able to deliver. Kennedy gets a nice headshot in onto Nats. There's Zeus, though, sliding in to find his opening pick, but Kennedy is the danger man on this site right now. Could be on for one more. Oh, he's got 3, and helped out by Doffy. Team Secret unable to put this round together by the looks of things, unless it comes off the back of Kelly S. In a 1v3, the spike is lost. There's 48 seconds. He kind of has time. But this is not how this was supposed to go for Team Secret. Zipto looking on the verge of picking up their bonus.
How has that happened?
Bit of magic. Sharp shooting.
30 seconds
Hocus
left.
pocus.
Kennedy warmed up potentially from the skirmish.
Yeah, well, that's one of those. All Sheriff shots, 3 kills in this round. And in what looked like it was supposed to be Team Secret taking the site, just completely
10 seconds left.
stopped. I mean, there's really not much to go off of, right? I mean, as Team Secret, you would expect them to be able to toss in utility and flashes and everything to support it when they actually do get that push through, but if Kennedy, you know, has a bit of support and they're breaking down the recon, and he's just swinging around. First shot, you know, whatever, that's the smoke, but look at these.
Nice.
Bit of cover with the relay bolt as well from behind. But like, that's it. Team Secret were just not playing together, which makes things really difficult now for the first half, because that's a big lead that Zipto are building up upon. Little hero rifle for Kelly S saved up from the previous though. So let's have a listen in to see what Team Secret wants to try and attempt.
Oh, it's this guy, bro.
Outlook.
Headshot again. I'm picking side again. Wait, I'm picking here. Can we pick key? It's okay, let them push it. I'm gonna just go deathmatch, bro. You're on your own.
I phantom and mid.
Go.
I'm gonna go to towers. Okay. Careful, Boba, okay? Who kill you, kill? Neon.
You have outlaw.
He's from...
That goes there. A-Link.
Okay.
Fade on B-Link. Cypher B. Neon here. Phoenix.
I'm out of here.
just not finding much else.
Not much to be said about that round, unfortunately, for Team Secret. A couple of early shots through the smoke, making life difficult, and one by one they fall. And it's been a pretty unenthusiastic start to their map. This should be a 4-0 lead. Kennedy not quite able to get it done cleanly, but job done for Zipto. 4 alive, 4-0 the start. Team Secret have to be worried. I mean, this is their map pick.
Yeah. I'm like almost concerned. Do we want to see a timeout soon, perhaps even? I was kind of looking through my phone to search for a quote because you kind of heard it in the comms, right? Unenthusiastic is a good way to describe it too. That like, you know, it's an eager round. He has the rifle. You know, the rest of them have pistols. Let's go trying to go for deathmatch. You're on your own. But like that's the quote that Spin had as well, speaking about the team culture and how they're trying to preserve peace, but no one's really taking accountability for certain mistakes, and it really does start to show. But this is a great way to kick off the round.
Yeah, Doffy just kind of getting baited in there, and Zeus waiting on the line. One shot, headshot. That's exactly what you want for Team Secret. It's the first real opportunity that they've had, I feel. This 4-on-5.
Too bad. We'll see if perhaps maybe Kelly S can try to find a little bit more, or if not, for the whole team to pivot back towards the middle and play around where their toxic screens are. Marking angles. Op spotted.
Oh, alert. Takes down Sylvan. So that'll bring it back to a 4-on-4. Just an awkward death for him. Nat's getting involved now with that op in hand. Endoist out of the picture. Team Secret just recalibrating on this round, but the triple swing could be the better of Kennedy. There's a lot of players to spam through in the end. Wall will drop, and Kelly S will also manage to finish off
30
Kennedy.
seconds left.
Team Secret slowly but surely putting this round together, and now it's really all on the shoulders of Surf to try to hold on to this site alone. Alert is dead. Surf needs anything and gets nothing. And so Team Secret have their first round.
Yeah, much more like it.
Momentum is a
Just needed a bit of that surge of confidence getting the opening pick. Reaction shot by Zeus. But apart from that, also just really slowing things down as they eventually head back towards middle. No one gets spotted. You know, they're thinking their opponents are going to be incredibly aggressive players who might tend to peek back out, which is why they're holding a lot of tentative space. But as it goes back towards mid, like, they're just playing around their screen again, isolating members of Zipto one by one. Now flipping the script on over to A site.
Quick push in. Zeus, oh, caught by Endoist. That's a really nice kill from him. I feel like Zeus had that every day of the week. In the end, though, once again, another slow sort of progress round here from Team Secret. Obviously hasn't started well, so they're going to try and think about what is plan B.
Where are
Might be Nats with the op.
Might be indeed. Kennedy out of the picture now. Nats is getting a lot of work done with this op on the attack, which is a little bit surprising, I guess. We'll see if that continues or if Zipto start to play around it a little better. Once again, that B site is more or less undefended. You've got Surf just kind of watching over it. Seeing if he can maybe get a kill here on the entry. Would have had one potentially there. Had he been paying more attention, it's still the recalibration that works out. He does commit to drop. I'm sure he'll get cleared out at some point here.
Joke's over.
That going down first, though. Now run it back, committed by Endoist. He's going to look to try to reinforce this site, see if he can find any info or hopefully a kill. That's not what will happen. Sylvan will send him back. But Team Secret still holding on to this one with only the 3 players. It's a bit of a deficit. Sylvan brings it back to an equalized number. Nats as well, chiming in, can't double down. Surf is there for the refrag and gets himself a neural theft out as well, trying to discover where these Team Secret players are playing the post plant from, which is quite a long way away. And this is why Styron has the Hunter's Fury. Just going to continue to layer that upon the spike to slow things down as much as possible. And he might have just done enough here as Zipto will get all the kills they need. but they won't get themselves the round. Team Secret claim 2.
They had themselves a little bit committed too far, especially out towards drop, so their only option was to go for the kills and the frags, but with the Hunters who were buying time away, ultimately, you still kind of see that. I mean, Surf was trying to pop off the Cyber Cage, all in all, but just starting to show how, like, teams trying to adjust around the meta as well, and slowing down the pace can have an influence in the rounds. Zipto, though, as mentioned before, like that was part of the thing. When they were playing online, it was incredibly scrappy, but on a LAN in the Split 2 finals, they suddenly showed a bit more tacticality, and I think that's what this op is proving to be as well. They can work around the slow pace, and they're holding every single individual lane right now, especially towards middle. So trying to read and recognize what Team Secret intend to do around the toxic screens, they always have to be quite careful because Nats still has his own op, and he's kind of lurking around. Not a lot of information afforded yet by Zipto. They're thinking B main could be clear, but Styron's just announcing his presence. I'm still here. Be wary, and that baits out the smoke from Alert. So it's on the Surf again, who's, well, not exactly alone by A site.
Endorsed. Well, this is going to be tough for him. Hit by that Paranoia as well is going to make matters worse. Now a relay bolt. There's just no chance. Endorsed is a dead man.
30 seconds left.
Still got 2 trips on this site, though, that Zipto have to defend with. Doffy needs to be hitting some of these shots. He's given too many opportunities over to Team Secret, and they bully their way into A.
Spike.
Uncharacteristic whiffs and little isolated positions as well. This has to be a save now for Zipto. Very clean take by Team Secret. Bits of pressure, keeps players invested on other parts of the map, where Zipto are just spread far too thin, not taking any proactive information as well. So if you're just playing passive like that, you're just waiting for the hit to come, and you know that's what can happen. Endoist gets completely stunned up, Valoranted.
Yep, that's what it is. Nice recovery being put together here by Team Secret, so like it was going to start a bit awkwardly, but Zipto is starting to lose a bit of their momentum. Kennedy going to try and take some guns out of their hands. Ends up losing his own. So 1-for-1 there is probably favorable for Team Secret. Forcing that reinvestment from Zipto, and they're on a bit of a loss streak.
Either way, though, great way for Team Secret to start to stabilize. Might be able to even out the score and perhaps even take a lead. Nats on this op, definitely creating quite a bit of pressure and a lot of support from the Filipino fans as well. That said, though, Coach ASI wanting to have a bit of intervention. I mean, I want to call back to what the desk talked about just yesterday, I think, in the play-ins, is that sometimes the Thai teams or, you know, the challengers teams can, especially Sharper, I think, they can be a bit streaky with how they're, like, operating in the game or on the map. They start to win streaks in rounds, and it's really that momentum because they start to get confidence off of it. You know, it helps them shake off the nerves of being on a different stage, being you know, perhaps more younger or lesser experienced players. And you really start to see that when Surf starts to pop off, get very vocal. But if that gets slowed down, then you have the converse effect of it, where the team gets a bit more quiet. They start to shrink in. And that's not what you want to have as Zipto. So timeout hopefully does provide them a bit more of that value. Maybe they'll come in with a bit more of their own set plays and wanting to try to take some forward space, which should give them information, which is why you do have the duelist closer out towards the B site now. We'll see what Doffy can conjure up.
Starring going to see if he can get a dart through there to spot some info. Doesn't actually end up tagging either of those Zipto players, but they are going to be pushed away anyway.
Playing very safe. And then it's back to the wall. I think Zipto's still trying to poke and prod towards B main.
Yeah,
Nats.
They really want to get some of this control, but Doffy's already crossed. Nat's not going to be aware of that.
Okay.
This becomes advantage Doffy for the moment.
Just whether or not he decides to pull the trigger. Nats is walking his way forward. That gun barrel is so close to the corner. There it is, the swing. And Nats just was not expecting Doffy at all on that line. He found the perfect timing to get across. So that is the end of Nats to start things off. It's like round number 8.
Pins and needles. And now you've got Kelly S on a deep insert. So you got to watch out for the rotations as Zipto. But still thinking about Surf and Alert. If they can hold the A side, Jordan. Oh.
Kelly S on the hunt for a bit of info. He's going to run right into Kennedy.
30 seconds
Makes
left.
matters worse for Team Secret. Paranoia through, but Zeus has already crept out past it. He's going to need to see if he can find himself the opener. Gets alerted to the presence of Enduous, so turns around. An easy kill for Alert, and Surf is there to finish it off. Zipto make it 5-3. They maintain the lead.
And then we can see the impact of Coach ASI. Nice. Lovely bit of recovery, but of course nothing that Team Secret can shrug off just to get the investments back in. But really seeing how, you know, proactive information or space being taken can aid Zipto in their defensive side. So maybe trying to do the same thing now, or thinking otherwise, because Team Secret are looking to play one up on the previous approach, which is to take B main now, maybe explode into sight.
Alright, well, Team Secret will be slowed down a little bit by that Nightfall. In fact, slowed down quite a lot by that Nightfall, it would seem. They're really happy to just bide their time, try and wait it out, and see if they can bully their way back on in instead. So Zeus opening it up. You've still got multiple members on this side. Doffy and Surf set up in somewhat of a crossfire to try to hold onto the side. There's the first attempt that goes wrong for Surf. Now with the pit thrown in as well. Doffy throwing caution to the wind. There's nothing in this round for Zipto. Team Secret with their patience strike nicely.
And it really does feel like patience will still be the name of the game though, Jordan, huh? It's so back and forth, and then when they really slow things down, you start to see a lot of these micro fights, which, depending on how either team is positioned or how they play around it, you know, I guess this time around, Zeus comes out on top. Kelly S as well, which then incites the pit. At that point, yeah, there was not much else that Doffy could have done, so. 2-1-2 again. Omen TP, but just to kind of throw things into a panic for Zipto. They're running all the way to the back, checking their spawn. It's another B execute for Team Secret.
Hey, but ain't broke, don't fix it. And once again, they'll try to work their way out. This time a bit of a different fashion. It's nice progress made by Zeus with that fast lane, assisted by the drone. Now having a look for a swing on the way through. He clips the head of Enduous and then turns on Surf as well. That is a beauty of a round from Zeus, and he is now really starting to feel like he's coming into his own once again, feeling comfortable in this game. Team Secret up to 5.
In a flawless fashion too. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you just get so much space on that side for Zeus, and then he's able to land the shots that he needs to. And I wonder if it's like a different mind game for him, where he goes on this stage and he says, I'm playing against VCT Pacific teams, tier 1 teams, and it kind of gets into his head. There's a bit of pressure.
Yeah.
Now he kind of comes into this and goes, oh, these are the guys that I'm used to from challenges, and you know, I know that I can compete against them, and very clearly is able to do that at the moment.
It really could be that. Lovely to see the Zeus that was prophesized. Oh, but look at this now from Zipto.
Oh, Doffy, that's a sharp shot onto Nats. It's not really going to amount into a whole lot because he is traded back down straight away, but Zeus going to have a little bit of a look there with the overdrive. Does get dropped back down. It's all a little bit messy here. Enduous just found himself in a 1v1 all of a sudden against Styron at the start of the round, basically.
And if you're Styron now, you're wondering where Doffy could be. Your best bet is to just sprint into sight and try to work off around that. Maybe you consider the flank at some point, but Doffy could also have been all the way up towards the back of defender spawn. He's trying to pick up the pace now, has one blaze wall to work off of.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to do here. Do you invest
the runner back to see if you can find some information, or you just try and... Oh, find the timing. Okay, well, speaking of, Styron has certainly found it, but maybe not capitalized on it. Blazewall's going to go out. Pops the tap there. Probably could have even sat for the half. Perhaps even honestly could have sat for the full defuse here, and Styron might not have peaked in time. He chooses to take the fight instead, and Styron will win it, punishing Enduist. And Team Secret now in the lead.
Oh, Styron, yeah, you can heave a sigh of relief now. It's okay. What a 1v1. I mean, the whole team fight, yeah, costly, you know, almost thrifty. But you can tell, like, this is those, you know, little nerves again. Enduist, I feel like, would have hit those shots. But, like, the little flick and, you know, there's a slight bit of lag or delay with how he's dragging it across his mouse pad, too. Back at it again. Well, either 7-5 or 6-6 at this point. Nothing too big to speak of. But just the same push on a different site now for Team Secret.
Yeah, that's awkward though for Zeus as he gets slowed down. Finished off in the end by Alert. That's is continuing to frag well for his team and has a chance to do some more here. Eventually does fall to serve. There's a swing in from Doffy as well. You've got madness in a lot of these rounds. They're just very chaotic. Skirmishes all over the place. Styron and Sylvan trying to put this one together as a duo, and Styron that's leading from the front eventually will fall. Sylvan might have been spotted out right there at the back end by Enduist. Tries to go for a tap. Needs to just take a fight here. Isolates one against Kennedy.
What?
That's a good start. Now he's got time. He doesn't actually have to move too quickly here. We'll look to try and cross, but in the end, gets that peek from Enduist and gets that headshot through. Sylvan has taken a little while to come alive in this map, but that's a good time to do it.
No kidding. Jordan, I feel a bit shy now. Enduist is not performing. He's not performing. Look at that, though. Who does that? Sylvan as well, pointing two fingers up to the camera. Spike wasn't planted, but he just goes full wide, almost back towards a cave. Dips back in and still takes the duel. So
halftime.
I think
a bit to celebrate with.
If I was playing, I probably would want to have Spin or Platoon as my coach.
Okay.
Because they're the guys that are like in the back. You can't even hear them most of the time, but they're cheering the whole time, and that's got to be vibes.
That's Elfish guy's coaching wish list. That's your build diff if you could.
My
put
coaching
coaches
philosophy. Yeah, my build diff coaches. They're my build diff coaches.
They give you vibes and they give you strats.
I think the vibe's okay here for Team Secret. It started pretty badly. 0-4. I thought, okay, maybe Zipto's going to start to run away with things here, but Team Secret, they fought hard, clawed their way back in that half, and now I've kind of thrown that gauntlet down a little bit to Zipto and said, hey, well, you know, you're on our stage now. To deliver.
And that's a big thing. Still a patient game, but what happens now that we flip sides on the second half? The double duelist attack. That's what everything is, you know, counting on, I think, for Zipto. But then again, we did witness what Nats can do with the AWP. He's starting to frag a little bit more like himself as well. Definitely had some nerves in his first day too, but here comes Zipto, a double duelist all the way up forward, and Surf, as always, to lurk.
Oh, it's a good spot to be in. Oh, they might just give him a double if they don't quite check this corner. Wisely, though, Zeus will do just that. So that's the end of Surf. It is info, though, for Zipto. They work their way into the A site off the back of it. They get the plant as well.
Spike planted.
Okay. Yeah, Team Secret's just going to take this time to set up Zipto. They need to try to break through cave.
Kennedy trying to be on the front foot. Ends up only grabbing himself a one-for-one, which is not really enough here for Zipto. Paranoia through from Sylvan. He eats the first headshot, but still gets the better of Doffy. However, Enduist is there for two. Speaking of, there's only two left for both of these teams. Enduist here looking for it. The flash around the corner. Doesn't actually manage to blind too much. He's just trying to buy time here. Eventually does pull the swing through. A 3K for Enduist. You were wondering where he was. There he is. Now it's Alert. In-game leader for the team. Can't quite get it done in terms of the frag, but he's bought enough time. So Zipto will claim the second half pistol.
Playing off of a 4v5. I want to see so much more. It's nice to see Endo is getting like a little collab with the classic, but it's like golf claps still, you know? It's not quite the performance that I was anticipating, but for Team Secret to be able to play this quickly as well. Oh, there we go. Now they're trying to get themselves fired up. Some fighting words tossed to Team Secret. This could and most probably should end up in a 7-7. Surf, though. And some of the smokes and the positions that he plays. If he just stayed flush to the corner, that could have been a different outcome. Or, of course, wanted to try to play ahead of it. So, just a little instances and fights that do happen, but now he plays something much more safe while the rest of the team tries to get things done, but they got slowed down by Viper utility.
Kennedy has just started it, and then it's been ended by Endoist and Doffy. Really wasn't much there for Team Secret. Zeus is... Let's see if he can maybe cause a bit of a ruckus here, but what can he realistically do? He is one man.
Yeah, really not much else. Smoked off as well.
Ooh, low HP for Alert. He can do a little bit there if he had hit that flick. That could have started to get interesting. In the end, though, Zipto equalized 7-7, although I'm not sure how impressive that is when they've won both of the pistols.
Really not yet. Depends on whether or not they take this bonus and break the economy then of Team Secret. But right now, Zipto, you're still holding your breath if you're kind of judging them. They're also, I think, just starting to try to get a better read of their opponents because, like, you're not sure if Zeus is going to take this duel or not. It's all these, like, little tendencies right now, and Team Secret definitely feeling a little bit more calm, more collected, more prepared. Oh, look at that. Spraying through the toxic screen. Surf immediately gone.
That's another player deficit for Zipto. That might be offset a little by run it back being invested here by Endoist, but he actually needs to get something done with it and hasn't been able to find any success there. So pushed back away by Styron. And the 4v5 will ensue. Kennedy is eager for the fight and ends up getting dropped by Sylvan. Might have been a little bit bold in that, especially considering he was holding onto the spike, which Team Secret now have a little bit of coverage on.
Gun here.
That's just enough for them to kind of secure a round as well. Smoke from Alert just to try to retrieve a spike, and that's his last smoke as well, not before the refresh. So, like, this is multiple obstacles ahead of Zipto. Oh, they're trying to get a pitch against Alert.
Yeah, and they're going to get it as well. Styron cleans that one up nice and easy. Claims himself an orb as a reward. Endoist and Doffy just going to walk their way out into the crosshairs of Zeus and Kelly S, and they make it look a bit too easy. Team Secret, as soon as they have the guns in their hands, they just seem like a different beast. Zipto, a lot of success with the pistols, but right now it's Team Secret's game to lose.
You know, you're thinking about the mentality of the pistol. It's like everyone's on an equal footing. You just kind of push in and do as much as you can, especially if you have the spike to play off of. That's what helps Zipto. But then once the guns come in, and you got all these different pieces of utility, they start to slow things down, get mucked in, a bit of respect, or at least forced to respect their opponents as well. It's just, it's so odd. They're not playing like themselves, and it feels very awkward, but either way, we'll have a listen into their comms.
ต่างพวกมึงได้นะเร็วทานเร็วทานเร็วทาน1 2 3มีแถบกันหลังพวกมึงนะระวังด้วยได้บีเมนสแปม2ตัวได้ตัวตำแหน่งกันเนี่ย2ตัวป่ะปัดไปเข้าได้นะเข้าได้นะมาสแปมจะไกลๆนิ้วหมาแล้วนิ้วหมาแล้วนิ้วหมาต่อมันไม่รู้ผมเดี๋ยวคอนยิงเขาดิคอนยิงไม่ได้กูยิงแล้วไปอยู่บีเฮ้ยไอ้ทำในไซมันปล่อยเว้ยลิงอะไรปล่อยไปจากบีนะลองลิงนะเขาบอกลิงไปผมไปเล่นละเล่นเลยคนเติมลิงให้ต่อแล้วก็รอบอลลิง
Just a very costly fight. Casualties all aboard, but Doffy trying to bring things back.
Yeah, he is. It's a bold position to play with 33 HP, but if he can get one more, that would be
Really cheeky. It's not going to be the case this time around. Sylvan shuts it down, who has started to kind of come online a little bit in this second half, Sylvan.
Kennedy's wishing for a Nightfall.
Yeah, still got 2 players to find here. That Nightfall needing 1 more kill, and that could have been it, but in the end it'll go the way of Nats, and so Alert has to get this done alone. He's good enough to finish off Sylvan, but not Styron. Team Secret have themselves another gun round.
And that's a big lead now that they can start to really build up on.
Someone was standing up on the Team Secret side. I can't see who it was from this far away.
I guess we might get it in the replay.
Probably get it on the replay. Might have been Nats.
Oh, well, Nats would have been the one to do it too. I gotta remember Ascension from last year when he was playing against SLT, well now Varel. But, I mean, look at all of this. Yeah, it wasn't. It's a lot more confidence on the side of Team Secret. The duels that they're winning and taking. I think Zipto might need a timeout soon, but not for this round, just pistols.
Oh, Zeus is going to be pressured, going to be tested, and Doffy with a couple of taps there gets the better of him. This Fury is going to try to slow Zipto down. Styron getting himself 1, and that's another. This is potentially still on offer for Zipto, but they'd have to make a very quick pivot over to A.
And then play around at Spike again? I don't know. Look at where KLES is moving to now. He's trying to stay up close with his team. Eventually it will be a numbers advantage retake. Like, I can already imagine what our desk might say, that Zipto's attack kind of looks very... Oh god, I'm just blanking now. One-dimensional, there we go. You know what I mean? Like, it's always the double duelist in there. Like, there's so much weight on them to try to create that space, break things open, but not much else.
Kennedy and Alert.
Spike down.
Down early on in the piece, and Kelly S claims his second for the round, making it quite easy. Double digits for Team Secret now. And very much homing in on that win. Not really too bothered by what Zipto's bringing to the table right now on the attack, as you say.
Not at all. As long as they like stop the double duelist, they slow it down somehow, you know, and the Vise is perfect for it. Hunter's Fury, I mean, he just sends it down that perfect spot towards A main. Just lines up nicely, does clip Endoist as well. It just feels pretty rough in Zipto's camp, and there is no timeout yet.
Under a bit of pressure here, but gets a helping hand from Styron, who just claims everything himself. Styron looking for a little bit more. He should get a third there. Perfect timing on the peak onto Endo, as Doffy was able to get past him. So Sylvan and Styron do both go down still. That A site is opened up.
Perhaps another carefree round. Whoa. Preemptive Nightfall doesn't catch. Neither does Prowler. They think they're safe.
They are, at least for now, to get the plant down, but sooner or later, Zeus is going to start to make his way forward. That fast lane! Oh, beautiful from Zeus. He just bamboozled Doffy. He zigged when he should have zagged. Happens to the best of us.
And wait for him to pop up as well. He's the one, has his turn to step up. Preemptive with the, expecting Doffy to slide back in. Just another one of those Zipto attempts where they, we've seen some teams perform similarly. Onside, I think, particularly. Maybe not on this map, but on Sunset, where they would just create a lot of distraction with a particular player, namely a Neon most likely, and then someone slips up from behind. It's a bit of distraction. It's risky, and maybe it does pay off for a second, but then that Nightfall and Prowler, man, like Zeus just saw that as an opportunity and went straight in. Aww. Cheering on serve, they have to be, but I don't know how this looks now.
Yeah, it's a tough time out here for Zipto. They don't have a lot of time to really make the adaptation. One more lost round here, and it's kind of over at this point.
Obviously, it's going to take another 2 for Team Secret, but you know, once you get to 12, feeling pretty comfortable about things.
Just so much yeah, like feel comfortable with. Like,
well, you need almost perfection here for Zipto going forward.
almost. I don't know if they could do it with these sticks and stones right now, though. Light shields everywhere. And as a double duelist, too, like, you feel like that's something that you need if you're just always rushing in. Okay, B main. But look at that, sheer wall on the other side. Op now in the hands of Nats.
There.
Well, 5 on 4.
What's
immediately
Surf
out the
gonna
gate? That's a good question. I don't know that he's going to get a whole lot going on there through middle, though. At least for the moment, he's taking a bit of space, but Sylvan is watching for it and spots the shoulder. Ooh, awkward couple of shots. Goes back in the other direction, and so I'll eat my words. Just as Sylvan eats Surf's hat, and that's information for Ziptos what this setup is looking like for Team Secret. They're trying to get back out. They haven't managed to escape in time. Doffy does manage to finish off Styron there as well. So it's still maintaining here for Team Secret. A chance if Nats were to hit that shot. Unable to do so.
So back to a 3v2 then. Kelias is the only one between Zipto and the site.
Oh, Kelias could get 2 there, almost does. Door's going to be closed on him. He's still potentially going to be able to have a bit of an impact on this round. Just going to use the pit there to deny a bit of space and then turns around immediately. They're going to try to crunch into Doffy's position right here. Nats, unfortunately, the benefactor of a headshot, so not really what he wanted. All up here as well from Kelias and trying to work his way out of his own pit, making life a little difficult. Zipto hold on for the moment.
Again.
Yeah, extends it by a bit. I mean, that's one of those things, playing a map like this. Team Secret have prepped up for it. It does come very close, but this round saved by Surf creating a bit of that extra space and the whole team to, you know, off of the neural theft, find a way to pinch into Link and eventually get themselves onto site. It's like very similar to how Zipto would typically play on Ascent, like having Surf to lurk around, trying to create that space, maybe split as well. But I don't know how consistent of a strat this can be, like how reliable it's going to be if you're just trying to work off of this to get rounds. And now you've got space being denied by Team Secret. Have to respect that. Almost as though Team Secret wants to funnel you into a very particular setup on A site.
One-way smoke out from Team Secret here as well. Kelias having a little bit of a look around that. Bit of a change up in position. Sylvan over towards B this time.
Styron. Hello.
Just want some info. Sylvan going to go looking towards middle here as well. Team Secret seem like they want the info, and they're not really getting what they want in terms of that knowledge.
Maybe not yet, but just through sounds alone, they kind of know, yeah, these guys are up towards middle. So warning signs all around. Sylvan up the next one up to the test.
Doffy pushed away for the moment. 35 seconds left on the clock. Zipto are leaving this to the last second. They're going to have to go through a dark cover. They want to hit this site now. Zeus jiggling up nice and close and personal. I think Sylvan might have even spotted a gun barrel there. Zeus, not quite good for the opener here, but it's on to Sylvan, who finds himself a beautiful 3K, very nearly the 4th. Bit of chip damage into Alert. If it was a headshot, he might have been able to convert one more, but he has done enough to give the winnable position over to Team Secret now. Nats is even going to invest the Steel Garden. Wants to get Team Secret up to map point. So Kennedy down to just the pistol, the classic here, to see if he can manage to do anything with it. Pulls out the primary, but no chance to use it. Styron with the headshot, and Alert falling at the hands of Nat. It is Team Secret that will go to 12.
And possibly the 13th, depending on how the next round goes. Just wants to try to get ahead of things, but not quite able. There's so much space, so much being denied away because of Team Secret and their utility. It stalls it down. There's so much pressure. And Zipto,
they do this quite a bit. They did it in the finals against Sharper as well, where it's alert to try to create a distraction with the From the Shadows. He, in that moment, found a bit of info catching Zeus as well, but it's still not enough, you know? The entire strat relies on them just being able to get into sight, and it always costs them so much.
Very nice across-the-board performance today from Team Secret, at least here on Summit. Map's not yet done, but it's getting very close.
Yeah, right. Very same setup as well now. This time you've got extra cover with Kelly S playing inside of his...
Oh, that's probably not how that's supposed to go. Enduous a little bit of a mishap there. Asleep at the wheel. Doffy also falling to Styron's Hunter's Fury. And with that, you might think this map is looking pretty over for Zipto. They have to recover a 3-on-5. They have no space to do it with. They've got to try and take some map control, and Kelly S is going to try it again. This guy's a madman. Works again.
Man's been hitting the gym as well. He's pretty yoked. He's just so good. Snakebite plays in front of it. And now the whole team looking to crunch down in towards B-Link. No chance, no entry for Zipto.
Missed shot from Nats. He's going to be put under a bit of pressure here. He just wants to survive as long as he possibly can. You'll want to see the double swing come through. Hey! Too many options. Oh, unfortunate for Nats. That's going to be the site taken for a moment. Overdrive has Zeus out a little in advance of his teammates, so no trade to come through there, but Sylvan still trying to recover it. He can't. That said, Styron can. 13-8, and Team Secret will take map 1. It was a little bit of a roller coaster for them, a little bit up and down, particularly at the start of the map. It took them some time to get rolling, but once they did, it did feel like it was their map to lose, and indeed they were able to walk away with that victory pretty comfortably. So we'll be happy with the start to this series, but there is still more work to do.
They did so very well though, right? I mean, like, that's just steady. You talked about the roller coaster, but I have to be quite honest, the second half, especially down to the end, just feels quite anticlimactic. It's just watching Zipto not being able to find their footing at all. Nats on the op, the whole setup, Kelly S in that last round. Would have been the funniest thing if there was an ace from Alert in that very final moment, but nonetheless, nothing found. Let's toss it down onto the stage with the coach winning interview.
Here with Team Secret's coach Spin. Now, Spin, you're so used to playing these Thai teams. Can you tell us a little bit about what you focused on when it comes to preparation for this matchup?
To be honest, based on our previous performances, it was all based on our own composure. These games against the teams coming from Tier 2 are the biggest test of composure you can have at this level. It is so tough. They're very good. They're coming and they smell blood. They want to beat you. Okay. So it's tough. So it's all focus on ourselves really.
Speaking of which, you talked about having to establish a more competitive culture within the team. Can you tell us about the work you've been doing in developing that in the past week or so?
I think we've been dealing with a lot of fear, like fear of consequences if we make mistakes, fear of the idea of losing. Losing to a Tier 2 team is very scary. So it's been working on that.
Okay, thank you so much, and keep composed.
Thank you.
Well, some might say Wooza, if you're old enough. Spin might be old enough, actually. And I can see why you really like this guy, Morgan. That was a fantastic answer to this, and kind of respect, really, to Zipto and all the Challengers teams coming in. And he, too, had experience in Challengers and almost bringing that sort of mentality to the team of, remember to stay hungry, okay? Yeah. Don't be afraid to go in. And this map, absolutely, Team Secret looked a lot better.
I totally agree. I think he hit the nail on the head there of these games are the biggest test of composure, but I do think they did an excellent job of that. They recovered that first half after a bad start. They've changed compositions once more, but I think they executed it really well in the face of the aggression that Zipto were trying to bring. I think this was a rock-solid map from Team Secret, a great pick from them. I think really good flashes of individuals across the board. Zeus was great. Kelly S in that last round, walking into his own molly is insane, but you can't do that if you're mentally weak, so it looks like some recovery has definitely gone on inside this squad.
Yeah, I think a lot of that composure showed in the XVXs, a lot of clutches. One when whenever it came into the mid to late round, I think Secret really slowed things down. They made sure they played off of each other well. It seemed like the communication was excellent. I like the comp swap. So outside of the pistols, for the most part, it was big ticks for Team Secret. They won a lot of those post plants. You can see the clutches there at the bottom of the screen definitely helped them kind of get the best of Zipto. I think that clutches are often big momentum swings for these teams coming up from challenges, and when you're losing all of them, it's going to take the wind out of your sails, and I honestly felt that for Zipto, that map, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, do you really think it's a matter of just confidence for Team Secret coming into this, though? Because I wish we had more time with Spin on that stage, and more specifically in how they were prepping for Zipto today.
Yeah, I mean, I think like it's always a fine balance where you want to make sure you're prepared for what your opponents are going to bring, but equally you have to make sure your guys are ready to play their own game. It's a common mistake with coaches coming up where you over-prepare for your opponents to the point where you forget how to play, and I think they struck that balance really well. I think we saw the flavor that Team Secret have tried to bring in a lot of their games, and I think they just executed it very well. Styron, rock solid performance here. You spoke about this in the pre-show, Pilski. He knows how to play against these guys.
Yeah, all of them played well, quite honestly. Everyone had their moments in that map. Everyone delivered what they needed to do, and I think that speaks a lot to the flexibility of the players. Kellyus in particular, throw this guy on anything. He can play anything. He's played very well there on the Viper. You've thrown him on the Phoenix. You've thrown him on the KO. The ability for him to really play any role and just kind of do well on it. You saw it even in Global when he kind of made his Pacific debut. They threw him on the Deadlock. They threw him on the Breach. All kinds of stuff, and he can still just put up above average numbers. I think he's an incredibly underrated glue player on literally any team that he plays on.
And also, Team Secret has something about fragging IGLs. So Styron definitely is continuing that trend after Jesse Vash there. That said, Team Secret is not, always perfect, Morgan, are they?
They just can't buy a pistol run. This is crazy. I mean, we don't see anything like this, man. Even in the DFM game, 3 out of 4 halves, they lost pistol bonus, and it happens to them again in this game. And that's when I got really scared for this team, because this is exactly what happened to them last week, and they couldn't recover. That was that weak mentality that Spin was talking about, that when they go down, they lose this important round, they would shrivel up. But they did an excellent job to recover here, and part of that was how they played these clutches.
Yeah, they composed themselves really well, and it's something that I said about Zipto when we were watching Sharper. This is the thing about these Thai teams. You saw it in the RRQ game. They often streak themselves out in front to a really quick lead, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're just going to run through and dominate the game. They are very good at looking like they're going to absolutely blow the other team out of the water, but then the game gets incredibly close. It's why the Challengers SCA final between 555 and Sharper was such a banger, because they're both so good at dominating the other team and then just looking like they don't know how to play the game.
Well, speaking of these Thai teams, we got Cruz and Frost sticking around to watch live in the venue. We might have Cruz later to also give some of his insights and input here on these Thai teams. And it is kind of crazy. All these teams are incredible here on the Pacific stage, but it's kind of a rough start here for 555.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely struggled there for sure. I want to see them bounce back. It's going to be Sunset next, their own map pick, but we've seen other Challengers teams struggle there. So let's see if they can get done what other people can't.
Now, Zeus, we're a lot happier with his performance today on map 1 of Summit. This is a player I was trying to point out earlier. He is so hyped up. He's so hyped up in the Philippines right now, and rightfully so, on that Neon. But he sort of had a dip halfway through stage 2 earlier on, and I think it's because he is a rookie and he's kind of finding his confidence and finding himself.
I mean, he's just a very up and down player for me, but his Neon in particular is fantastic. I think simplifying him on that role, he's been able to do well for himself. And him, Kellyus, a lot of these players are used to playing against these Thai teams as well. Let's not forget that Challengers SCA, even though it was the Thai teams that found their way to the top, if you go back to groups across multiple stages, there's plenty of Filipino talent in there. There's plenty of full Filipino teams that are used to kind of playing against these teams, and they understand their style as well. So Zeus, not having any issues playing against them here, probably quite familiar with a lot of these players himself, and he's done very well in that opening map, but he's been backed up well by the rest of the team, whereas Doffy on the other side of things was the standout. We talked about the double duelist pairing, but actually that was mostly a Surf and Doffy show, I think, that first map, to be honest, for Zipto. I think the rest of the boys still getting themselves comfortable, as we've seen a lot of the rookie teams kind of struggle with in the first map at least.
Which is going to be tough if they are not getting comfortable fast, because Sunset is not a map that they're going to be comfortable with here in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very true. We keep seeing the Challengers teams. They're loving this Sunset, and the big reason is because there's no data on it. They've had enough time to prep it, get it ready. They can bring it into Pacific without having shown it before, and that really offsets the prep advantage that, the Tier 1 teams could have by being able to scout out some of the more played maps. But, like we say, it's not been working for these teams, so we'll have to see if Zipto, what they have cooked up. I'm going to guess it's going to be double duelist.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy. For Secret, we saw them absolutely dominate KRX with a perfect game plan on this map, but it was a very tailored game for KRX playing the triple duelist rather, specifically. So I think it's going to be interesting to see if Secret sticks with this comp. There wasn't anything wrong with it. We could see them kind of swap away from things or tune things a little bit, and we'll see what Zipto come up with, but I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy. I think it's going to be double duelists of some variety. The only question will really be what kind of direction they're going to go with that, because Endo and Doffy are reasonably flexible with their agent pool as well. They can kind of play a lot of different stuff.
Do you think a double duelist will be a better match than triple duelist?
I mean, in theory, yes. Should be a little bit more
There's one less duelist.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I think the thing is, I think Secret dealt with the double duelist aggression really well. I think part of why they changed comp was to be able to deal with it when the side swapped there, so we'll have to see also what Secret have cooked up.
Yeah, definitely. And, this is Zipto's first time here on the Pacific stage, except for Surf. So let's see what their coach had to say. I'm very curious as we go into Sunset for map 2.
Standing here with Zipto's coach ASI now. Coach, how satisfied are you with how you guys performed on Summit?
เรารู้สึกไงกับการเล่นของเราในแมปแรกบ้าง
ผมรู้สึกว่าเราเล่นกันแบบว่ากลัวกันเองครับเล่นให้กดดันเองก็เลยทำให้เราเล่นออกมาได้ไม่ดี
I think we pressured ourselves a lot for this map. That's why the result is not as par as what we thought. So we think we'll do better next map.
Okay, so with that in mind, Spin said composure is what Team Secret needs to win this one out. What about you?
เขาบอกว่าโค้ชฝั่ง CK บอกว่าสำหรับ CK เนี่ยเขาต้องใจเย็นมากกว่านี้เพื่อชนะเกมนี้สำหรับเราขาดอะไรไปที่จะชนะเกมนี้
สำหรับผมแล้วครับก็ขาดความใจเย็นครับแค่เราเล่นเป็นตัวเองให้ได้ไม่กลัวก็ชนะแล้วครับ
I think we need composure as well. We need to be ourselves. If we are calm, we can win this map.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Little shout out there to the translator, J Jazz, Peanut Butter, the co-streamer from Talon now.
What?
A translator for Zipto 555 or ha ha ha. ASI though, he said they need to stay calm. Honestly though, he looks a little nervous himself. He is also new to the Pacific stage.
Yeah, absolutely. For Zipto though, they will be starting out on the attacking side of Sunset. It is a double duelist variety. Shout out to Doffy on the Yoru. When this agent was broken, he was very, very good at it. So I want to see him employing it in this current meta. It is a comfort zone territory for him.
Another change for Team Secret. They're mixing it up, bringing in the Cypher and the Chamber. They're clearly prioritizing stopping Util and the ability to take fights into this aggressive Thai team.
This is going to be very exciting. I do expect, you know what? I think this is going to be the first Challengers team to show something good on Sunset. That's at least what my hopes and dreams are as we send it back to our casters. Quack and Jordan.
Whoever those guys are. What?
Those guys.
What's going on? Did you forget? Did you forget who it was? We've been the same two guys here all day. You know, it's not hard to remember, I feel like. But anyway, that's just me. Victoria, Pilsky, Morgan, big time Val on the desk. I remember. It's not hard. Anyway, we've got more important things to talk about here. Let's see Team Secret up against Zipto. Will this be the 2-0 that Team Secret are looking for? Or can Zipto manage to find a way to pick the win up on their map pick? They did, at the very least, grab both the pistols in that opening map. So they should be feeling pretty good going into this pistol as well.
Yeah.
But winning both pistols, losing a map 13-8, it's not a great track record.
It's always something, right? You think you could get pistols and that should be a lot, but you know, it's always composure in between rounds. And I feel like Team Secret, they love to go up against teams like these. Teams that always run the one same track composition. But now, having their own setup outside of A main, Doffy could be in for a pinch.
He is. So, unfortunate for Doffy, that's not worked out. Kelly S also Have to rendezvous his way back out to the relative safety, but still another fight headed in his direction. Surf and Nats going back and forth, and Kennedy's there, now Zeus as well. It's just a real waterfall on that kill feed at the moment as we just continue to see brawl after brawl ensuing. Sylvan and Styron trying to lock this one in against Alert. He has to retrieve that spike, and that is going to be spotted out in a second by this dart. You'd think Styron getting the info, and Sylvan getting the kill. Team Secret get themselves their first pistol of this series.
It's always going to make a sound. But yeah, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Team Secret, like, when they played against KRX and that triple duelist, that was the last time they played Sunset 2, by the way. They are just so prepared because they know exactly how their opponents are going to operate. And for this one, while they don't know exactly, you know, what XIPTO are going to try and do, they have a pretty good inkling. You know it's going to be a double duelist, so like this composition, this setup with Kelly S in certain positions, like in that one he was up on market, it's just multiple layers for them to have everything go according to plan for them.
Silence.
I get angles and everything all locked down. If XIPTO does try to exploit a little gap, what they think is a gap, there's going to be a player. There's going to be a trip. Everything's slowed down.
That's not really much here for XIPTO. Although Surf's picked up a double. That is something. Zeus will try and chase him down, no doubt will eventually catch up to him. Oh my god!
Okay.
No way. Hold on a minute. Nats, you got to be careful here, buddy. Locks it in. So Team Secret have the 2-0 lead, as is to be expected.
This is kind of a special match. I mean, yeah, there's not much to talk of except for Surf being able to do a little bit more damage and, you know, just the great setup that Team Secret had. But if we have like a little cam on Frost in the crowd, he's like getting very excited whenever Surf does something good. He was immediately hand gesturing over to Cruz, talking about how well like something could have been played around. But that was nonetheless a pretty neat round. But what you want to see now has to be, you picked this Yoru for a reason. XIPTO needs to be able to work the map around it, but they're getting pinched in.
Oh, Sylvan's on for 4 here. He doesn't quite manage to land that final shot onto Kennedy. It was always going to be tough, but
what the hell?
The king of the 3K tonight, apparently, Sylvan. Good start to this round for Team Secret. 3-on-2. Drone is going to spot Surf as well.
Just by a bit, but if not for anything, it's always just going to be extra pressure against XIPTO, who feel like their only option is to walk in towards A now, but Zeus is close by.
Go, go, go!
Can always delay with the relay bolts or fast lane. And Zeus, man, has been performing quite well today. Can expect him to do a little bit more further up as well. A bit of footsteps by Styron just to force XIPTO to think about the drop. And in that time, Nats creeps on up.
Styron walking right into that crosshair. He's going to lose his life early on in the piece, and that's going to bring this round into a bit of a questionable position. Nats luckily able to deal with one and Zeus the other. So Team Secret do convert on their bonus. XIPTO in a bit of an awkward spot now. I mean, they have to, I guess, understand what it was like to be on the receiving end of that, because that's what they did to Team Secret on Summit.
Yeah. Like, is this the trend now? Like, the Challenger Thieves coming in, they think they can surprise their opponents on Sunset, but then they just get absolutely wrecked themselves. What a play. I mean, you have Recon and everything, sure, but Sylvan just TPs in, has Bulldog, gets so much done. All right.
It's early days. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. This is just a 3-0 lead, but right now, XIPTO with their backs against the wall. Let's hear from them as they try to put this round together.
ได้นะเว้ยมาให้กูมาให้เชื่อยังไม่เข้าเชื่อเข้ามันได้หน้าเอมันได้หน้าเอตัวอะไรได้หน้าเอรู้ป่ะทิ้งกูทิ้งกูคิดว่านีออนได้หน้าเอรอแถบข้ามมันกูจะบอกแล้วข้ามมันอันนั้นรอสวัสดีโดนเคลียร์กลางอ่ะไม่แถบใกล้นะเว้ยไม่แถบใกล้รอ
Spike down.
ถ้ามี2 ตัวไปเคลียร์เราเพื่อนเก็บปืนได้ครับกูได้เฮ้ยลงมาเก็ตเดี๋ยวกวางเก็บปืนกับนีออน
Marking the smoke. They've heard the sprints.
Oh,
and it's Duffy still.
What is Duffy doing in this round?
He's
3 straight headshots with the Sheriff.
1 HP.
Zipto might actually be able to find a way to put this round together. Surf has seen the back of Sylvan, so he knows he's got a bit of room to try and push up behind these two. Always seems to be Styron and Sylvan in the retake, but they have a clicking clock even behind them. A ticking clock. It's Surf with the headshot onto Styron, and now Sylvan left alone. Has got that smoke at least on the spike, but really, what can you expect here? He will not be fooled by the clone, but he's just not able to find any kills, and now time has ticked away from him. So Sylvan is desperate for a fight, and he's just not getting one. Doffy finally taken down after his reign of terror, trying desperately to draw out the peak from Alert, and he will get the 3K at the back end, but cannot win the round. Doffy, take a bow. That was yours.
No kidding. Okay. Jordan, you're going to have to enunciate your words.
Clicking talk?
Yeah.
Ticking clock? I mean, there was certainly a lot of worse things I could have said there by accident.
Yeah, there really could have been. I'm really trying hard. Oh my gosh. But no, yeah. Not sure what it was, but Toffee was just able to waltz in and get all those shots. Could continue to build up off of that. But it's still that same, one track, all 5 down in the B main. There's an op here now.
Kelly S will take the opening shot, and then that paranoia is going to get filtered through as well. This is going to be a tough entry for Zipto. Multiple members there. Cage has gone up as well. They're committing. Zipto do get one off the back of that showstopper. Endo is somehow able to survive for a moment until he runs into Kelly S. It is 3-on-2 once again. Team Secret have the advantage, but Zipto have the site.
And they do off of it, though. Alert still has his flash, so that can maybe permit him to hold a little bit more, but it's the positions, the timing. Even if he has his smoke, like, it's going to cost him a bit of time just to be able to set that up.
Patience of virtue right now for Team Secret. Dart forward, spots out Alert. He's in a real spot of bother right now, but Kennedy helps out. That's the end of Nats. Styron and Kelly S, and somehow they're not putting this round together. Team Secret, it should have been so easy. It wasn't, and Zipto will claim their second.
Once again, not too shabby. And, like, that's the thing, again, composure. Just being able to cool things off. They have their own little set play. Omen TP into the corner, does a bit more damage. Kelly S, always a threat still, playing in and around the smoke, but one of the other things, Kennedy, a rookie in his own right, he was one of the most clutch players overall in Split 2 as well. So being able to provide that value for the team certainly helps out. But now Kelly S, tour de force, he's pushing into B main. Just to hold the angle for the time being. Cam doesn't see anything else towards middle too.
Can always rendezvous out to safety, which is exactly what he'll do. We do have Zipto a little bit of a look at this round. Moving their way back over to that A site now.
Potentially, yeah. They do have this trip, so it lets them know that no one's really tried to set up a flank yet. Could allow them to spend the, relative haunts and everything to clear out a bit more now. But you want to watch out for Sylvan. That said, though, it is a bit more of an eco for Team Secret, so don't mind the intention to play this incredibly slow and steady.
Zeus on his way forward, has that overdrive and hasn't got much with it. This will be awkward now for Team Secret. Doffy is going to pop that dimensional drift and start to hunt for all of those defenders on the A site. Spots a couple out. Kelly S still able to get in with one. There's still frags here for Team Secret. The info does not matter if Team Secret are hitting at their shots. And so Zipto are not able to break down the door there, even despite they get that opening pick onto Zeus.
Yeah, just not having that anticipation. You think it's just pistols, but then that tour de force as well. They wanted to avoid it up over by B, so by nature of that ending up on A, but the rotations and everyone's already set up. And of course, you gotta watch out for the bandits as well. Styron getting 2 is a bit of value too. Okay. Thrifty right back, and now you gotta think about Team Secret and how they can continue to build off of this. The money not great for Zipto. Just even in terms of the macro as well, there's like really not that much trips hindering them. They're looking for duels again, but this time around, no.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a bold fight to take going up against that one-way. Styron out into middle. Nice spray transfer. Both Surf and Alert down. Zeus looking for this final kill on the Doffy. It won't go the way of Sylvan either. Nats in the end has to finish it off. The scraps being picked up.
What was that? The player cam Nats. Bit of a celebration, but yeah, I mean, you spoke of it. It's always just, so far at least, with what we've seen on Sunset, Nats or Doffy sometimes just being able to do a bit of damage, but a lot of these fights are also linear. It's a lot of peaks and... All right.
Timeout.
It's just not quite enough to really get Zipto involved in any form of conversation. Like, I don't even think it's just composure anymore. I'm just not seeing any, like, big or deep macro.
Well, I mean, I don't know if, is it that or is it just the X factor is a little bit tougher to come by here for Zipto on a stage like this one in comparison to what they're able to do, you know, in SEA, maybe the competition a little bit more comfortable for them. You have these individuals that can kind of pop off and take a game away, and we're not really seeing it on the stage here today for Zipto. Yeah. It is a pretty, I would say, scary environment to get used to. You know, if you're on the stage for the first time, there's a lot of pressure there. It's quite a lot to kind of work through mentally.
Flashing red lights. Yeah. You've got a big point, though. That is for sure. But either way, they are strapped into those seats on the stage, and they need to be able to find some way to find that second win. Perhaps from the timeout, but Kellyes still has that op. Now it's a mid play. Sylvan again.
Just a 1-for-1 this time. Zeus is set up alongside Kellyes. That's being picked apart. Kellyes doesn't get out in time, and now Nat's trying to fight for it. He's just deleted, and where's that round gone? Team Secret had a setup. They, to be honest, didn't have a bad setup for what Zipto was doing, but
yeah,
Zipto kind of just won the brawl.
And that's what Zipto's good at. Oh, I can't believe that's the round that they win, too. Little trades. Alert even spent from the shadows. Gets behind, and it's in all these little trades and exchanges that Zipto are comfortably able to go for these duels where they know they can win the fights. So this is the other funny thing, where we have a little story between the two teams. You know, they're incredibly young rosters. Zipto is starting out just fresh from this year. Previously 555, but you could say the same thing about Team Secret. They were put together for this stage. They didn't have that much time to prep, but then, you know, even with some of these players coming up from the tier 2 scene themselves, Styra, Nats, Zeus himself, even Kellyes a little bit, they still, like, it's not a big enough excuse. Like, they're just doing so well right now. The judge to deny a bit of info, and Zipto still just flipping through pages in the strat book trying to come up with something creative. There is a gap now with Kellyes being the only one to watch this off angle on towards the A site, but it's going to take Kennedy and maybe Alert, the whole team, to try to fish that out. They haven't done that yet.
Well, around the corner. It's going to force Kellyes to take a shot, so they're aware that there's an op on this line. Ward revealing him as well.
Nowhere to run.
Styron's going to have a bit of a crack with the Hunter's Fury, and
30 seconds left.
what's gone on there? Alert's just completely missed him. So Styron gets away with one, does eventually get traded back on down. Either way, this round starting to get a little bit weird. The showstopper does well onto Nats, and now Surf and Doffy finding an entry apiece as well. Zipto have the B side.
Oh, Kellyes does this up. Might be looking to save it now, though, 1v3.
Out of charge.
Yeah, what are we watching? Huntersphere was right there. Oh, okay, and Zipto are now on for the chase and the hunt. Low HP, though.
Oh, Endost be picked up there. Kelly S. Not too shabby from him so far with this op in this round.
Okay, Surf.
It's a lot of guns to be giving away.
Yeah, I don't we're both scratching our heads. There was a Hunter's Fury. Alert somehow must have missed it. You know, had his own plans as well. I mean, he's going to be the main caller of Zipto. Sometimes maybe Endoist and the rest of the team, they'll... It's... I don't like the comparison because I feel like it's kind of overdone, but it is a bit more of that, like, Paper Rex-esque. Everyone just, you know, no clear default IGL, no, like... Well, actually, no, I can't say that because Paper Rex, they do have some strats, but... Zipto, it's very free flow, and they're just trying to do what they can sometimes in some of these rounds. But you can tell if they get met with roadblocks, they don't really know what to do. They try to pivot around to try to fish for information, but unless they have something strong. In that one, they just want to avoid that op and try to find an angle through market, but there's so much resistance. Now it's just dimensional drift. Doffy clears out sight.
Yep.
Gotta watch out for nets, though. He slips past the boom bot.
Yeah, he does. But doesn't manage to get his way in. Runs into a trip. Endost will finish him off. Team Secret, I mean, this looks like a very awkward retake for them. They just really don't have a lot of space at the moment. And I don't even know if they're going to go for it. Sylvan, happy to stick around here with this Sheriff. It's not going to be a big loss if he goes down. See if he can maybe find a kill or two. But the rest of Team Secret just happy to save.
Yeah, why not? You still have the op. It's a quick round. It's a good hit. Gate crash, your ult. Not to mention the forward tripwire that Surf sets in. Sylvan happy to just sack his life. A bit of damage done
almost
anyway.
a collab.
Okay.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Team Secret will take 3 guns through the next round at least.
What's weird is, all things considered, it's still a very even match right now. You feel like sometimes in these rounds it doesn't look like Zipto's walking away with much, but the scoreline's still 5-5.
Yeah, I think it's just the nature of the way these rounds are played out. I mean, some of them have looked like non-rounds, really. That one being a pretty good example of it, where Zipto kind of just walk their way into the B site, they get themselves the kill onto Nats, and then it's kind of like, all right, well, that's kind of that. So, you know, you're not really feeling having to work too hard for these rounds in some cases, but then they are having to work pretty hard for other rounds.
Yeah. Question mark is right, though. But yeah, I mean, it's down to these last 2 of the first half. Not much that you can do with, you know, a big set play like that when there's an ult. But apart from that, the op still persists. And with this timeout now, Team Secret, they could go back into more forward plays, especially out towards B or A main, and they are very good at holding that. If there are no trades, no specific plans to try to flush back in from Zipto around these spots, it could be tough. What we don't want to see, though, is another like big mid skirmish where Zipto is just so good at taking those fights. So it's going to be Kelly S in towards B main to kick things off.
Yeah.
Fight harder.
Let's see how this one ends up panning on out. It's actually a couple of the Team Secret players pushing their way forward. Nat's there as well. That's scary, risky. Doesn't quite end up working out on either side, but Kelly S gets the second opportunity onto Doffy. We'll finish him off there.
Of course it's Kelly S. I mean, he's the one with the loose screw that he had playing in front of his molly from before. Anyway. And once again, Zipto look for other options as they rotate back around, and Surf is the one as an insert, but he's not going to venture a peek. So a bit of presence made known by Zeus now. But again, like, even if you push up against him, there's going to be that relay bolt. So as Zipto, this is very tentative, very difficult for them to try to create any form of space, any form of an advantage, especially now that Doffy's gone. Boombot doesn't clear. If you peek in towards elbow, you're just banking on it. So
30 seconds left.
See what the Nightfall can find.
Oh, Sylvan is the answer. But Zeus is going to try to push forward and put a bit of pressure on this hit for Zipto before it even really begins. And that has actually sent them packing back over in the direction of the B site.
Oh, 10 seconds though?
Yeah, that's tough. They're going to have to make a very clean entry here. They cannot afford to be losing anybody to Kelly S. Shot through onto Alert. They are just about going to get that plant down in time. Nats should be finished off here. Zeus might drop as well. He does find the trade onto Enduist. Kelly S is still a bit of a factor at the back of the side here, but now Surf and Kennedy have a real job to do to try to hold on to this one together. As a duo, haven't been pressured too much just yet by Team Secret though. Siren falling as well. It's down to now Sylvan and Kelly S, and a 1v2 is very losable here against Surf, who's tucked himself into an unorthodox position. He's got the info coming through as well from that cam time, working in the favor of Zipto, but not gonna matter as Surf peeks straight into the headshot from Sylvan, and Team Secret will go to 6. That was touch and go for a moment though.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it, but the team play from Team Secret is still immaculate. And you can tell, like, as soon as those rotations come in from Team Secret, like, they are reading Zipto perfectly. They know exactly what they're trying to do. With the fake Nightfall, there's no commitment off of it. They start to hear footsteps perhaps as well. It's quite transparent, but we'll see now if Zipto can go into something explosive. Enduist with a showstopper perhaps. Oh, but this from Zeus though. Again, Doffy just doesn't get to play.
Yeah, that's really rough for Zipto. I'm going to take a 4-on-5 into the final round of the half.
A bit more of a retake setup towards B site as well. Team Secret.
Ooh, did the drone see Surf? I think it might have.
That should be enough of information as to, yeah, Surf, maybe they think he's alone.
Team Secret
Alert could try.
Want a mid-crunch. Nats walking into Alert's crosshair right here, but beats him to the punch, and Styron does the exact same thing to Surf. So now it's all about this attempted entry into the B site. Sylvan is going to be there to cause a little bit of a headache on the cross. He doesn't ultimately swing. Nats is going to go down. That's another kill for Enduist, but the site is where things really need to pop off here, and Sylvan once again has the double when it's required. Team Secret 7-5, the lead again at the half.
Switching sides.
Again, scoreline feels a bit close, but you watch these rounds and it, like, the scoreline alone doesn't tell the full story. Look at how Team Secret swiftly maneuvers around mid. Nats and I forgot who the other one was, but like they're just taking these positions where they know, all right, we spotted out Surf, maybe Alert's gonna be close by, and they just check everything. The numbers advantage that they find, it's so good, it's so quick. There's just no chance at a post-plant hold from Zipto, even with a spike plant or not. So you mentioned all the multi-kills, and yeah, Sylvan's definitely right up there.
Yeah, I'm speaking of Sylvan, and speaking of numbers, he needs one more kill to make it to 1,000.
Is that so? Oh, okay.
So I dare say he'll be hitting it today, especially with the form that he's in on this second map, has really kind of led this for Team Secret. He was not absent on map 1, he was there, he was existing, but this has very much been another change of gears for him. Really put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah. Just a regular guy, you know? He's here, he's hanging out, hanging around. Yeah, it's, I wish that we could say a little bit more for Zipto. Apart from the few, like, odd misnomer rounds where, like, Doffy just pops off, or it's big swing fights towards mid, we just haven't seen much else yet. Don't see too much of the Euro either. It's not like big plays around the util. Onto the defense now, and it makes you a little bit more worried because Zeus is still kind of on a heater.
Yeah.
Regardless of what the score says.
Might get a little bit easier for potentially someone like Doffy to have an impact on this defense. We'll see.
That is the hope.
Team Secret immediately taking that middle control. Going to work their way quickly in the direction of B. Zeus, and now Nats on the receiving end of 2 sharp shots from the Sheriff. This B attempt is stalled for now. Kennedy has another one. Stop giving this guy fights! Team Secret have just been wiped. Siren can't get anything done either. 5 alive for Zipto. They are the pistol team of the day. It's 3 out of 4 in this matchup going their way.
True that. Could be even possible for them to turn this map on its head. Maybe. It's the defense, so we'll kind of keep track of things for now. But otherwise, in this one, it's just reading the rotations. As soon as I think Doffy heard those footsteps, got the gate crash back out. Communications to the rest of the team. And Kennedy, sometimes overlooked just because he's not one of the core duelists of the team, but he's always right there. So now with the guns bought up, but I do recall, slight thrifties being tossed back in and forth as well. So still needing to pay enough respect to Team Secret, who are making a lot of noise inside of B main right now. Just to leave Kelias on an insert, might peek back forward. Does have the rendezvous to get out as well. So perhaps now more a bit on towards Doffy, perhaps Kennedy as well. Top mid might have seen, not enough. Both teams kind of reading into each other, but ultimately it's just still going to be the better arsenal. Somebody peek into someone, please.
It's going to happen eventually. There's Zeus having a look for Doffy. Ooh, and Doffy's really under a bit of threat right here. Siren goes forward, Zeus as well. The rest of the team not swinging because they're off on their way to B. See if Kelly can find this introduction.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, entry into the B site would be nice. That's down at the hands of Enduist.
One enemy remaining.
There's Silver now at this point, trying to get a plan, and that's not going to happen. So back-to-back flawless for Zipto at the start of the second half.
Yeah, this is like you're trying to introduce yourself to someone, and they're like, yeah, no, I got it. I bet you are. I bet I know who you are. That's good. No need to introduce yourself to me.
30 seconds left.
It's just watching all the rotations and the peaks, and Doffy being able to stand up to the task with the Marshall as well. So does kind of show off a glimpse of life. Keeps themselves aggravated, keeps those spirits high. Really neat that if you are able to turn this map on its head. What a setup now. Nothing seen yet though, so just quickly porting over to reinforce the B site, but Team Secret have other plans out towards middle. Wow, just to check.
Whoa, Kennedy's doing it again. Don't peek this guy when he's got a Sheriff in hand.
Well, he's peeking them.
I mean, I suppose.
Maybe a rifle to be retrieved, but it's quite an open position, Nats, though, and this could be the whole team. Secret gonna get themselves in the A now.
Alert living up to his name as he's a bit of an alarm here for the Zipto squad, trying to rotate their way back towards A. That is a mishap in the timing for both Alert and Enduist, and Zeus will capitalize on it. They have just been run over. That's very awkward for Zipto.
Yeah, our LCQ representative, I guess, they didn't have that much resistance in LCQ.
30 seconds left.
No salary peak, Fancy United. But here, Team Secret seemingly performing leagues ahead of them. Just didn't expect for Zeus to be able to pounce on him like that. Wanted to set up the one-way smoke and still getting caught. Like, despite the shots, like it's all of these rounds. I feel like I'm brought back to earlier years when Valorant came out and fully fledged strats weren't really thought of yet. And you're just seeing like, okay, Kennedy gets one or two, maybe Doffy as well, and then other than that, it's just how strong Team Secret are.
It's a big round here for Team Secret. They could really start to bully ZYPTO off of this map. It's a good time for us to hear from Team Secret as they try to put this round together.
I have an orb. I think let's cancel this. Let's cancel this. Can we go default towards the mid first? Can you smoke out mid? Boys, can we pick market together? Yeah, let's pick market together.
Again.
Yeah, let's go. Wait. Ready? Yep, ready? 3, 2, 1, pick. Let's try trip.
I'm slowly checking B main.
Can we retake the A main first? Push him back.
I think you need to drone. Listen, I'm gonna drone this. I insert Kelly. We go back B, okay?
Portal closed.
Back B, okay.
Back B, go back B. Right time.
Not seeing too much. Back to B, and now the drone is going to provide them that extra information. Look at how they're able to TP back into safety as well. Then you have Nats on the lurk too, so just always keeping options available allows for them to take more duels and perhaps get in with that slight B split. Kelly S now to lurk.
Rotate fully coming across for ZYPTO.
Must have
Be
heard
4
it as
players
well.
on this side. Surf popping his cage. Dart going to be dealt with. Endoist also finishing off Zeus, and now Kennedy coming into play. Nats and Sylvan both dropping. Team Secret, no success on that entry to A.
Yeah, just the right stack at the right time, I suppose. Lovely little haunt that Kennedy does toss out as well, and Endo is not being cleared does provide that extra rifle to do some decent damage.
Silver's been sitting on this one away from 1,000 kills for a few rounds.
Oh, man. Thanks for the reminder.
The pressure of the moment getting to him.
I don't think he even knows it, but...
I'm sure he doesn't know.
Yeah. It's just like what the call is, and you know, both teams just not really seeing much of each other. Ultimately, the call to go back and just happened to be the right stack. ZYPTO. Like, there's still nothing really big to speak of yet, but ZYPTO is definitely trying to swap up their setups a little bit more. Surf this time around with a camera. For it's a bit more information. Team Secret, it's another one of these like slight defaults. Perhaps a little bit with the composition as well. I mean, if not for the camera, if not for Styron, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Team Secret to be able to scout forward positions. Kelly S, though.
Oh, Surf not quite going to be able to finish him off, but Kelly S might still need to scurry away. Doesn't actually get pushed by ZYPTO there.
Yeah.
Again, a decent read from ZYPTO on this defense there. Pulling an extra player across to the A defense.
Still fine.
Oh, Kennedy has been pretty good so far in this half with the Sheriff. What can he do here? The rifle in hand, same exact result. Headshots everywhere. And Zeus is just kind of given to the Sharks. There's just nothing for Team Secret.
Oh, they'll have numbers against B site though now.
Kelly S needs to win this duel against Surf. He doesn't even check the corner in the end, and so that's going to make matters a little bit worse for Team Secret, trying to enter the site with only the 3 players. Nats can only get himself one. It's now Sylvan alone. We'll be able to force that plant down at the very least, but a 1v3, it's a tough ask for him. He might be able to get an initial fight early on in the piece here. Okay, he recalibrates nicely onto Doffy, but where do you go from here? There's just nowhere. Cannot escape. And so Team Secret not able to hold on to that round at the very least, though, to Sylvan's credit. He did get that 1,000th kill.
Yeah, 1001 maybe, taking down Doffy as well, but you can just tell how labored a lot of these rounds are for both teams. This time, though, it's more so on the holds for ZYPTO to be able to work off of. They listen out, they know what the rotations could be, quickly getting themselves back in, so even with the spike being planted, there's just not much else left for ZYPTO. I mean, for Team Secret, excuse me. And I have to imagine this definitely should be a Team Secret timeout, where, you know, like, I can kind of understand when you listen to their team comps. Styron is doing a lot of micromanaging, and it would have worked out for him on a team like Motive, on a team like XLB, where he had teammates who are very proficient and very aggressive in taking a lot of these like duels and whatnot. But in a specific composition like this, if you're just sacking Zeus to you know, feed him off to the Sharks, like you said, Jordan. Right? He dies to 3, and then maybe you think, all right, B site would be lesser reinforced. There are only 2 players here. We should be able to take them down. It doesn't work as well because a lot of these duels, you know, Kelias is dying to him, so on and so forth. It's
well, 8-9. Team Secret.
labored.
Yeah, very much now starting to struggle on this attack. Just need to find a way to turn this around ASAP. Otherwise, it is going to be Split that's in our future.
Should be more fun then, though, Split. But for this one, still dragging each other through the mud. A bit of information, always with the same one way. Perhaps Team Secret looking to explode once the smoke dissipates, though. Also waiting out the Euro gate crash. That's gone. This should be the go signal. What's the call?
Toffee gonna flash himself out to have a little bit of a look there. Doesn't end up spotting anything.
Here we go.
There's another smoke to go down. They're out past it now, and so Doffy needs to be very careful about whether or not he decides to go for this peek. Gets himself the 1. But immediately, both Nats and Kelly able to strike, and this is Team Secret's avenue back in. Where's the trade? Kennedy can't get away with that for free, surely. And Sylvan ensures that is going to be the case. Nats somehow not able to get that kill on Surf, who just seemed to completely ignore the fact that Nats could still be in middle. TP back over to B with the spike. Plan's gone down. Zipto have read into that pretty quickly.
They found my wire.
Another 2v3 retake here from Zipto if they want to maintain this streak that they've started to put together in the second half.
Yeah. Just starting to become a little bit more of a cerebral game.
Well, it's going to push his way forward alongside
One
Surf,
enemy
straight
remaining.
into the crosshair of Nats, who is now down to 15 HP. But Sylvan and Styron ready to swing if Nats were to fall. Another smoke up. Surf's just going to cut his losses and decide this is not the round for me. 9-9. Team Secret, grab another.
Yeah, definitely the round for Team Secret. Ooh, tried to fish around for a little bit more. But yeah, off the timeout. And you gotta love what the coaches can do for the teams. I mean, Spin calling for them to get ahead of the one-way. The trades instantly found. And then for like the sudden mid-round pivot, Omen TP gets the spike down on B. If you're a Zipto, like this is a very tough round to read and play around. So it's always going to be playing around this A main smoke now. Unless Zipto decides to switch it up, but that's the conditioning that's been done, and that's more of that macro style that Team Secret loves to operate off of.
Paranoia shoved through early on in the piece here by Team Secret. They're looking to take that space early. But Zeus and Nats on the entry duty. Dimensional Drift is going to spot them out. Now, get that ulti coming across as well. It's going to slow things down, or apparently not for Team Secret as they just continue to bust their way into this site. They are fearless. Zeus recovering, the back of the Nightfall. Plan's going down. In the meanwhile, Kelly S is on the flank. This is all sorts of problems for Zipto. Kelly S might have even been a little bit surprised by Zeus's position there, but in the end, it won't matter too much, you'd think. 1-on-2 here for Alert, a must-win round.
Not ready yet.
TP's back over. Cover out onto the spike. Another fake TP to see if he can draw out a peek. Hasn't seen anything just yet. He's going to have to get on that spike if he wants to force a fight here from Team Secret. They will go together. Straight in and out for Alert. 10 on the board for Team Secret. Creeping closer to the 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0. That's definitely something that we can get more excited for. Look at that. I mean, apart from just the Nightfall as well, it's that from the shadow, I mean, the paranoia that allows them to get up towards elbow to begin with. It's so quick, and of course with Zeus, and then you have Kelly S for the flank as well. I mean, it really tests Zipto's reactions to see if they have any like plan B in mind, just to try to hold. But they clearly don't. Like, once their one-way smoke gets shoved off, they are just thrown into shambles. There was a Nightfall, there was Dauphin with Dimensional Drift, but nothing surmounts up off of it. Like, you can maybe try to Dimensional Drift up behind, but they could still kind of see, they might not be able to hear you getting out of it, but, you know, there's not enough of a distraction. So everything now just for Team Secret to pick up the lead. We'll have the final timeout of the map
called out by ASI and to see if he can kind of change up the game plans enough. But with a scoreline like this and with an economy like this, it feels as though there's too much work to do for Zipto now, which is kind of a pity, kind of sad to say as well. I know Full Sense took the first win of the day, but like high hopes that were had. You know, Endois was the talk of the town to be like the next Primi, but we're not seeing anything.
Definitely not over just yet for Zipto. Off the back of this timeout, we'll see what they can put together, but Stinger, Vandal, and a bunch of pistols to work with doesn't exactly scream a fantastic round out here for them. Said, Showstopper, a little bit of something here for Zipto, maybe.
Fake teleport.
They've had big 50 rounds before, but I want to say those are probably due more to slight mishaps and mistakes, or just Doffy or Kennedy, sometimes with the sharp shots. This time around, though, double stacks, slight-ish crossfire positions. Endois with Showstopper in a pocket.
Oh, that Showstopper's a good one. Styron just giving away his position there. So Endois will punish. Nats is going to try to find the trade. It's actually going to, in the end, go the way of Zeus. But either way, there's going to be a corpse for Nats to use on that neural theft, and now Kelly S starting to get involved. He'll be aware there's multiple players that want to cross. Gatecrash gets one over the line. Surf still on this site as well, just trying to lock it down as best as possible. Nats out in no man's land as the cage falls, but Sylvan is good for the trade. And now he has the backup of Kelly S coming through for B main as well. Sylvan can't see anything.
Spike down B.
That paranoia completely blinding him, leaves it on the shoulders here of Kelly S. He's into the one-on-one. He's got HP to play with. Alert needs a headshot right here. 13 seconds is enough for Kelly S to play with, and enough to get Team Secret to 11.
Just a shot through market. Not too bad, though. It does come pretty close. One of the more excitable rounds that we've had thus far. Still, I mean, with Endois just trying to be that first line of defense, you would have thought that Zipto would start to be wise to Kelly S on that lurk position now. Surf just buys a bit more time, and then for Kelly S. Oh. So clutch is all about, but you still need so much more. It's going to be Doffy on the op now. He's over on an empty B site. It's A main again that's being tested by Team Secret. Kelly S waiting for the smoke to fade off.
Well, he did, and there's another one. So he's going to have to wait again. Push up here from Zipto. It's a little bit of an unorthodox hold. Team Secret not looking to challenge it just yet. But this is really going to come to a head in a second. That boom bot! Oh, and Endois with a headshot. More than enough to deal with Kelly S. So now Nats's little lurk in through middle starts to become much more important. He is unable to win the duel against Surf. Team Secret might be high and dry in this round.
Just might need to save even, looking at the economy now.
Surf's going to be keen for it. Kennedy spotting them out with a bit of prowler action. Zeus has managed to get them across with that fast lane, but that's not exactly the objective. They need to get into the site, they need to find some kills, and right now time is being bought nicely. Endo is here, could be good for a couple, and it's more than that, he gets 3. So Zipto are holding on, and this map is not done yet.
Might just have given Endois the confidence they need, starting to feel a little bit more warmed up to the stage now. It's quickly getting the flicks back in, like more of what we've been needing to see. Of course, a little bit more value of the offline as well. But otherwise, some whiffed shots and slight mishaps for Team Secret, who are now onto that eco. At this point, still anyone's game.
You want to play?
Tour de force back in towards A. Zipto playing much more defensive positions. An aggressive gate crash down middle, though. That could be something for Doffy.
Portal closed.
Looks like it's just going to be a bona fide A hit here for Team Secret. Just gonna, I think at this point, really hope that Zeus can hit an entry or two with that overdrive. Otherwise, this round is going to be a really tough one. But only the 2 players over towards this site right now. Kelias has also popped the 2 to force, so maybe he can work an angle somewhere.
It's always these big maybes.
Indeed.
Team Secret are just guessing as to where Zipdo are positioned now.
Doffy on the line.
Ooh.
Gonna have to gate crash back out. Relay Bolt doesn't quite catch him. Kennedy and Doffy opening the account. It's both Kelias and Zeus out of the picture. That was your 1-2 punch as Team Secret. Now you need a miracle, maybe from Nats. The Sheriff is not going to calibrate. Nor can Sylvan. Kennedy gets a 3K. And Zipdo get themselves up to 11 as well.
All right. I mean, I'm thinking, like, are we for real? Not even a single one, but that is pretty darn good from Zipdo to be able to withstand all of that in a flawless fashion. Yeah, it's a one-way smoke. Yes, it's a slight exchange of utility to kick things off, but once you start to see the dust settle, the reason why Team Secret, again, takes so long, yes, they're waiting out the gate crash, but it's also because Styron's already spent so much of his info-gathering utility. Like, he doesn't have a drone, doesn't have a recon, so they're just guessing as to how they want to take this fight. And if the unfortunate whiffs and the shorties being pulled out, now it's, again, Doffy in the right position. Zeus, though, just a distraction.
Oh, Endoist able to get that kill on the distraction, so it's not much of a distraction anymore. Middle is awkward here, but Styron wins an important duel. It's going to allow them to at least get across towards B a little bit more safely. Still, there's a couple of players on this site that they do need to deal with. An alert with that paranoia slowing things down. Spike is still into the site, and Styron thinking about the plant, wants to drone things out first. Sylvan with the swing, gets the better of Serve, but now tries to hold strong against Alert, unable to do so, and Nat somehow fumbles that. 33 HP is enough for Alert, apparently, to find the double. Styron still not game to put the spike on the floor, and here comes the creep forward from Zipdo. They decide better of it for the moment. Kelias around this corner. He will find Alert, but does he have the wherewithal to know where Doffy is? Round into Styron's headshot. Team Secret, the first team to 12, and they might still be able to close it out here.
A 2-0 would be big for them. Put this one out of their minds, move forward onto the next, and maybe get a better chance at making it towards playoffs. Have less games to play, less things to worry about. Couldn't quite say the same for Zipdo, though. Tough duels, but this time the distraction actually pays off. Styron getting the shot up middle made quite the difference. So just keeping more things in mind now, and a lot more pressure starting to be built up upon Zipdo's shoulders. They will buy back up. They do have a Nightfall, and Kelias gets out with ease.
Yeah, this will be the time to do it as Team Secret. Make it nice and easy. Don't have to go into overtime. Don't have to worry about any of that funny business.
Yeah, some trips on towards B site, but Styron has the recon this time around. Certainly could help out Zeus with entry.
Oh, I don't know. 2 players only over on this B site. Is that going to be enough to hold on? One of those trips also being dealt with.
Zipdo maybe trying to play a bit more retake. They have ults for it, but if they lose players on B, I get worried. For the sake of overtime, Zipdo...
Again, Team Secret trying to set up for a B split here. Take a bit of mid control late in the round and see if they can split their way into B. If Surf goes down here, that'll be really bad news. Okay, it's on now. Team Secret have that control that they want, and they just need one more entry in onto B. Kelias doing all the work in this round. Eventually does get brought down, but he's found 2 important frags, and Zeus another couple onto the site. Team Secret seem fated now to finish this off. Endoist with the showstopper gets one, and then a headshot onto Zeus, who tried to swing. Might still make this one doable. 30 HP though, only for Endoist. How's he putting this together? You can't be stringing him alone. Surely not an ace clutch for Endoist to close this out and keep us alive in the overtime. Styron, oh, he's the dream wrecker in the end for Zipdo. That is that. Zipdo on their first game on the stage will fall 0-2. Team Secret, they very nearly gave them an avenue back in. But at the end of the day, Team Secret, they are the comfortable team on this stage, and they do put it over the line.
Felt lethargic at times. but definitely brought it right back out at the end. Some crucial coach timeouts being called all throughout this map. Both teams definitely struggling here and there, but ultimately right up at the end. I mean, the calls that Siren puts together, you can see how much value it provides for the team once more. Big frags, big op rounds, just to put Noah's down right at the end where he almost made an ace clutch possible. I still want to believe. I hope to see a lot more from Zipto, but this one, suffice to say, was just not quite enough. Team Secret, on the other hand, though, starting to build up that confidence again.
Yeah, I think it was not a bad effort, especially on map 2 there from Zipto. But at the end of the day, Team Secret, you know, they kind of need a little bit of wind in their sails, and it's nice to see that they've been able to pull off this win. I think still a little bit more required from them if they're to go through into this upper bracket game against Nongshim and have a great time. But, you know, they definitely have the pieces of the puzzle. It's just about putting it all together at once. And today on the stage, they were able to look solid enough. So still a long road in the play-ins, I think, for all of these teams. But knowing that you've got that extra life under your belt will be certainly much more pleasant. Good news for us as well is we get to hear from Sylvan down on the stage. Let's hand it back to Jen.
네, 이렇게 기분 좋은 승리를 거둔 팀 시크릿의 실반 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Hey guys, here's with Team Secret Sylvan. Now congratulations Sylvan with this win, a nice 2-0 for Team Secret. How valuable is this win for the team? 먼저 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 그동안 마음고생도 굉장히 많았기 때문에 아무래도 굉장히 값진 승리가 아닐까 싶은데 좀 팀에게 큰 자산이 될 것 같아요. 앞으로 어떻게 느끼시나요?
일단 저희가 지금 플레이인 하기 전에 좀 많이 져가지고 저희끼리 좀 합도 안 맞고 좀 많이 싸우기 등등 많았었는데 좀 이번에 플레이인으로서 이겨가지고 좀 더욱더 좀 튼튼해진 느낌이 없지 않아 있는 것 같습니다.
Well, before coming into play-ins, I mean, we lost a lot and we kind of went through a lot of arguments. The team energy wasn't all that good, but with this win, I think it definitely picks things up for us and it really helps us propel forward moving into the future matches and the play-ins. Okay, so stage 2, you have new teammates, new coach coming in. When you look at the bigger picture, how is this iteration of Team Secret different from the previous one? 먼저 스테이지 2 들어서 이제 팀원들도 좀 바뀌었고 감독님까지 새로 오셨잖아요. 좀 크게 보면 방향성이나 스타일적인 부분에 있어서 어떤 부분이 좀 많이 달라졌다고 체감하실까요?
일단 스타일적으로는 확실히 저희가 체계적으로 어떻게 플레이를 해야 될지 완전 체계적으로 잘 잡아주시는 것 같고 스테이지 1에서는 그런 게 좀 없었는데 스테이지 2에서 저희가 좀 그런 부분이 있다 보니까 좀 어려운 부분이 없지 않아 있어가지고 조금 삐끄덕대는 모습을 좀 많이 보였던 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. Well, I think with Coach Spin coming into the roster as a new coach, we didn't really have a very fixed, solid system for the team in stage 1, but he helped us a lot bringing in that system, and I think it's been doing wonders for the team, and it's what the team needed the most. Well, let's talk about the play-ins because it seems like you have the right pieces together now. What did you feel like you guys needed the most to kind of pick up this win and turn things around? 그러면 이제 선수들도 적응을 잘 해가는 것 같고 감독님도 역시나 잘 도와주시고 계신데 그동안은 약간 결과가 따라주지 않았잖아요. 좀 어떤 부분이 급선무라고 얘기를 나눴을까요?
일단 아무래도 저희끼리 다 피지컬은 좋은데 커뮤니케이션이 좀 많이 안 좋은 부분이 너무 커가지고 진짜 그 부분만 너무 고려만 좀 하자고 열심히 집중적으로 그것만 고치면 저희가 이제 좋은 성과를 보일 수 있도록 해가지고 그거를 위주로 좀 많이 했던 것 같습니다.
어떻게 고쳤나요, 그러면?
그냥 진짜 하나하나 세세한 것들 다 브리핑하는 것 같아요.
Well, I think mostly we talked about the communication because we felt like that was getting in our way. So we really worked on clearing the comms and really worked on little details that would help us communicating better in the server. And that's been doing, it's been working out very well for us. Okay, next up is 농심. What is your mindset? And is there anything you would like to say to 농심 players? 이제 농심전이 기다리고 있거든요. 각오와 함께 뭐 하고 싶으신 말 있으면 하게 해드리겠습니다.
확실히 농심 잘하는 팀이긴 한데 스테이지 1에서 저희가 졌거든요. 이번에 한번 복수할 수 있도록 한번 해보겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 농심, they're a really strong team and we lost to them in stage 1. So maybe we'll walk away with different results. I'll try my best to make sure that we win against them in stage 2. Well, thank you, Sylvan, and best of luck. 네, 이렇게 해서 실반 선수 만나왔고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
Nice to see a win for Team Secret, who have been struggling a little bit, but showed signs of good life on this team and a lot of potential. And that really came through today. And I think a key piece here is that Spin doesn't like to be underestimated, and he certainly didn't underestimate his opponents today.
Yeah, I mean, I think they came in strong. We heard it a lot from him about how they were trying to be much more composed in these type of games, and I think they managed to do that. Even this Sunset, it gets incredibly close, right down to the wire, all 24 rounds, but Team Secret do manage to close it out. And I think that's so important for this team moving forward to know that they can win these incredibly close games.
Yeah, for sure. Again, good composure from them, even though it felt like the game was getting away from them. You see a big game from Kelly S and Sylvan. These have kind of been the core players of the team, the stable controller player that Team Secret has really needed in the past and continues to deliver here. A lot of experience there for Sylvan. And then just the flexibility for Kelly S. You can put this guy on any role.
Yep.
Chamber on this map, he was great on the lurks. He was punishing a lot of the Zipto players looking for information in the mid-round. That was fantastic. On the other side for Zipto, I think similar to Onside, a little bit shaky, not quite 100% of their performance from what they had in challenges. Still some things to work on, but you saw even someone like Kennedy can kind of step up and be a bit of a hero for this team, and has started to get himself rolling a little bit more in that second map in particular. So we'll see if they can recover a little bit more in the lower bracket. I don't think that was anywhere close to what Zipto's A game is, but sometimes it can be hard to find on the Pacific stage.
I mean, I think that is the name of the game for these challengers teams, where we keep seeing potential. I think there's a lot of potential in this team, but nerves on that stage makes it hard. The problem is now they're in that lower bracket. No more chances now. If you want to make it the champs, you've got to win 7 in a row from here.
The bright side is the other 2 Thai teams aren't in lowers at the moment. So at least you don't have to face like old friends and old teammates. So I think this is one thing they've all expressed, is that the teams that they fear the most are, one another from their own countrymen. So.
I guess they've been delegated the lower bracket. The Thai teams are going to, they'll knock them down into Zipto, and then Zipto can knock them out of the play-ins.
It's a 1-2 punch combo.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of like it. We've seen this happen with the Korean teams. I'm all for the Thai domination in Pacific. We might have that era. But in the meantime, Secret is also, looking really good here. Kelly S is a player that, we've been kind of eyeing. He's been like slow and steady on this team, but he hasn't been like the shining star of this team. But on this map, he definitely came through.
I mean, he's played like 4 different roles, even only in this stage. He's been Phoenix, Viper, and then KO when they tried to change it, and now he's playing Chamber. Like, this guy literally can just play anything and puts up above average numbers. Like, he's not going to drop 40 or something like that. You're not going to say like, oh, this guy's the next prodigy. But as a glue player, as a player that can add a lot of flexibility to your team composition-wise, he's fantastic for Secret to have. It allows them to really flip their comps and their style series to series.
Yeah, and Endoes, I can see why everyone's really high on Endoes here. We saw a better glimpse of his potential here on Sunset. It's a little bit lacking there on map 1, but I really do think a big factor coming in, of course, is playing on the stage for the very first time. All the players have expressed how different it is, whether, just the white noise and the headsets. Even, one of our good players today, is he coming? Zeus also expressed the same too, but for first time playing on stage 2. He's probably celebrating right now. But Kelly S is the match MVP for today. This is based on votes. You guys have ended up on him, not Zeus.
I think this is very well deserved. He's always been so consistent on the squad. I really feel like he is the sort of backbone. He's the one you can depend upon. When Zeus is up and down, Sylvan is up and down, he is the one that is always able to hold his own.
All right. Yeah, completely agree here. Zeus won't be joining us. He's kneeing his way to the
I mean, on
player
Sunset,
room.
there was a round where I saw him get lost in elbow a little bit, so I think it might have got lost somewhere in the venue. That's okay, though.
Let him celebrate.
He got it together. Let's let him celebrate. The dub, Team Secret, stay alive in the upper bracket. They're going to tee themselves up a game against Nongshim there.
Yeah, Nongshim is kind of a big opponent to go against, but you know what? Secret has done it already against KRX, and maybe they can take down another Korean squad.
Yeah, this bottom half of the upper bracket is crazy, by the way. T1, Full Sense, Nongshim, Secret.
Yes.
It's wild. And then, of course, we see now how these matchups might start to take shape in that lower round one. They'll each play the loser of one of these next round of upper bracket games.
The upper round two, I mean, my eyes immediately go to the T1 Full Sense game. I think both of those teams are big contenders. They both finished top 4 last stage and were kind of both fighting for those international representative spots. A lot of those spots went over to the Southeast Asia team, so whichever one of them gets knocked into the lower bracket is really going to put their best foot forward for Korea or Southeast Asia respectively here in the play-ins, trying to keep their hopes alive into the playoffs, which already has some good Korean representation, already has some Southeast Asian teams in there, so we'll see.
I think the biggest thing here is that looking at all the uppers, I don't know how to predict for this.
Yeah.
This is tough going in. Everyone
They're
is
good matches.
Yes, exactly. We got some good stuff coming up. Now, speaking of good stuff or not good stuff, we got Build Diff. I actually also cannot predict this because I think it was pretty close. A lot of our rosters were very similar. I think I'm the only one with Doffy. We got a Paper Thin is the only one with a little bit different.
I think that's quite a good team, actually.
PKM was probably the best player for me on QTD today, and Kennedy had a really good second map there for Zipto. So, yeah, there's some potential there, honestly. I could see Paper Thin definitely winning.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at how the QTD game went, PKM was definitely the right choice there. I mean, Margaret was fine, but I think PKM definitely outshone him there. So who knows how this is gonna fall today.
Otherwise, though, I do have to give compliments to everyone. I think mostly, you know, everyone had their heads and screwed in the right place and good predictions here. Wow, you guys are tied at the top.
Excellent work today. Brilliant
work you guys
today.
have the same
Excellent
rosters.
Work. Excellent work today.
Oh shoot, I'm last.
Whoa, sorry, I got excited because I've come first a couple of times in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, you being last,
Doffy,
that's
was the
pretty
difference
normal.
maker.
How do they do the one at the top though? It's not alphabetical order.
Yeah, I think that's
You're
just a
third.
favoritism ranking. That's how they. When it's a tie, the producers just decide who they like.
Well,
more,
I think me and Mika both got our predictions right for Secrets, so that's why Big Time falls
that does make
below
sense.
us. Going for Zipto there. Yeah,
That's true.
that's
You did get Secret correct today. A lot of us were voting for the tie team, and that puts
It's a
Clinton
tie.
tied with Seth.
Yes, Clinton. I believe.
It's
happening.
This is a tight
Oh
race.
my
Jesus.
goodness. Okay.
Wait. Oh! I thought I almost overtook Big Time. I'm really
You
climbing.
overtaken Quack though.
I'm not gonna lie. I am
Yeah.
actually climbing closer and closer and closer
guys
to
are
first
catching
place.
up.
It is very doable for me,
It's
despite
doable.
absolutely throwing at the start of the season.
Yes.
There is still hope for me.
Yes.
It's a bit like play-ins format in Build Diff.
Exactly.
Like the play-ins has also saved me.
It
for
is going to
trolling in the
be
group
really
stage.
exciting, actually, for Build Diff as we go on. Things will get a little hairy. We'll share more about that tomorrow. In the meantime, speaking of matches, we
I was
are...
gonna say, speaking of Harry.
Harry, Pilsky's beard. We got Zeta facing KRX, DFM, of course, facing this Thai Super Squad. You know, early predictions?
I mean, I think
Or
this first
maybe
game
even
is...
like player matchups that you're really excited to see, the head-to-heads.
Ooh, that's a good one. I mean, I think May against Shopper. I think Shopper are an incredibly cracked team. May against Kadoom, I think is going to be fantastic. It's a Japanese day. I think the big story here is, you know, two of these teams seeded ahead here. And normally we see that sometimes the teams that are seeded ahead can start a little slow compared to a team that has already played once and built that momentum. So Zeta and DFM trying to stave off the challenges there of KRX and Shopper.
Yeah, I think Sharper are reasonably... They've said that they play DFM in practice and they're able to beat them. Sometimes DFM beats them, so hopefully if they can continue showing good form here on the Pacific stage, they seem very confident they would make the run all the way through to playoffs, and I think DFM is probably the toughest team for them to back it up against, honestly, in that whole bracket. I think KRX, Zeta might be a little bit easier. DFM are really hot form right now, so that's the team for Sharper to beat if they really do want to be that challengers team making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, QTD's coach was saying earlier DFM was one of the teams he was most afraid of, actually, in Pacific, so... I guess we'll have to wait and see tomorrow. We got plenty more play-ins action happening, so we'll just say goodnight. I'm going to go sleep because I Like, I flew a really long way to hang out with you guys.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
But next time, giving him. No, I'm kidding.
All right. Okay, thank you guys. Pilsky, Morgan, we'll see you guys tomorrow for more VCT Pacific play-in action.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
It's going to work out quite nicely right now. GrabNet and everything as well. It's a bit of an exchange of utility, but it's cover from Primi.
Very good cover from Primi. In fact, it's more than just that, a 3K, and Primi is looking like he is just having way too easy of a time right now. Full sense, it feels like the individuals are online. Ace for Primi as well.
SF4 pushing up.
Full sense, if they expect Margaret. Sephiroth under a lot of pressure here, just going to try and duck away. Hopes for some assistance, doesn't get it in time. Has to probably find a multi-kill right here. Primi going to be the first benefactor. We'll put that one to short. Oh, Kippei's in behind. They had no idea. This could be another one for QTD. Cruz has to pull off a miracle. He knows where your hand is. Oh, the time's on his side. I don't think Cruz is going to be able to get this done. Kippei with the 3K, and QTD are up to 12. Top, like you say, is going to allow QTD out onto the A site, but not for very long. Cruz and Kalua have no interest in what QTD are selling. PKM and Messiah to try to salvage it. QTD are done. It's 13-4, and Full Sense will take the victory in their opening game of the...
Push on a different site now for Team Secret.
Yeah, that's all good though to Frag well for his team, and has a chance to do some more here. Eventually, possible to serve. There's a swing in from Doffy as well. You've got skirmishes all over the place. Styron and Sylvan needs to just take a fight here. Isolates one against Kennedy. To move too quickly here. We'll look to try a cross, but in the end, gets that peek from Endois and gets that headshot through. Sylvan might end up working out on either side, but very clean entry here. They cannot afford to be losing anybody to Kelly S. Shot through. They are just about going to get that plant down in time. That should be finished off here. Zeus might drop as well. He's got the info coming through as well from Cam. Time working in the favor of Zipto, but not going to matter. That is that. Zipto on their first game on the stage will fall 0-2. Team Secret, they very nearly gave them an avenue back in.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.